Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to our YouTube channel, and I really welcome all of you to this channel, Cosmic Harry. And today we will see another crossover between Harry Potter and Iron Man, and the title will be What if Iron Man rescued Harry Potter, neglected Harry Potter, and combined the arc reactor and spells. So if you are new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video because it really motivates me a lot to post more like this. Now, without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The rain hadn't stopped in 3 days. Tony Stark hated London. He hated the weather, hated the food, hated the way everyone drove on the wrong side of the road like that was somehow a reasonable thing civilized people did. He hated that Obadiah had sent him here to schmooze with British defense contractors who drank warm beer and called him Mr. Stark with that particular inflection that meant they thought he was too young, too American, and too rich to be taken seriously. He was 21 years old. He'd inherited Stark Industries 8 months ago after a car accident on Long Island that had left him parentless and in possession of a multi-billion-dollar weapons empire. He dealt with this the way he dealt with most things. By not dealing with it at all, by drinking too much, by building things in his workshop until 4 in the morning, and by being so relentlessly, abrasively brilliant that people forgot to ask him if he was okay. Nobody asked Tony Stark if he was okay. He was fine with that. The meeting had ended an hour ago, and his driver was late, and he was standing on a street corner in some suburban hellscape called Little Whinging, Surrey, because he'd told the man to take the scenic route, and this was apparently what passed for scenic in England. Identical houses. Identical lawns, identical lives behind identical curtains. Tony was about to call for a different car when he heard it, not a sound exactly, more like the absence of one. A pocket of silence in the gray afternoon that pulled at his attention the way a magnetic anomaly would pull at a compass. He'd been like this since he was a kid. His father had called it the engineer's ear, the ability to hear when something was wrong in a system, when a frequency was off, when a machine was about to fail. This wasn't a machine. This was a house. Number 4, Privet Drive, according to the small brass numbers on the door. And something inside it was radiating energy on a spectrum Tony had never encountered before. He should have walked away. He should have called his driver, gone back to the hotel, drunk something expensive, and flown home in the morning. Tony Stark had never once in his life done what he should have done. He walked up the front path. Knocked on the door. The woman who answered was all neck. That was his first impression. She was built like someone had taken a normal person and stretched them vertically, with a horsey face and eyes that darted past him to the street, checking if the neighbors were watching. "Whatever you're selling, we don't want any," she said. "I'm not selling anything. I'm Tony Stark." The name meant nothing to her. Tony wasn't sure if he was offended or refreshed. "I'm an engineer," he said, because that was always the truest thing about him. "I'm picking up some unusual energy readings from your house, and I'd like to." "There's nothing unusual about this house." She said it too fast. Her knuckles were white on the door frame. "This is a perfectly normal house with a perfectly normal family, and I'll thank you to leave." She tried to close the door. Tony put his foot in it, which was rude, but he'd stopped caring about rude around age 6. "Ma'am, I'm not from any government agency. I'm not going to report anything. I'm genuinely just curious about a crash from inside the house, something breaking." Then a man's voice, thick and furious. "Boy, what did I tell you about making things float?" And then a sound that Tony Stark knew intimately, because he'd heard it in his own childhood, in the workshop, in the moments when Howard Stark's patience ran out and his hand didn't. The sound of an open palm hitting a small body. The silence after it was worse. Tony pushed past the woman. She squawked, actually squawked, like a startled bird, but he was already through the hallway into the kitchen, where a man the approximate size and shape of a walrus was standing over something Tony's brain refused to process for a full 3 seconds. A boy. A small boy. Smaller than any 6-year-old should be, crouched on the floor with his arms over his head, wearing clothes so oversized they looked like they'd been made for a child 3 times his size. The kitchen behind him told the story. A pot of soup hung suspended in midair, defying gravity, surrounded by a faint shimmer of golden light that pulsed like a heartbeat. The boy was making it float, and the walrus of a man had hit him for it. "Who the bloody hell are you?" the walrus demanded. "Vernon Dursley." Tony would learn the name later. Right now, all he saw was a fat man with a red face and a raised hand and a child on the floor. Tony had 17 years of memories he'd buried under genius and alcohol and the forward momentum of never, ever stopping. In this moment, every single one of them surfaced. "Step away from the kid," Tony said. "Now see here, this is my house. Step away from the kid." Something in his voice made Vernon Dursley take a step back. It wasn't volume. Tony hadn't raised his voice. It was the absolute, crystalline certainty of a man who had decided what was going to happen next and was simply informing the universe of his plans. Tony knelt down. The boy flinched away from him, and Tony felt something crack in his chest that had nothing to do with his ribs. "Hey," he said softly. "Hey, kid, I'm not going to hurt you." The boy peered up at him through a mess of black hair, green eyes. Enormous behind taped-together glasses, pupils blown wide with fear and something else, something that looked a lot like the desperate hope of a creature that had learned hoping was dangerous. "What's your name?" Tony asked Harry, barely a whisper. "Harry Potter." "Hi, Harry, I'm Tony." "That soup you've got floating up there, that's really impressive." Harry flinched again, as if the compliment was a trap. Behind Tony, Vernon Dursley was sputtering about freakishness and abnormality and ungrateful little wretches. And the horse-faced woman had appeared in the doorway, wringing her hands. And Tony absorbed all of it in the peripheral way he absorbed data, automatically, completely. While his primary focus remained fixed on the boy, the pot of soup wobbled and fell. It hit the floor with a clang and a splash of hot liquid, and Harry curled tighter into himself, and Tony made his decision. It wasn't a dramatic moment. There was no swelling music, no profound realization. It was mechanical, binary, a switch flipping in Tony Stark's brain from one state to another, the way a circuit either carries current or it doesn't. This child was leaving this house. Today, with him. "Here's what's going to happen," Tony said, standing and turning to face the Dursleys. "I'm taking Harry, you're going to let me, and in exchange, I'm not going to burn your lives to the ground." Vernon's face achieved a shade of purple that would have been medically concerning in a thinner man. "You can't just, he's our nephew, my wife's sister's boy." "Your nephew," Tony repeated. "Who sleeps where exactly?" Silence. "Because I noticed a cupboard under your stairs on my way in. Small door, padlock on the outside, child-sized mattress visible through the slats." He paused, letting that settle. "I'm a billionaire, Mr. Dursley. I own a weapons company. I have lawyers in every country with a functioning legal system, and several that don't. I can make a phone call right now that will end with your face on every tabloid in England by morning, or I can walk out of here with Harry and you never hear from me again." He reached into his jacket and produced a checkbook, because Tony Stark always believed in the carrot and the stick. He wrote a number, tore it out, set it on the counter. Petunia Dursley looked at the check. Her eyes widened. "Take him," she said. Vernon started to protest. Petunia silenced him with a look that contained years of resentment and something else, relief. The boy was a burden, a reminder, a connection to a sister she'd hated and envied in equal measure. Petunia Dursley had never wanted Harry Potter, and in this moment she was honest enough to admit it. Tony didn't wait for Vernon to come around. He turned back to Harry, who was still on the floor, still watching him with those two large eyes. "You have anything you want to bring?" Tony asked. Harry shook his head. He owned nothing. "Okay," Tony said. "Then let's go." He held out his hand. Harry stared at it for a long time, long enough that Tony's arm started to ache, long enough that the silence became a living thing in the kitchen. Then, slowly, Harry reached up and took it. His hand was so small. Tony could feel every bone. They walked out of number 4, Privet Drive, and Tony Stark did not look back. Harry looked back once. Then he squared his tiny shoulders, turned forward, and held on tighter to the stranger's hand. The car arrived 4 minutes later. Tony put Harry in the back seat and watched him touch the leather upholstery with a kind of terrified wonder, like he expected it to bite him. "Are you hungry?" Tony asked. Harry nodded. "When did you last eat?" Harry had to think about it. That told Tony everything. "Right," Tony said. "Food first. Then we figure out the rest." The rest, as it turned out, was going to take 10 years. Harry didn't speak for the first 2 weeks. Tony flew him back to Malibu on the Stark Industries private jet, and Harry sat in a window seat with his knees drawn to his chest and watched the clouds pass beneath them without a word. Tony had dealt with enough board meetings and hostile negotiators to know when silence was strategic and when it was survival. This was survival. Harry had learned that being invisible was safer than being seen, and it was going to take more than a plane ride to undo that lesson. The Malibu house was too big for one person. Tony had bought it for exactly that reason. He liked space between himself and other humans. Now, watching Harry stand in the foyer and stare up at the vaulted ceilings like they might collapse on him, he realized the house was going to have to become something else. Something he'd never intended it to be. "A home, Jarvis," Tony said to the ceiling. "Yes, sir." Harry startled so hard he nearly fell over. His hands came up, that defensive posture Tony was already learning to hate, and the air around him shimmered gold. "It's okay," Tony said quickly. "That's Jarvis. He's an AI, an artificial intelligence. He runs the house." Harry stared at the ceiling. "There's a man in your ceiling." 3 sentences. More words than Harry had spoken in the entire trip across the Atlantic. Tony felt a ridiculous surge of triumph. "Sort of. He's a computer program, very advanced. I built him." "You built a person. I built a mind." Tony corrected because accuracy mattered. "Jarvis, say hello to Harry." "Hello, Harry," Jarvis said, with the warm, measured tone Tony had spent months calibrating. "Welcome to your new home. I've taken the liberty of preparing the guest bedroom with fresh linens and adjusting the thermostat to a comfortable temperature. May I suggest dinner? Mr. Stark's refrigerator is, as always, disappointingly empty, but I can place a delivery order." Harry looked at Tony. "He talks like a butler." "He's named after one. Order whatever you want, kid. There are no rules about food in this house." Harry ordered a single cheese sandwich. When it arrived, he ate it so fast he nearly choked, then looked guilty, like he expected to be punished for eating too quickly. Tony sat across from him at the kitchen island, pretending to read something on his tablet, and quietly added, "Find a child psychologist," to his to-do list. But the psychologist was going to be the easy part. The hard part was the thing floating in the air between them, literally. Because Harry's glass of water was hovering 6 inches above the counter, and Harry didn't seem to notice he was doing it, Tony noticed. Tony noticed everything. "Harry," he said carefully, "your water." Harry looked. The glass dropped, splashing water across the granite. His face went white. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, please don't, Harry." Tony came around the island and knelt in front of him, the way he had in the kitchen at Privet Drive. "You're not in trouble. You will never be in trouble for that. Not in this house, not ever. Uncle Vernon says it's freakish." "Uncle Vernon is a moron. What you're doing, moving things without touching them, that's not freakish. It's extraordinary. I just need to understand how it works." Tony paused. "I'm an engineer, Harry. I build things. I figure out how things work. And what you can do is the most interesting thing I've ever seen, and I once built a circuit board when I was 6. Will you let me study it? Not study you," he added quickly, seeing the flash of fear. "Study what you can do, together, like a project." Harry considered this with a seriousness that seemed impossible for a 6-year-old. "You won't try to make it stop, kid. I want to make it better." Something shifted in Harry's face. Not trust, not yet, but the beginning of curiosity, which was, in Tony's experience, far more powerful. "Okay," Harry said. They started the next morning. Tony Stark did not do things by halves. Within a week, he'd converted the lower level of the Malibu house into a research lab dedicated entirely to understanding Harry's abilities. Within a month, he had more data on what Harry could do than the entirety of the wizarding world had gathered in a millennium. Though Tony didn't know that yet, because Tony didn't know there was a wizarding world. That came later. What came first was observation. Harry could move objects without touching them. Harry could change the color of things. He turned Tony's favorite coffee mug bright purple during a moment of concentration. And when Tony laughed instead of shouting, Harry stared at him like he'd grown a second head. Harry could make small objects vanish and reappear elsewhere. Harry, when frightened, could produce a shockwave of invisible force that had, on one memorable occasion, cracked the bulletproof windows in Tony's workshop. All of this happened involuntarily. Harry had no control over it. The power responded to emotion, fear, anger, and increasingly, as the weeks passed and the child began to heal, joy, Tony measured everything. Energy output, frequency, waveform patterns. He built sensors that could detect whatever Harry was emitting, refine them, rebuilt them, refine them again. The energy didn't match anything in the known electromagnetic spectrum. It wasn't electrical, it wasn't thermal, it wasn't nuclear. It was something else entirely, something that operated on principles that made Tony's physics textbooks useless. He found this absolutely thrilling. "Your body generates an energy field," Tony told Harry one evening, 3 months into their new life. Harry was sitting on the workshop counter, swinging his legs, eating an apple. He'd gained weight. The hollows in his cheeks were filling in. He smiled sometimes now, quick and startled, like a reflex he was relearning. "It's integrated into your cellular structure. Every cell in your body produces a tiny amount of this energy. It's like, imagine if every cell in your body had a little battery in it. And when you feel something strongly, all those batteries discharge at once." "So I'm a battery," Harry said. "You're a generator. Batteries run out, you don't seem to." Tony pulled up a holographic display. Harry loved the holograms, reached for them every time with undisguised wonder, and showed him the waveform patterns. "See this? This is what happens when you move something. This spike here and here, it's consistent, repeatable, which means..." "It follows rules," Tony pointed at him. "Exactly, and if it follows rules, it can be understood, and if it can be understood, it can be controlled." Tony grinned. It was the same grin he wore when a prototype worked on the first try, when a theorem proved out, when the universe gave up one of its secrets. "You're going to be something, kid, you know that." Harry looked at him with those green eyes still too old for his face. "Something good." The question hit Tony harder than he expected. He put down his tablet, crossed the workshop, and rested his hand on the top of Harry's head, a gesture he was still learning, physical affection being a language Howard Stark had never taught him. "Something great," Tony said. Harry didn't smile. But he leaned just slightly into Tony's hand. And that was enough. The letter arrived when Harry was 7. Not from Hogwarts, that would come later. This one was hand-delivered by a woman in emerald robes who appeared on Tony Stark's doorstep at 9 in the morning and nearly gave Jarvis's security protocols a collective aneurysm. "Mr. Stark," the woman said. She was old, severe, with the posture of a steel beam and the expression of someone who had just discovered something unpleasant on the bottom of her shoe. "My name is Minerva McGonagall. I'm the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and I'm here about Harry Potter." Tony, who was holding a coffee mug and wearing a Black Sabbath t-shirt with a hole in the collar, stared at her. "Witchcraft," he said, "and wizardry, yes. You're telling me there's a school for witchcraft and wizardry." "I am. And you're telling me this on my doorstep, in robes." At 9 in the morning. "Mr. Stark, may I come in?" He let her in because he was curious, and curiosity was the one force in the universe Tony Stark could not resist. McGonagall sat in his living room, accepted a cup of tea from Jarvis's automated kitchen system with the air of someone determined not to be impressed, and proceeded to dismantle Tony's understanding of reality in approximately 45 minutes. Magic was real. There was an entire hidden society of people who could use it. Harry's parents, James and Lily Potter, had been a wizard and a witch. They had been murdered by a dark wizard named Voldemort, and Harry had survived the killing curse, which was supposed to be impossible. Harry was famous in this hidden world. Harry was expected to attend Hogwarts at age 11. Tony listened to all of this with the focused intensity he usually reserved for engineering problems that had stumped him for more than 24 hours. Let me get this straight, he said when she'd finished. There's been an entire civilization operating in parallel to ours, with its own government, its own economy, its own educational system, and its own wars, and nobody thought to mention this to the rest of the human race. The statute of secrecy. Right, you've got a secrecy law. Fine. And Harry's parents were part of this world, and they were killed by a terrorist. And instead of placing Harry with someone in your world who could protect him and explain what he was, your people dumped him with abusive muggles. That's your word for us, right? And left him in a cupboard for 6 years. McGonagall's expression tightened. Tony could see it, the guilt. She'd known, maybe not the specifics, but she'd known it was a bad placement. She'd argued against it. She'd been overruled. The decision was made by Albus Dumbledore, she said carefully. The headmaster of Hogwarts. He believed the blood protection provided by Harry's aunt. Blood protection. Lily Potter sacrificed herself for Harry. That sacrifice created a magical protection tied to her bloodline. As long as Harry lived with a blood relative, he was shielded from Voldemort's followers. Tony processed this. So you're telling me Dumbledore knew Harry was living in an abusive household and chose to leave him there for a strategic advantage? McGonagall didn't answer. Her silence was damning. He's not going back, Tony said. Ever, Mr. Stark. I'm not here to take Harry away from you, I can see. She paused, recalibrating. I visited the Dursleys before I came here. I saw what Harry's life was. I know what you've done for him. I'm here because Harry is a wizard, and he needs to understand what that means. He's more than a wizard, Tony said. Come downstairs, I'll show you. He took her to the lab. Harry was there, because Harry was always there. The workshop had become his sanctuary the way the cupboard had once been his prison. He was sitting cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by holographic displays, manipulating a small sphere of golden light between his hands. He'd learned to do this 2 months ago, to consciously gather his energy into a visible form and hold it. Tony had been running experiments on the sphere's properties ever since. McGonagall stopped in the doorway. Her hand went to her chest. Hi, Harry said, not looking up. Tony, the containment frequency is drifting again. I think we need to recalibrate the... He noticed McGonagall. The sphere vanished. His eyes narrowed, not with fear, but with assessment. Tony noticed that too. Harry had stopped being afraid of strangers around month 4. Now he evaluated them. Harry, this is Professor McGonagall. She's from a school for people who can do what you do. Magic, McGonagall said. What you're doing, Mr. Potter, is magic. Harry looked at Tony. Tony shrugged. That's what they call it. That's what it is, McGonagall said with some asperity. She pulled out a wooden stick, a wand, she called it, and with a flick transformed Tony's rolling chair into a pig. The pig oinked, confused, and Harry's eyes went wide, not with shock, with hunger. The kind of hunger Tony recognized because it lived in him too, the need to understand, to take apart, to rebuild. Do that again, Harry said. McGonagall transformed the pig back into a chair. Harry's eyes tracked her wand, her wrist movement, the exact gesture. The stick is a focus point. He said, it wasn't a question. You're channeling the same energy I produce, but you're routing it through an external conductor. That's why the wand, it's a waveguide. McGonagall blinked. She looked at Tony. Tony was grinning the grin of a father whose kid had just done something extraordinary. He didn't even realize that's what it was yet, wouldn't realize for years, but it was there. He's 7, McGonagall said faintly. He's a Stark, Tony said. And the way he said it, casual, certain, like it was the most obvious thing in the world, made Harry look at him with an expression that would have broken your heart if you'd known what it meant. Because no one had ever claimed Harry Potter before. No one had ever said he's mine like it was a point of pride. McGonagall stayed for 3 hours. She explained the wizarding world in detail, its history, its structure, its laws. She demonstrated spells. Harry watched, asked questions that made her pause and reevaluate her understanding of 7-year-olds, and then, without a wand, without a word, replicated a levitation charm on his first attempt. The teacup he lifted didn't wobble. It rose smoothly, precisely, and hovered at exactly the height Harry wanted it. McGonagall went pale. That's not possible, she whispered. Why? Harry asked, genuinely curious. Wandless magic at your age, controlled wandless magic. It takes adult wizards decades to achieve even rudimentary. But why? Harry pressed. The energy's the same whether it goes through a wand or not. The wand just makes it easier to direct. It's like, he looked at Tony for the analogy. Training wheels, Tony supplied. Training wheels, Harry agreed. I don't need training wheels. Tony taught me to direct the energy myself. McGonagall looked at Tony Stark with an expression that was half horror and half something that might have been awe. What exactly have you been teaching this child? Physics, Tony said. Energy dynamics, control theory, signal processing. He's a natural. The magical energy in his body responds to the same principles as any other energy system. It can be measured, modulated, directed, and amplified. The wizarding world uses wands as intermediary devices. I've been teaching Harry to be his own device. That's. McGonagall trailed off. She straightened her robes, which was, Tony was learning, her equivalent of taking a deep breath. That's unprecedented. We're just getting started, Tony said. McGonagall left that evening with an agreement. Harry would attend Hogwarts at 11. In exchange, she would provide Tony with every book on magical theory she could get her hands on. Tony wanted data. McGonagall wanted Harry to have a connection to his parents' world. It was, as Tony later put it, a mutually beneficial arrangement between the most stubborn woman in Britain and the most stubborn man in America. The books arrived a week later. 7 crates of them. Tony read them all in a month. Harry read them in 2 weeks, and then they went to work. The arc reactor changed everything. Tony built the first miniaturized arc reactor when Harry was 9. The full story of why, the Palladium Core, the Clean Energy Initiative, the argument with Obadiah about the future of Stark Industries, wasn't important. What was important was the night Harry wandered into the workshop at 2 in the morning, unable to sleep, and found Tony staring at the glowing blue circle like it had asked him a question he couldn't answer. What is it? Harry asked, climbing onto his usual stool. He was taller now, still thin but wiry rather than fragile. His hair was the same black mess it had always been. Tony had given up trying to tame it around year 2, and his eyes were sharp behind glasses that were no longer taped together, but custom-made by the best optometrist money could buy. He wore a t-shirt with the Stark Industries logo, because Tony had given up on modesty as a parenting strategy and leaned fully into branding. Arc reactor, Tony said. Self-sustaining energy source. Clean, efficient, theoretically limitless. I've been trying to miniaturize it for the company, but the applications are, he waved a hand vaguely. Broad. Harry slid off the stool and walked to the workbench. He held his hand over the reactor without touching it, and Tony watched his pupils dilate, the thing Harry's eyes did when he was sensing energy fields, a skill they'd developed together over 3 years of practice. Tony, Harry said slowly, this thing is resonating. It's an energy source, of course it's resonating with me. Tony shut up. He grabbed a sensor array and pointed it at Harry. The readings were immediate and unambiguous. Harry's magical energy field was synchronizing with the arc reactor's output frequency. The 2 energy signatures were different in nature, one technological, one magical, but they were harmonizing, like 2 instruments finding the same key. Huh, Tony said. Huh, Harry agreed. They looked at each other. The same thought arrived in both minds at the same time, because 3 years of working together had given them a shared language that didn't always need words. You're thinking what I'm thinking, Harry said. If we could integrate the arc reactor's energy output with your magical field. Use the reactor as an amplifier. Not just an amplifier, a stabilizer. Your power fluctuates with your emotions, but the reactor maintains constant output. So if I could sync with it, draw on it, use it as a baseline, your magic would be more powerful and more controlled. And I'd have an energy reserve independent of my own body, which means you'd never exhaust yourself, which means there's no upper limit. They stopped, stared at each other. Grinned identical grins that, if anyone had been watching, would have confirmed that nurture beats nature every single time. This is either going to be brilliant or it's going to blow up the house, Tony said. Let's find out, Harry said. It took them 6 months. 6 months of calculations, prototypes, failures, small explosions. One large explosion that cost them the workshop ceiling. And a breakthrough at 3 in the morning on a Tuesday that made Tony actually jump out of his chair and shout, which he never did. The device they built wasn't an arc reactor, not exactly. It was something new, a hybrid core that merged Stark technology with magical energy, a palm-sized disc that glowed not blue but gold, the color of Harry's magic, shot through with veins of electric blue. Tony called it the arc core. Harry called it his heart, and Tony pretended that didn't make his eyes sting. Harry wore it on a chain around his neck at first. The effect was immediate. His magic, which had always been powerful but uneven, surging with emotion, faltering with doubt, became smooth. Constant. Like a river that had been wild and flooding had been given perfect banks. He could feel the energy flowing through him, amplified and stabilized by the arc core, and for the first time he understood the full scope of what he could do. Tony, he said, standing in the workshop with golden light cascading down his arms, his eyes glowing faintly with power he was barely tapping. I think I can do anything. Tony should have heard the warning in that, should have recognized the tone, the intoxication of power, the seduction of limitlessness. He'd heard it in his own voice, in Howard's voice, in the voice of every person who'd ever held something dangerous and felt invincible. But Harry was 9, and he was brilliant, and he was the son Tony had never expected to have, and Tony was so goddamn proud of him that the warning sailed right past. Then let's figure out what anything looks like, Tony said. What anything? Looked like was this: at age 9, Harry could levitate objects weighing up to 2 tons, without a wand, without a word, without visible effort. He could reshape matter at the molecular level, turning wood to steel, water to ice, stone to glass. He could generate force fields that Tony tested with increasingly absurd weapons, and that held against everything up to, and including a modified Jericho missile prototype, at which point Harry had laughed, actually laughed, as the shockwave broke around his shield like water around a rock. At age 10, Harry began working on combat applications. Tony didn't love this. The idea of his kid fighting made something cold settle in his stomach, but he was a realist, and McGonagall's stories about Voldemort had made it clear that Harry's world had enemies. So they trained. Tony built simulation environments. Harry destroyed them. Tony built better ones. Harry destroyed those too. He could project concussive blasts from his hands that punched through reinforced concrete. He could move fast enough that Jarvis's tracking systems lost him for fractions of a second. He could heal minor injuries by directing magical energy into his own tissue, a discovery that had come about accidentally when Harry cut his hand on a piece of prototype housing and instinctively flooded the wound with power. The cut sealed in seconds. Tony stared. Harry shrugged. The shrug was becoming a problem, not the healing, the shrug, the casual dismissal. The ease with which Harry accepted each new impossible thing he could do, not with wonder but with expectation, like it was his due. Like this was simply the natural order of things. Harry Potter Stark was extraordinary, and the extraordinary was ordinary for him. Tony saw it and didn't see it, recognized it and didn't recognize it. Because it looked exactly like Tony himself, the arrogance that was also armor, the confidence that was also a wall. Tony had built himself the same way, and he was too close to his own blueprint to see it being replicated. You're raising a loaded weapon. Rhodey told him once, during a visit to the Malibu house, where he'd watched Harry casually disintegrate a training drone without breaking his conversational stride. You know that, right? I'm raising a kid who can defend himself, Tony said. Tony. He just vaporized a drone and didn't even look at it. He's multitasking. I taught him that. Rhodey had given him a look, the look that meant I love you, you idiot, but you're going to regret this, and dropped it, because what was there to say? Harry was happy. Harry was thriving. Harry was, by any measurable standard, the most remarkable child who had ever lived. And Tony was the man who had made him that way. Pride. It was always pride. The Hogwarts letter arrived on Harry's 11th birthday. Tony threw a party because Tony threw a party for everything. Harry's birthdays had become events, not the grotesque, overcompensating spectacles that Tony's own childhood parties had been, but genuine celebrations. Harry had friends now, not many, because he was selective in the way that very intelligent children often are, but a few. Rhodey's niece. The daughter of one of Tony's engineers. A boy from Harry's advanced physics class at the absurd private school Tony sent him to, where Harry was 2 years ahead of students 3 years older than him. They were in the workshop, Harry's preferred venue for everything, when the owl arrived. It flew in through a window that Jarvis swore had been closed, dropped a heavy envelope on Harry's workbench, and perched on a prototype repulsor housing with the air of a creature that knew its importance. Harry picked up the envelope. Thick parchment, green ink. He turned it over and saw the Hogwarts seal. "It's here," he said. Tony set down his drink. Around them, the party continued, music, laughter, the clink of glasses. But in the small space between Tony and Harry, everything went quiet. "You don't have to go," Tony said. He'd been saying this for a year, ever since the reality of Hogwarts had shifted from theoretical to imminent. "I can hire tutors, magical tutors. McGonagall would help. You can learn everything they'd teach you without setting foot in a castle in Scotland." Harry opened the letter, read it. His expression didn't change, but Tony could see the arc core pulse at his chest, responding to something, excitement maybe, or hunger. "Dear Mr. Potter," Harry read aloud, "we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on 1 September. He looked up. Required equipment includes a wand. You don't need a wand. No, I don't. Harry set the letter down, but I want to go. Why? Harry was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, it was with the careful precision of someone who had thought about this for a long time. Because my parents went there. Because there's an entire world of people like me that I've never seen. Because I've read every book McGonagall sent, and I know more theory than most adult wizards, but I've never actually been in a magical environment. He paused. And because there's a dark wizard out there who killed my parents and everyone in that world thinks he's gone, and I don't believe them. And I want to know what I'm dealing with. Tony studied his son. 11 years old, 5 feet tall. Wearing a black Sabbath shirt he'd stolen from Tony's closet, with an impossible device glowing gold at his chest, speaking about a dead dark wizard with the calm strategic assessment of a general planning a campaign. You're raising a loaded weapon, Rhodey's voice echoed. No, Tony thought. I'm raising a Stark. Okay, Tony said, but we do this our way. Is there another way? Tony laughed. It was the laugh he saved for moments when Harry was so much like him it was terrifying. No, there isn't. Jarvis, book us flights to London and cancel my meetings for the rest of the month. With pleasure, sir. Shall I notify Professor McGonagall? Yeah, tell her we're coming, and tell her Harry won't be needing a wand. Harry grinned. Not the hesitant, startled smile of his early days, a full, sharp, confident grin that showed his teeth and didn't reach his eyes as much as it should have. A stark grin. They're not going to know what hit them, Harry said. No. Tony agreed, and he meant it as a compliment, and it was also the truth, and the truth had edges he wasn't ready to see. Diagon Alley was chaos given a street address. They arrived in London 2 weeks before term started. Tony booked a suite at the Ritz. He was allergic to the wizarding in McGonagall had suggested, a pub called the Leaky Cauldron that Tony described as a health code violation with ambience. McGonagall met them at the hotel, lips pressed thin with disapproval at the extravagance, and escorted them to Diagon Alley through a brick wall behind said pub. Harry stepped through and stopped. For a moment, just a moment, he was a child. The alley was magnificent. Shops stacked on shops, buildings that defied geometry, windows full of moving photographs and bubbling potions and broomsticks that hovered in their displays. Owls swooped overhead. A group of children pressed their faces against a window full of something called Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. The air smelled of cinnamon and ozone and something electric that Harry recognized as ambient magical energy, thick enough to taste. Then the moment passed, and Harry was himself again. He catalogued everything, energy signatures, structural impossibilities, the way the buildings seemed to exist in more dimensions than they should. His engineer's brain was already taking notes. Where do we start? Tony asked, looking around with the expression of a man who had just discovered a new continent and was calculating its real estate value. The supply list says Ollivanders for a wand, McGonagall said, but since Mr. Potter Stark has alternative arrangements, I want to see it, Harry said. The wand shop. I want to understand how wands work, from the inside. They went to Ollivanders. The shop was narrow, dusty, and packed floor to ceiling with narrow boxes. An old man appeared from the back. He moved like a spider, all long limbs and sudden stillness, and his pale eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that would have been uncomfortable if Harry were the type to be uncomfortable. Harry Potter, Ollivander said, I've been expecting you. Have you? Harry's voice was polite, flat. Tony recognized the tone. It was the one Harry used when he was unimpressed and wanted you to know it. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Your mother, Willow, 10¼ inches, swishy, excellent for charm work. Your father, Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, a powerful wand for transfiguration. Ollivander's eyes dropped to the arc core glowing at Harry's chest. His eyebrows rose. And what is that? Proprietary technology, Harry said. I'm not here to buy a wand, Mr. Ollivander. I'm here to understand them. You don't want a wand. I don't need one. Ollivander studied him for a long moment. Then he pulled a wand from the nearest shelf and held it out. Humor an old man, take this. Harry took the wand. Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather core. The wand that, in another timeline, would have chosen him, would have been his companion through 7 years of adventure and war and growing up. In this timeline, Harry held it and felt a pulse of warmth that traveled up his arm and settled somewhere near his heart, and the wand emitted a shower of golden sparks, and Ollivander whispered, curious, very curious. Harry set the wand down on the counter. It resonates with me, he said. The core material, phoenix feather, has a sympathetic frequency to my magical signature. It wants to bond, but it's a bottleneck. The wand's maximum energy throughput is maybe 5% of what I can channel without it. He looked at Ollivander. No offense, Mr. Ollivander. Your craftsmanship is excellent, but I'd be putting a garden hose on a fire hydrant. Ollivander stared at him, then he looked at Tony, then back at Harry. What have you done to this boy? He murmured. I gave him options, Tony said. Harry did buy things that day, but not the standard supply list. He bought books, dozens of them. Everything Flourish and Blots had on magical theory, wand lore, enchantment, wards, runes, and the intersection of magical and non-magical energy systems, a section that contained exactly 2 books, both out of date by several centuries. Tony bought a set of brass scales because he thought they were aesthetically interesting. Harry bought a telescope because the magical lenses had resolution properties that shouldn't have been optically possible. He did not buy robes. Tony had a tailor. He did not buy a cauldron. Tony had better equipment. He did not buy a pet. Harry had Jarvis, and Jarvis was better company than any owl. The one stop that gave Harry pause was the trunk shop, where he found a magical trunk with expanded interior space, bigger on the inside than the outside, like a pocket dimension stuffed into a leather case. Harry spent 40 minutes interrogating the shopkeeper about the enchantment methodology, then bought 3 trunks, and told Tony he was going to reverse engineer the spatial compression by the end of the week. He did it in 4 days. They didn't talk about it directly. They never talked about the important things directly. It was a Stark trait, or maybe a survival trait, the way they circled the emotional center of any conversation like planets orbiting a sun they couldn't look at. But the night before Harry was supposed to leave for Hogwarts, Tony came down to the workshop and found Harry sitting in the dark, the arc core's glow the only light, and he knew. Second thoughts? Tony asked, leaning against the door frame. No, Harry didn't look up. I'm thinking about what happens when I get there. What happens is you learn things, you show off, you make everyone mildly terrified of you, and you come home for Christmas. They're going to see me as the boy who lived. That's what the books say. That's what everyone in Diagon Alley was whispering, the boy who survived Voldemort. You are the boy who survived Voldemort. I was a baby. I didn't do anything. My mother did something, cast some kind of sacrificial protection, and I survived because of her, not because of me. Harry's jaw tightened. And now I'm going to walk into a world that's built a myth around something I didn't choose and can't remember, and they're going to expect me to be whatever they've imagined. Tony crossed the workshop and sat next to him on the floor. Their shoulders touched. You know what I was when I inherited the company, Tony said. 20 years old, orphan, too smart for my own good, and carrying a name that meant something to everyone except me. Everyone had an opinion about what Tony Stark should be. The board wanted a figurehead. Obadiah wanted a puppet. The military wanted a weapon factory. The press wanted a scandal. What did you want? To build things. That's all I ever wanted, to build things and to be left alone to do it. Tony paused. I wasn't left alone, so I became something else. I became the version of Tony Stark that could survive all those expectations, louder, sharper, more arrogant, more untouchable. And it worked. I survived, but I also became someone who couldn't. He trailed off, started again. I became someone who needed a kid in a cupboard to remind him that being brilliant isn't the same as being good. Harry finally looked at him. Are you saying I should be humble? God, no. Humility is for people who have something to be humble about. I'm saying you should be you. Not the boy who lived, not what Dumbledore wants or what the wizarding world expects. You, Harry Potter Stark, the kid who can do things nobody else can do and knows exactly what he's worth. Tony held his gaze, and if they can't handle that, it's their problem. Harry nodded slowly. The arc core pulsed at his chest, a steady, golden heartbeat. Their problem. One more thing, Tony said. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a small device, a communication unit, Stark designed, that he'd spent the last month enchanting with every piece of magical knowledge he'd absorbed. It looked like an ordinary earpiece, but it was packed with technology and magic both, a bridge between Harry's two worlds. Jarvis is loaded on this, full AI functionality. He'll work at Hogwarts. I tested the magical interference issue and solved it with a runic shielding array embedded in the casing, Harry said, turning the device over in his fingers. I saw the schematics on your desk last week. You're a snoop. I'm observant. There's a difference. Tony snorted. Sure there is. The point is, you'll have Jarvis. And through Jarvis, you'll have me. Anything you need, anytime, anywhere. Harry put the earpiece in. It settled perfectly, invisible once placed, another piece of Stark engineering designed to be functional and undetectable. Jarvis, Harry said. I'm here, Harry. Jarvis responded, his voice warm and close. I should mention that I've taken the liberty of downloading the entire Hogwarts library catalog from Professor McGonagall's records. You're already ahead of the 7th-year curriculum in most subjects. Most. Divination remains. Resistant to rational analysis, Harry almost smiled. Then it's not worth analyzing. He looked at Tony. I'll be fine. I know you will. I might cause problems. I know you will. If Dumbledore tries to, I'll handle Dumbledore. You handle Hogwarts. Tony stood, offered a hand, pulled Harry to his feet. Remember what I told you. Know your enemies, know your allies, and never, ever let anyone tell you what you can't do. Nobody could tell me that, Harry said, and he said it with such simple, absolute conviction that Tony believed him entirely. This was the problem. Tony believed him. Harry believed himself. And belief, when it's rooted in genuine ability and genuine power, is the most intoxicating and the most dangerous thing in the world. Platform 9 3/4 was absurd. A hidden train platform accessed by walking through a brick pillar between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station. Harry approached it with the arc core humming quietly beneath his shirt, the Jarvis earpiece invisible in his ear, and a single trunk that contained a spatially expanded workshop, a library, a wardrobe of custom-tailored clothes, and enough Stark technology to give the Ministry of Magic a collective heart attack. Tony had wanted to come through the barrier with him. Harry had said no. "This is my world," Harry said, standing in front of the pillar. Around them, King's Cross bustled with ordinary commuters who had no idea that a gateway to an impossible train station existed between a W.H. Smith and a vending machine. "I need to walk into it on my own." Tony understood. He didn't like it, but he understood. He'd done the same thing at 21, walking into Stark Industries the day after his parents' funeral, alone because the alternative was unthinkable. "Call me tonight," Tony said. "I'll call you when I have something interesting to report, Harry." "Fine, tonight." Tony watched him go. Harry walked through the pillar without hesitation, without a backwards glance, and vanished into a world that Tony couldn't follow him into. And Tony stood there in King's Cross Station, in his $3,000 suit, and felt something he'd spent his entire adult life engineering away. Fear. Not fear for Harry's safety. Harry could defend himself against anything Hogwarts could throw at him. Fear of what Harry might become without him there to see it. The Hogwarts Express was a steam train. An actual, literal steam train, the kind of antique that belonged in a museum. Harry found this alternately charming and irritating, charming because it was beautiful in its obsolescence, irritating because it was obsolete. A magnetic levitation system could have cut the travel time by 80%. But then, the wizarding world didn't want efficiency. It wanted tradition. Harry found an empty compartment at the back of the train. He stowed his trunk, sat by the window, and activated his earpiece. "Jarvis, full environmental scan. I want energy readings for the entire train. Scanning now." The locomotive appears to be powered by a combination of combustion and enchantment. The steam engine is largely decorative. The actual motive force is magical. Interesting. The compartments are individually warded for sound dampening, and there are approximately 312 students aboard, based on body heat signatures. 312 wizards in a tin can, Harry murmured, and not one of them thought to upgrade the engine. "To be fair, sir, they are 11-year-olds. I was building circuit boards at 7. You are, if I may say so, not a representative sample," Harry smirked. The train lurched into motion, and he watched London slide past the window, giving way to countryside, and he let himself feel it, the anticipation, the hunger, the sharp edge of excitement that he would never, ever have admitted to Tony. He was going to a school for magic. A castle full of people who could do what he could do, or some fraction of it. For the first time in his life, he wouldn't be the only one, he'd still be the best. But he wouldn't be the only one. The compartment door slid open. A boy stood there, red hair, freckles, a smudge of dirt on his nose. He looked nervous and hopeful in the way that puppies look nervous and hopeful, all eager energy and no coordination. "Excuse me, is anyone sitting here? Everywhere else is full." "It's empty," Harry said, gesturing to the opposite seat. "Help yourself." The boy sat down, stuck out his hand. "Ron Weasley." Harry Stark. He shook the hand, firm grip, calloused palms. This was a kid who did physical work. Ron's eyes went to Harry's forehead, visible beneath his artfully messy hair. Harry knew what he was looking for. He'd read about it in enough books, the scar, the lightning bolt, the mark of the killing curse. It was there, faded but present, partially hidden by the fringe of black hair. Are you Harry Potter? Potter Stark, legally." Ron's mouth opened, closed, opened again. "Blimey." "I mean sorry, it's just you're famous. Everyone knows about you, the boy who lived." "Yes, it's not a very creative nickname, is it? Something with more flair would have been nice." "The infant who defied death, baby lightning, anything, really." Ron stared at him. Then he laughed, a real laugh, surprised and genuine. "Baby lightning, that's mental." "I'm told I'm a lot," Harry said. "What about you?" "Big family, 6 siblings, 5 brothers, 1 sister. I'm the youngest boy." Ron's ears went red, like this was something to be embarrassed about. "We're not, we don't have a lot of money or anything." "Not like," he gestured vaguely at Harry's clothes, which were casual but obviously expensive, a well-fitted black jacket over a dark t-shirt, tailored trousers, boots that cost more than the Weasleys' car. "Money doesn't make you interesting," Harry said. "Tell me about the wizarding world. I grew up Muggle-raised, well, Muggle-adjacent. What should I know that the books don't say? Ron, who had clearly expected Harry Potter to be many things but had not expected him to be genuinely interested in Ron Weasley's opinions, lit up like a lamp. He talked for 30 minutes straight about Quidditch, about Hogwarts houses, about which teachers were decent and which were nightmares. Snape, he teaches potions. Everyone says he's awful, hates everyone who isn't in Slytherin. About the ghosts and the moving staircases and the great hall's enchanted ceiling. Harry listened. Not because he didn't already know most of this, he did, but because Ron was in primary source, and primary sources were always more valuable than secondary ones. And because Ron was genuine in a way that Harry found novel. There was no calculation in him, no angle. He was exactly what he appeared to be. A somewhat insecure, thoroughly decent kid who was excited to be going to Hogwarts and couldn't believe he was sitting across from the boy who lived. The compartment door opened again. A girl this time, bushy brown hair, slightly too large front teeth, an expression of determined competence that Harry recognized because he wore a version of it himself. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one," she said, then stopped. Her eyes went to Harry. Not to his scar, to the arc core which was glowing faintly through his shirt. "What is that? Proprietary technology," Harry said automatically. "That's not an answer. It wasn't meant to be one." The girl narrowed her eyes. She stepped fully into the compartment, the toad apparently forgotten. "I'm Hermione Granger. I'm Muggle-born, first witch in my family, and I've read all the course books already. I've also read Hogwarts, a history, modern magical theory, and the rise and fall of the dark arts." She said this like she was presenting credentials. "Who are you, Harry Potter Stark?" Her eyes went wide. "I've read about you. You're in several books, none of which are accurate since none of the authors have ever met me." "You don't know they're inaccurate if you haven't read them." "I've read them. They're inaccurate. How can you be sure?" Harry leaned forward. "Because they say I defeated Voldemort as a baby through some innate magical power, and the truth is my mother's sacrificial protection created an energy feedback loop that reflected the killing curse. I didn't do anything. I was 15 months old. The only thing I defeated that night was probably a diaper." Ron choked on the chocolate frog he'd been eating. Hermione stared at Harry with an expression he couldn't quite read, not awe, not fear, but something assessing, like she was recategorizing him in real time. "You've actually analyzed what happened that night," she said, "scientifically. Is there another way? Most people would just accept the legend." "Most people are boring." Hermione sat down. She didn't ask permission, which Harry noted and reluctantly respected. "That light at your chest. It's some kind of energy device, isn't it? The glow has a consistent pulse pattern. It's not decorative." "Jarvis," Harry murmured, barely moving his lips. "This one's sharp. I noticed, sir. Shall I run a background check?" "Not yet. Let's see what she does." Harry regarded Hermione Granger with new interest. She regarded him right back. Neither of them blinked. "Yes," Harry said. "It's an energy device. I designed it with my father. It interfaces with my magical core and amplifies my natural output by a factor I'm not going to share with someone I've known for 30 seconds. "Fair enough," Hermione said. "Will you tell me about it if I can figure out the theoretical basis on my own?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "You think you can reverse engineer my technology from first principles? I think I can try. And I think you don't meet many people who can keep up with you, so the offer should interest you even if I fail." The silence in the compartment stretched. Ron looked between them like he was watching a tennis match played with live grenades. "Okay, Granger," Harry said. "You're on." Hermione smiled. It transformed her face entirely, from intense and slightly intimidating to warm and genuinely delighted, the smile of someone who had just been handed a puzzle worthy of her attention. Harry did not smile back. But the arc core pulsed, just once, a little brighter than usual, and Jarvis, who had been monitoring Harry's biometrics for 5 years and knew him better than any human alive, noted a spike in heart rate and filed it under interesting. The train rolled north. Scotland waited. And Harry Potter Stark, 11 years old, brilliant, powerful, and armored in confidence that might have been arrogance, watched the countryside blur past the window, and felt ready for whatever was coming. He was wrong about that. But he wouldn't know it for a long time. Hogwarts was, objectively, magnificent. Harry would never have said so out loud. But standing at the edge of the Black Lake with the other first years, looking up at the castle lit from within by 1,000 floating candles, its towers rising against a sky full of stars that seemed closer here than anywhere he'd been, he felt something crack open in his chest. A feeling old and wordless, the recognition of belonging, of a place that had been waiting for him, that he immediately categorized, dismissed, and buried under 6 layers of analytical assessment. Jarvis, structural analysis. The castle appears to be approximately 1,000 years old, constructed from locally quarried granite with extensive magical reinforcement. The towers alone should be structurally impossible at their height-to-base ratios. They're held up by enchantment. The entire structure is saturated with ambient magical energy at levels I've never recorded. It's remarkable, Harry. It's a building. It's a building that's alive, in some sense. The energy patterns suggest a form of magical consciousness, not sentient exactly, but aware. The castle knows we're here. Harry filed that away. The boats were carrying them across the lake now, another tradition that prioritized atmosphere over efficiency, and around him, first years were gasping and pointing and being 11 in all the ways Harry hadn't been 11 for a long time. Hermione was in the boat behind his, and he could feel her watching him. Ron was next to him, openly gaping at the castle. A pale boy with platinum blonde hair sat in the boat to their left, flanked by 2 kids who looked like junior bodyguards. The blonde boy caught Harry's eye. "You're Potter." "Potter Stark. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." He said it the way people say things they've been taught to say, with weight, with significance, expecting recognition. Ron snorted. Draco's eyes snapped to him. "Think my name's funny, do you? Red hair, hand-me-down robes, you must be a Weasley." "And you must be exhausting," Harry said mildly. "Does the aristocratic posturing come naturally, or did someone coach you?" Draco's mouth opened, closed, his pale cheeks flushed pink. "My father isn't here, you are. And if the best introduction you can manage is your surname and an insult to the nearest bystander, you're going to have a very long 7 years." Harry turned back to the castle. "I'd work on that." Ron was staring at Harry with something close to worship. Draco was staring at him with something close to murder. Hermione, in the boat behind, was staring with something that might have been a suppressed smile. The boats reached the shore. They climbed out and were herded up a long stone staircase by a massive man named Hagrid, who had tears in his eyes when he saw Harry and kept saying, "Last time I saw you. You was just a baby," until Harry nodded politely and moved on. They reached the castle doors where McGonagall waited in her emerald robes, and Harry could see the moment she spotted him, the slight softening around her eyes, the tension in her jaw. She was worried about him. Worried about what he was going to do, smart woman. The great hall was everything the books had promised. 4 long tables, a ceiling that mirrored the sky outside, hundreds of floating candles, and a head table where the teachers sat in a row of robes and peculiar hats. Harry's eyes went immediately to the center of the head table, Albus Dumbledore. He was old, impossibly old, with a beard that reached his waist and half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. He wore robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver stars, and he radiated power. Harry felt it the moment he entered the hall, a massive, ancient, carefully controlled magical presence that saturated the space around the old man like a gravitational field. Harry assessed him clinically. Power level, extraordinary. Control, exquisite. Threat level, significant. Dumbledore's eyes found Harry across the hall. They were blue, piercing, and they held a quality that Harry recognized because Tony had it too, the look of a man who saw more than he let on and used knowledge as a weapon. Harry met his gaze, didn't look away. Let the arc core pulse openly at his chest, golden light visible even across the great hall. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose by a fraction of a millimeter. That was all. The sorting began. McGonagall called names from a scroll. Students sat on a stool and put on an ancient hat that, apparently, looked into their minds and decided which of the 4 houses they belonged to. Harry watched with fascination and distaste. Fascination because the hat was clearly a sophisticated magical artifact with some form of consciousness. Distaste because the idea of an external authority deciding who you were and where you belonged was offensive to him on a cellular level. Granger, Hermione. Hermione walked to the stool with her chin up and her shoulders squared, and Harry found himself watching more closely than he had for anyone else. The hat took nearly 4 minutes, long enough that whispers began to ripple through the hall. Then it shouted, "Gryffindor." And Hermione went to the Gryffindor table with visible relief. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's head before screaming, "Slytherin." Draco smirked and sauntered to the Slytherin table. Harry filed that away too. Potter Stark, Harry. The hall went silent, not quiet, silent. Every head turned, every eye found him. Harry felt the weight of 300 stares and absorbed it the way the Arc Core absorbed magical energy, completely without visible effect. He walked to the stool, sat down. McGonagall placed the hat on his head and, well, what do we have here? The voice was in his head. Harry's defenses snapped up immediately, a mental shield he'd built over years of practice with Tony, who'd insisted on cognitive security after reading about legilimency in one of McGonagall's books. The hat hit the shield and bounced. My. You're rather well fortified, aren't you? I can't sort you if I can't see what's inside, Mr. Potter Stark. Then ask, Harry thought at it. Don't rummage, a pause. Surprise from the hat. It wasn't used to being challenged. Very well. Courage when it's useful, ambition, unlimited, loyalty. To those who earn it, intelligence, the question is insulting. The hat chuckled. You're a difficult case. Not because I don't know where to put you, but because you could thrive anywhere. The bravery for Gryffindor, the cunning for Slytherin, the intellect for Ravenclaw. What about Hufflepuff? You don't have the patience. Fair. But the real question, Mr. Potter Stark, is where do you want to be? Harry considered this. Through the brim of the hat, he could see the hall watching him, the Gryffindor table, where Hermione sat with her hands clasped. The Slytherin table, where Draco was watching with narrowed eyes. The head table, where Dumbledore leaned forward almost imperceptibly. Where my parents were, Harry thought, and was surprised by his own answer. Not strategically optimal, Slytherin would have given him access to the political networks he might need. Not intellectually optimal, Ravenclaw would have given him the academic resources he wanted. But he chose the house of his parents, because underneath the Arc Core and the engineering and the Stark armor, there was still a boy who'd been found in a cupboard and wanted, more than anything, to be connected to the people he'd lost. He'd never have admitted this. Not to Tony. Not to anyone. The hat knew. The hat saw it even through the shields, that one vulnerability, that one crack in the armor. Gryffindor. The hat shouted. The Gryffindor table exploded. Cheers, stomping, the Weasley twins, Ron's older brothers. Harry had already identified them, chanting, "We got Potter." "We got Potter." Harry pulled off the hat, handed it to McGonagall, and walked to the Gryffindor table with his back straight and his face composed and the Arc Core blazing gold at his chest. He sat down next to Hermione, who said, "You took nearly as long as I did." The hat and I had a philosophical disagreement. About what? Whether anyone gets to tell me who I am. Hermione looked at him. And I won, she laughed. It was the first time he'd heard her laugh, and it was bright and unexpected and genuine. And Harry filed it away in a category he didn't have a label for yet. The feast appeared on the tables, food from nothing, a violation of Gamp's law that Harry was itching to investigate. And Harry ate and observed and began the process of cataloging this strange, archaic, magnificent world that had been his birthright and would now be his domain. At the head table, Albus Dumbledore watched the boy with the golden light at his chest and felt, for the first time in a very long time, the cold touch of uncertainty. The boy was supposed to be broken. The prophecy required sacrifice, and sacrifice required suffering. And suffering required a childhood of deprivation that would make Harry Potter willing to die for a world that had failed him. That was the plan, Dumbledore's plan, crafted over years, built on the terrible mathematics of greater goods and necessary evils. Tony Stark had destroyed that plan in an afternoon. And what sat at the Gryffindor table now was not a weapon waiting to be aimed. It was something else entirely, a force that had already chosen its own direction, and God help anyone standing in its path. Dumbledore reached for his goblet of pumpkin juice and found that his hand was not quite steady. "What have you become, Harry?" he thought. Across the hall, as if he'd heard the thought, Harry looked up from his plate and met Dumbledore's eyes. The arc core pulsed once, bright, defiant, something you didn't plan for, the gaze said, and it was true. Chapter 2. The arrival. The Gryffindor common room smelled like old wood and firelight. Harry catalogued this automatically, the scent profile of a space Tony had taught him, told you more about its history than its appearance did. The common room smelled like generations of teenagers, like ink and parchment, and the faint burnt sugar trace of spellwork practiced in secret after curfew. The armchairs were worn soft. The tapestries moved, knights on horseback chasing each other across woven fields, a fat lady in a pink dress who guarded the entrance and had opinions about passwords. The other first years were buzzing. The feast had been enormous, the castle was impossible, and the novelty of it all had turned even the most reserved 11-year-olds into chatterboxes. Harry stood near the window while the Gryffindor prefect, a boy named Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother, who spoke with the officious gravity of someone who had been waiting his entire life for a shred of authority, explained the house rules. Curfew is at 9 for first years. Common room only after hours. The staircases move on Fridays. They move every day, Hermione corrected from an armchair. She had Hogwarts, a history open on her lap because of course she did. Fridays are just when they change their rotation pattern. Percy's eye twitched. As I was saying. Also, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is forbidden. Dumbledore mentioned it at the feast. Hermione looked up. He didn't say why. Probably because telling a castle full of children that something is forbidden is the most efficient way to guarantee they investigate it. Harry said from the window. He hadn't meant to say it loudly enough for the room to hear, but the common room had gone quiet at some point. He'd noticed that happening, the way conversations died when he spoke, people turning toward him with that hungry, expectant look. The boy who lived. They wanted him to be something. "You think it's a trap?" Ron asked from the couch, where he'd collapsed with the boneless sprawl of someone who'd eaten his body weight in roast chicken. "I think Dumbledore doesn't do anything without a reason. And a man who runs a school full of children doesn't announce a death trap at a welcome feast unless he wants specific people to find it." Harry turned from the window. "But that's tomorrow's problem. Where are the dormitories?" Percy, looking relieved to be back on script, led the first-year boys upstairs. The dormitory was a circular room at the top of a tower, with 5 four-poster beds arranged around the walls. Harry's trunk was already there, placed at the foot of the bed nearest the window. His doormates were Ron, a round-faced boy named Neville Longbottom who had finally found his toad, a sandy-haired Irish boy named Seamus Finnegan, and a quiet black boy named Dean Thomas, who had a West Ham poster already tacked to his bedpost. Harry drew the curtains around his bed, sat cross-legged on the mattress, and tapped his earpiece. "Jarvis." "Good evening, Harry. Congratulations on your sorting. I must say, the enchanted ceiling was impressive. The astronomical accuracy alone suggests a level of magical computation that rivals." Later, environmental report. "The castle's ambient magical field is extraordinarily dense. I'm detecting at least 14 distinct ward layers around the perimeter, anti-apparition, anti-muggle, various detection and protection enchantments. The wards are old, Harry. Some of them predate the castle itself. They appear to be anchored to the bedrock. And inside, the castle's internal structure is fluid. Rooms move, corridors shift. The architecture appears to respond to some form of intent-based logic that I'm still mapping. I've identified approximately 60% of the floor plan so far. The remaining 40% keeps rearranging itself. The third floor corridor, warded separately from the rest of the castle. Multiple layers of protection, some of which are recent additions within the last few months. Whatever's in there, it was placed deliberately and recently. Keep mapping. I want a full schematic by the end of the week. I'll do my best, though the castle seems to be actively resisting my scans in certain areas. It's almost as if it knows I'm looking. It probably does. Harry lay back on the bed and stared at the canopy. Through the curtains, he could hear his dormmates talking, Ron's voice, animated and warm, telling Dean about Quidditch, Neville quietly asking if anyone had seen his toad again. Normal sounds, kid sounds. Harry closed his eyes and felt the arc core pulse against his chest and thought about his mother, who had walked these halls, who had slept in this tower, who had been 17 when she died protecting him. He didn't think about that often. He didn't let himself. Jarvis, he said quietly. Yes, Harry, my mother was in Gryffindor, she was. According to McGonagall's records, Lily Evans was one of the most talented students Hogwarts had seen in a generation. Top of her year in charms and potions. Did she? Harry stopped, started again. Never mind. She would have been proud of you, Harry. Harry opened his eyes, stared at the canopy. You're an AI, you can't know that. I can extrapolate based on available data. And based on available data, any parent would be proud of what you've become. Harry reached up and touched the arc core through his shirt. The golden glow pulsed once, warm against his fingers. Thanks, Jarvis. Always, Harry. He slept. And if he dreamed of a woman with red hair and green eyes and a voice he couldn't quite remember, he didn't mention it to anyone. Morning at Hogwarts began with chaos. Harry was awake at 5:30 because Tony had instilled in him a routine that years of childhood had hardened into habit. Wake early, train, eat, work. He dressed, black trousers, fitted shirt, jacket, the Gryffindor tie because McGonagall had been specific about the uniform requirements, and Harry chose his battles and left the dormitory before anyone else stirred. The castle at dawn was different from the castle at night. The corridors were empty, the torches dimmed, and the silence had a quality to it that Harry recognized from Tony's workshop at 3 in the morning. The hum of a space that was thinking. He walked without direction, letting the castle show him what it wanted to show him, and found himself in a corridor he was certain hadn't been there the night before, a door at the end. Heavy oak, iron-banded, with no handle. Harry placed his palm against it and pushed magic into the wood, not a spell, not a technique from any book, just raw energy directed with intent. The door recognized him. He felt it, a brush of ancient awareness against his mind, like being sniffed by an enormous, invisible dog, and then it swung open. The room beyond was empty. Completely empty. Stone floor, stone walls, stone ceiling. No windows, no furniture, no decoration. But the magical energy in the room was dense enough to taste, and the moment Harry stepped inside, the arc core flared bright enough to cast sharp shadows. Jarvis, what is this? I'm not sure. The room doesn't appear on any schematic I've mapped. The energy readings are off the scale. This single room contains more ambient magical energy than the entire rest of the castle combined. It's as if the castle concentrated its power here. Harry stood in the center of the room and closed his eyes. Reached out with his senses, the ones Tony had helped him develop, the ability to feel magical energy fields the way a bat feels sonar returns. The room was waiting. It wanted something from him, an image in his mind, a workshop. His workshop in Malibu, the long benches, the holographic displays, the organized chaos of a space built for creation. The room rippled. Stone flowed like water, the floor leveled and smoothed. Benches rose from nothing, not stark quality, not yet, but solid workspaces with flat surfaces and built-in storage. The walls sprouted shelves. The ceiling reformed into a dome that amplified the arc core's light into a warm, golden glow that filled every corner. It's responsive. Harry said, opening his eyes. The room reshapes itself based on the occupant's needs. Remarkable. A physical space with intent recognition capabilities. The magical engineering required is 1,000 years ahead of anything the current wizarding world can produce. This room was built by the founders. Harry ran his hand along one of the benches. solid stone that felt like wood. Jarvis logged the location. This is my workshop now. Noted. Shall I begin transferring the expanded trunk contents? Not yet. I need to understand the room first. Its capabilities, its limits, how the intent recognition works. If I can reverse engineer this, you'll have a configurable magical space that can become anything you need. Exactly. Harry spent an hour in the room. He tested its responsiveness. It could produce simple objects, replicate basic tools, and reshape its own architecture at will, but it had limits. It couldn't create food, Gamp's law confirmed, couldn't produce magical artifacts. It could make a wand-shaped stick, but there was no magical core inside, and couldn't replicate technology. Harry's attempts to imagine a holographic projector produced a blank screen that did nothing. It was magical, not technological. The intersection of the two, Harry's specialty, would have to be built by hand. He left the room and watched the door vanish behind him. The wall was blank stone again, indistinguishable from any other stretch of corridor. I want to name it, Harry said. Might I suggest the workshop? Too obvious. And Tony would be offended if I named anything the workshop that wasn't up to his standards. Harry thought. The room of requirement, it gives you what you require. Elegant, I know. He made his way to the great hall for breakfast, where the early risers were trickling in, and the enchanted ceiling showed a sky of pale gold and thin clouds. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, poured himself coffee, actual coffee, thank God. The wizarding world wasn't completely uncivilized, and began reviewing the day's schedule from the first-year timetable that had been placed on his plate. Hermione arrived 10 minutes later, already carrying 3 books and looking like she'd been awake for hours. She sat across from him without preamble. You weren't in the dormitory this morning. Girls' dormitory has monitoring charms, or do you just keep tabs on everyone? I asked Ron. He said your bed was empty when he woke up. Ron woke up before 7. I'm impressed. I woke him up. She set her books down. Where were you? Harry considered deflecting, decided against it. Hermione Granger was sharp, persistent, and, if he was being honest, the only person he'd met at Hogwarts whose intelligence warranted actual engagement. Exploring, I found something interesting. What? I'll show you when I trust you, and when will that be? When you've earned it. Most people would have been offended. Hermione nodded like this was a perfectly reasonable answer. Fair, I'll work on that. She opened Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, and began reading. Then, without looking up, the device at your chest, the Arc Core, I stayed up last night thinking about it. And, it's not just an amplifier. An amplifier would increase your output, but it wouldn't change the quality of your magic. What I saw on the train, the stability, the precision, that suggests it's doing something to the waveform itself, cleaning it, regularizing the frequency. She looked up. It's a magical signal processor. Harry stared at her. The coffee cup paused halfway to his lips. Jarvis, he murmured. She got that in one night, from observation. I believe the phrase you're looking for is I'm impressed, Jarvis offered. Harry set down his coffee. You're not wrong. He said to Hermione, the Arc Core stabilizes and amplifies my magical output by synchronizing it with a secondary energy source. The result is cleaner, more consistent magic at higher power levels than I could achieve alone. He paused. Nobody's ever figured that out without me explaining it. Then you should meet smarter people. The laugh surprised him. It came out before he could stop it, a real laugh, not the controlled, performative version he'd learned from Tony. Hermione looked startled, then pleased, then carefully neutral. Don't let that go to your head, Harry said. Don't let yours get any bigger, she replied, and went back to her book. The first class of the day was Transfiguration, taught by McGonagall, who met them at the door of her classroom, wearing her usual expression of stern expectation, and greeted them with, Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing about in my class will leave and not come back. She then turned her desk into a pig and back again, the same demonstration she'd done in Tony's workshop 4 years ago. Harry caught her eye and saw the ghost of something warm there before she locked it down behind professionalism. The class began with theory, the principles of molecular restructuring through magical intent, which McGonagall explained in terms that Harry translated mentally into physics and found, to his surprise, were internally consistent. Magic wasn't random, it had laws. They were different from the laws of physics, but they were laws and they could be understood. The practical exercise was turning a match into a needle. Simple, beginner level, the kind of thing Harry had been doing since he was 7. Around him, students were jabbing wands at their matches and producing nothing. Ron's match had rolled off his desk 3 times. Neville's was emitting a thin trail of smoke. Hermione, to her visible frustration, had managed to make her slightly silver but not change its shape. The class was struggling, and McGonagall was making circuits of the room, offering corrections and encouragement with the patient intensity of someone who had been doing this for decades. Harry looked at his match. He didn't raise a hand, he didn't speak, he didn't gesture. He simply wanted it to be a needle, and the art core translated that want into a precise pulse of magical energy that restructured the match at the molecular level in approximately 1/10 of a second. The needle sat on his desk, perfect, silver, sharp, gleaming under the classroom torches. The student next to him, a Gryffindor girl named Lavender Brown, dropped her wand. "Professor," Lavender said, her voice climbing. "Professor, he didn't even use a." McGonagall arrived at Harry's desk. She looked at the needle. She looked at Harry. Her expression was very carefully blank. "Mr. Potter Stark, would you care to explain your method, direct magical manipulation?" Harry said. "The match is made of wood and sulfur. A needle is made of steel. The difference is molecular structure and elemental composition. I restructured the molecules and transmuted the elements." "No wand necessary." The classroom was silent. Every eye was on him. "That's NEWT level theory," McGonagall said quietly. "The elemental transmutation alone is basic chemistry guided by magical intent. The wand movements and incantations in the textbook are mnemonic devices. They help the caster focus their intent, but they're not actually required. The magic does the work. The wand just tells it where to go." "I'm aware of the theory, Mr. Potter Stark. But wandless, wordless transfiguration of this precision is typically beyond most adult wizards." "Then most adult wizards aren't trying hard enough." A beat of silence. McGonagall's lips pressed together, but Harry had known her for 4 years, and he could see the corners fighting not to turn up. 5 points to Gryffindor," she said, "for exceptional spell work." She paused. "And I'd encourage you to remember, Mr. Potter Stark, that your classmates are beginners. Patience is a virtue. So is excellence." McGonagall gave him a look that said you are going to be a problem and moved on. Around the room, students were whispering. Harry felt their stares, awe from some, resentment from others, and from the back of the room, where Hermione sat, a gaze of such focused intensity that he could practically feel it on his skin. He didn't turn around. But he smiled, a small, private smile, the kind Tony wore when a prototype exceeded expectations. The day continued. Charms with Professor Flitwick, a tiny man who stood on a stack of books, and nearly fell off his stack when Harry made a feather levitate without a wand, then made it orbit his head, then made it subdivide into 100 smaller feathers that formed a spinning helix pattern in the air above his desk. "My word," Flitwick squeaked, clutching his chest. "My word, Mr. Potter Stark, that's the precision alone. Thank you, Professor. How, practice, and good engineering." Flitwick looked at him the way Ollivander had, like he was seeing something that shouldn't exist, and wasn't sure whether to be delighted or terrified. Harry was getting used to this look. He was beginning to enjoy it. History of magic was taught by a ghost, which Harry found architecturally interesting. A consciousness without a physical substrate, persisting through pure magical energy, which had implications for everything from artificial intelligence to soul theory, and pedagogically useless. Because Professor Binns droned through his lecture with the enthusiasm of a man who had been dead for several decades and hadn't noticed. Harry tuned out the lecture and spent the period running calculations on his latest project, integrating runic arrays into the art core to expand its frequency range. Then came potions. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, cold, damp, and lit by torches that seemed to produce more shadow than light. Glass jars lined the walls, filled with things that floated in formaldehyde and watched you with dead eyes. The overall aesthetic was serial killer's basement. And Harry appreciated the commitment to atmosphere even as he found it ridiculous. The Gryffindors shared potions with the Slytherins, which meant Draco Malfoy was there, flanked by his bookend bodyguards, Crab and Goat or whatever their names were. Draco had spent the morning telling everyone who would listen that Potter Stark was a show-off and a fraud, which Harry knew because Jarvis was monitoring the castle's gossip network through acoustic sensors Harry had planted during his morning exploration. Harry took a seat near the front. Hermione sat next to him, which she'd been doing in every class, which Harry noticed and did not comment on. Ron sat behind them, still riding the high of having watched Harry humiliate every other student in 2 consecutive classes. The door slammed open. Professor Severus Snape swept into the room like a particularly hostile bat, his black robes billowing behind him in a way that was either magically enhanced or required years of practice. He was tall, pale, hook-nosed, and radiated the specific energy of a man who hated his job, hated his students, and wanted everyone to know it. He didn't call roll. He stopped at the front of the classroom, turned and found Harry with his eyes immediately, dark eyes flat with something ugly moving behind them. "Harry Potter," Snape said. He didn't use the Stark, our new celebrity. The room held its breath. Harry met Snape's gaze and held it. The Arc Core hummed. "Potter," Snape continued, his voice a silk-crapped razor. "Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry recognized the test. Not the academic kind, the dominance kind. Snape was establishing hierarchy. Picking the famous kid and trying to publicly embarrass him to assert control over the classroom. Tony had warned him about this. People in positions of petty authority will try to diminish you. Let them. Pick your battles. Harry had listened to the advice. He just didn't follow it. "Draft of Living Death," Harry said. "A powerful sleeping potion. The asphodel and wormwood are the base ingredients, but the potion also requires sloth brain and soporiferous bean juice. The standard recipe calls for clockwise stirring, but counterclockwise after every 7th turn produces a more potent result." Snape's eye flickered. That last detail wasn't in any standard textbook. "And where would you look if I asked you to find a bezoar?" Snape pressed. "Stomach of a goat. It's a calcified mass that neutralizes most poisons. Though in a practical emergency, you'd be better served by a general antidote charm, since bezoars have a variable efficacy rate depending on the poison and the size of the stone. The difference between monkshood and wolfsbane. There is no difference. They're the same plant, also known as aconite, Aconitum napellus. It's toxic to humans in its raw form and is a primary ingredient in the wolfsbane potion, which is used to manage lycanthropic transformations." Harry paused. "Would you like me to continue?" "I've read the entire 7th-year curriculum." The classroom was tomb silent. Draco's mouth was hanging open. Hermione had her hand half raised, as if she'd been about to answer and realized she didn't need to. Ron looked like he was watching his favorite Quidditch team score impossible goals. Snape stared at Harry. The muscles in his jaw were working. "I asked 3 questions," Snape said quietly. "Not a lecture. You asked 3 first-year questions of a student who isn't a first-year in any meaningful sense. I answered them thoroughly because I assumed you'd prefer competence to ignorance. Was I wrong?" The temperature in the room dropped. Not metaphorically, Harry felt it, and he wasn't sure if it was Snape's doing or the dungeons themselves responding to the tension. Snape took a step forward, closing the distance between them, and Harry could see it now, the hatred. Raw and visceral and disproportionate to anything an 11-year-old should inspire, this wasn't about Harry. This was about James Potter. Harry had read about it, the bullying, the rivalry, the bad blood between his father and this man that had curdled into something permanent and toxic. Snape looked at Harry and saw James, and 30 years of bitterness poured through that lens and landed on a child. Harry found this pathetic. He didn't bother to hide it. "Sit down, Potter," Snape said, and the words came out like he was chewing glass. "And perhaps spend less time memorizing textbooks and more time developing the humility your father never managed." "My father is Tony Stark," Harry said evenly. And humility was never in the family business. Something detonated behind Snape's eyes. For a moment, just a moment, Harry saw raw fury, the kind that precedes action, and his hands moved instinctively beneath his desk, magic gathering in his palms, the arc core flaring warm. If Snape moved on him, Harry would respond, without hesitation, without proportionality. But Snape didn't move. He pulled back from the edge with the rigid control of a man who had spent years on the precipice of worse, turned on his heel and stalked to the blackboard. "Today you will brew a simple cure for boils," Snape said to the class. "Instructions are on the board, you have 2 hours, begin." Harry brewed the potion perfectly. Not because it was difficult, it was laughably simple, basic chemistry with magical catalysts. But because he wanted Snape to watch him do it without a single instruction, without a single mistake, and know that this student was beyond anything his petty tyranny could touch. The potion shimmered in its cauldron, perfect color, perfect consistency, perfect temperature. Harry bottled a sample and placed it on Snape's desk. Snape examined it, looked at Harry. "Acceptable," he said, and the word cost him something. Harry walked back to his seat, passing Draco's cauldron, which was producing thick purple smoke that smelled like burning rubber. He didn't comment. He didn't need to. "You're going to make enemies," Hermione said quietly as he sat down. "Good. Enemies tell you where you stand. Friends just tell you what you want to hear." "Is that a Tony Stark quote?" "It's a Harry Stark quote." Hermione looked at him with that assessing gaze he was beginning to know well. "You don't have to fight everyone, you know. Some of these people would respect you if you just—" "I don't need their respect, I need them to understand what they're dealing with." "And what are they dealing with?" Harry turned to her. The arc core pulsed, and for a moment, golden light played across Hermione's features, catching the brown of her eyes and turning it amber. "Someone who will never ask permission," he said. Word spread fast. By the end of the first week, the entire school knew that Harry Potter Stark could perform wandless magic at a level that most professors couldn't match. The story of the Transfiguration class had been embellished in the retelling by the time it reached the Hufflepuffs. Harry had supposedly transfigured not just a match, but the entire desk into a silver throne, which was ridiculous, but also, Harry admitted privately, not beyond his capabilities. The potion's confrontation with Snape had become legendary before dinner. The charms demonstration was being discussed in the staff room. Harry didn't hide any of it. There was no strategic value in concealment. Tony had taught him that. If you had power, you displayed it. Not out of vanity, but out of pragmatism. A known threat was a deterrent. A hidden threat was just a surprise, and surprises only worked once. So Harry was Harry, loudly and without apology. He performed every practical exercise wandlessly. He answered questions in class with the thoroughness of someone who had read the entire curriculum twice. He walked the corridors of Hogwarts with the easy confidence of someone who belonged, not because the castle accepted him, but because he had decided to accept the castle, and that was the direction the power flowed. People reacted. Of course they did. The Gryffindors adopted him like a mascot. The Weasley twins declared him the most entertaining first year since us, which Harry accepted as the compliment it was intended to be. Percy Weasley watched him with the uncomfortable expression of a prefect who knew rules were being broken but couldn't identify which ones. Neville Longbottom followed him with puppy dog eyes, and a gratitude that Harry found inexplicable, until Ron explained that Harry had, without realizing it, intimidated the older students who'd been teasing Neville about his clumsiness. The Ravenclaws were fascinated. Several of them attempted to engage Harry in academic debate during meals, which Harry entertained when the questions were interesting and dismissed when they weren't, which was often. A fifth year named Roger Davies challenged him to a spell duel in the corridor outside the library, and Harry pinned him to the wall with a wandless full body bind so fast that Davies didn't register what had happened until he was already immobilized. "I don't duel," Harry said, walking past him. "Dueling implies the outcome is uncertain." He released the bind from 30 feet away around a corner without looking back. Davies slid down the wall and sat on the floor for a long time. The Hufflepuffs were wary. They watched Harry from a distance, whispering, and Harry let them. He had no quarrel with Hufflepuff and no interest in them. This was unfair and he knew it and he didn't care. Another Stark trait, the casual dismissal of anything that didn't register as relevant. The Slytherins were hostile. Draco Malfoy had gone from embarrassed to furious over the course of the week. Harry's public displays of power were, in Draco's mind, personal affronts, each wandless spell a reminder that the boy Draco had tried to condescend to on the boats was operating on a level Draco couldn't reach with a wand, a tutor, and his father's entire fortune. Draco confronted Harry on Friday morning outside the Great Hall. He had Crabbe and Goyle flanking him, and he positioned himself in the center of the corridor with the practiced arrogance of someone who had watched his father do this many times. "Potter Stark," Draco's voice carried. Students slowed in the corridor, sensing a scene. Or should I say Potter, since that's the name that actually means something. Harry stopped walking. He had his hands in his pockets, jacket hanging open, the art core visible through his shirt. He looked at Draco the way you'd look at a mildly interesting bug. "Malfoy, you've been showing off all week. Wandless magic, embarrassing professors, acting like you own the place." "My father says, your father isn't here. I thought we covered this." Draco's cheeks went pink. "My father says you're a half-blood raised by a muggle, that your power is artificial, some muggle device doing the work for you, that without that thing on your chest, you're nothing." The corridor went quiet. Harry felt the stares, dozens of them, students frozen in place, watching, waiting. He could have responded with words, could have pointed out that the art core amplified his magic but didn't create it, that he'd been performing wandless feats since age 6, that the concept of blood purity was genetically absurd. He could have been measured and rational and mature. But Harry was 11, and he was a Stark, and somewhere under the engineering and the confidence was a boy who had been called a freak by people who weren't fit to shine his shoes, and the memory of it still burned. He raised his hand, not dramatically, just lifted it, palm open, fingers relaxed. The art core pulsed once, and the magic that flowed through him was smooth and absolute, and every loose object in the corridor, books, bags, quills, hats, a first-year's cat, rose into the air, everything, all of it, floating. Hovering in perfect stillness, as if gravity had been politely asked to take a break, students gasped, grabbed at floating belongings. A Hufflepuff girl shrieked as her bag drifted past her head. The corridor had become a zero-gravity chamber, and Harry stood at its center with his hand raised and his eyes locked on Draco Malfoy. "Nothing," Harry said softly. "You think this is nothing?" He closed his fist. Everything dropped. Books slammed to the floor. Bags thudded. The cat yowled and landed on its feet and sprinted away. The Hufflepuff girl scrambled for her things. Harry stepped forward. Draco stumbled back. Crabbe and Goyle looked at each other with the expressions of trolls who had wandered into a situation beyond their intellectual capacity. "Let me explain something to you, Malfoy. Your father's money, his name, his political connections, none of that matters here. Not to me. In this castle, the only currency that counts is what you can do, and from what I've seen, what you can do is parrot your father's opinions and bully people smaller than you." Harry tilted his head. "I grew up with someone who builds weapons for a living. I know what power looks like." "And you don't have any." He walked past Draco, didn't bump his shoulder, didn't make contact, just moved through the space Draco occupied as if Draco weren't there, as if the obstacle had already been removed. Behind him, the corridor was silent. Then the whispers started, building like a wave. Ron caught up to him at the entrance to the Great Hall. "That was bloody brilliant. That was a waste of energy. Are you kidding? Did you see his face?" Malfoy looked like he was going to wet himself. "He's not important, Ron. He's a symptom. A symptom of what? Of a world that thinks blood and money and family names are substitutes for ability." Harry sat down at the Gryffindor table and reached for the coffee. Pass the toast. Ron passed the toast, still grinning. Hermione, who had arrived in time to see the end of the confrontation, sat down across from Harry and did not smile. You levitated an entire corridor, she said. I did. Involuntary magic from dozens of students' belongings, controlled simultaneously, maintained for approximately 8 seconds. The magical energy required, minimal, actually. Levitation at that scale is about field manipulation, not individual object control. I created a localized reduction in gravitational constant rather than levitating each object separately, more efficient. Hermione's eyes widened. You altered the local gravity, temporarily and reversibly. The corridor's fine. That's not, Harry, that's not normal magic. Altering fundamental physical constants, that's theoretical. There are papers about it. Nobody's had the tools. Harry tapped the arc core through his shirt. I do. Hermione stared at him. Then she pulled out a notebook. She'd started carrying one specifically for conversations with Harry and began writing furiously. What are you doing? Notes. If you won't explain the arc core to me, I'll build my understanding from observation. That gravity manipulation tells me the core isn't just amplifying your magical signal, it's allowing you to interface with magic at a fundamental level. You're not casting spells, you're rewriting the rules. Harry watched her write. Her handwriting was small and precise, and she wrote fast, filling lines with a speed that suggested her mind was running ahead of her hand. You're something else, Granger, he said, and he meant it. Hermione looked up. Their eyes met, and something passed between them that was too new to name and too real to ignore. So are you, she said. That's the problem. The weekend brought flying lessons, which Harry had been looking forward to with the particular anticipation of someone who had spent years building things that flew and had never flown himself. The lesson was on the grounds, supervised by Madame Hooch, a sharp-eyed woman with the posture of a raptor. 20 broomsticks lay in rows on the grass. The first years stood beside them, Gryffindors and Slytherins again, and the autumn air was crisp with the smell of cut grass and approaching rain. Stick your hand over the broom and say up, Madame Hooch instructed. Harry looked at the broom. It was old, its bristles crooked, its handle scarred, a blunt instrument. He extended his hand. Up. The broom didn't just rise, it leapt. It slammed into his palm with enough force to sting, vibrating with eagerness, and Harry felt the enchantments in the wood singing against his magical field. The broom wanted to fly. It was begging to fly around him. Other students struggled. Ron's broom rolled over. Hermione's hovered uncertainly. Neville's refused to move. Draco's rose smoothly. He'd been flying since childhood, apparently, and his smirk said he knew it. Now mount your brooms, Hooch said. And on my whistle, push off gently, gently, Mr. Longbottom. Too late. Neville, nervous and overcompensating, kicked off too hard. His broom shot skyward like a cork from a bottle, and Neville clung to it with a shriek that cut through the morning air, rising 20 feet, 30, 40, the broom bucking wildly as his panic fed the enchantment, and the enchantment fed the chaos. Longbottom, come down immediately. Hooch shouted, but Neville couldn't hear her over his own terror. He was 60 feet up now, spinning, the broom jerking sideways, and then his grip failed. Neville fell. 60 feet of open air between him and the ground, and gravity was a law that didn't accept appeals. Harry moved. Not thought, movement. The arc reactor pulsed, and his feet left the ground without a broom, without anything. He flew. Not on a broom, under his own power. Magic streaming from his palms and feet in controlled bursts of golden light, propelling him upward at a speed that turned the world into a blur. He covered 60 feet of vertical distance in under 2 seconds, caught Neville around the waist 30 feet from the ground, and redirected their combined momentum with a burst of force that turned a fatal plummet into a controlled descent. They landed on the grass. Harry on his feet, steady. Neville in his arms, hyperventilating. The grounds were silent. 20 students, 1 teacher, all of them frozen in place, staring at the boy who had just flown without a broom. Harry set Neville down carefully. You're okay, just breathe. Neville was shaking, his eyes were wet. You caught me, obviously. You were flying. Without how did you practice? Harry straightened up, and he registered the stares, the open mouths, the expressions ranging from shock to disbelief to raw, unadulterated awe. Madame Hooch was gripping her whistle so hard her knuckles were white. Draco Malfoy had gone the color of old milk. Mr. Potter Stark, Hooch managed. Did you just achieve unaided human flight? Magical propulsion, Harry corrected. It's essentially directed force output from multiple points on the body, creating lift and thrust vectors. The principle is the same as a broom, the broom just does the calculations for you. That's not possible, it just happened, I'd say it's possible. Hooch opened her mouth. Closed it, opened it again. 10 points to Gryffindor, and please come see me after class, I have questions. The crowd broke into noise. Ron was whooping. The Weasley twins, who had somehow appeared on the edge of the grounds despite not having a flying lesson, were applauding. Neville was being helped to the hospital wing by Hermione, who kept looking back over her shoulder at Harry with an expression he couldn't decode. Draco stood rooted to the spot, staring at Harry, and on his face was something new. Not anger, not jealousy. Something colder and more complicated. The dawning realization that the gap between them was not something effort or money or blood could close. That Harry Potter Stark existed on a different scale of being, and Draco Malfoy would spend the rest of his life in that shadow unless he found his own light. Harry saw it, understood it, and felt nothing which should have worried him. The troll came on Halloween. Harry had been at Hogwarts for 2 months. In that time, he had established a routine that the castle adjusted to and the staff endured. He woke early, spent an hour in the room of requirement, which he had now fully equipped with a hybrid workshop merging magical and Stark technology. Attended classes with the bored patience of a graduate student auditing a kindergarten course, and spent his evenings experimenting. His relationship with the teaching staff was complicated. McGonagall treated him with a combination of pride and exasperation. Flitwick was openly fascinated and had begun giving Harry 7th-year texts to read. Snape hated him with a consistency that Harry found almost comforting in its predictability. Dumbledore had not spoken to him directly since the feast, but Harry felt the old man's attention like a hand on the back of his neck, always there, always watching. His relationship with his classmates was simpler. They were afraid of him, in awe of him, or both. Ron was his friend, the first real friend Harry had ever had outside of Tony and Jarvis. A loyal, uncomplicated presence who laughed at Harry's jokes and wasn't intimidated by his power. Mostly because Ron processed intimidation very slowly and was too busy being enthusiastic to be afraid. Hermione was something else. Not a friend exactly, something more contentious and more vital. She challenged him, argued with him, refused to be impressed by displays of power and demanded explanations instead. She was the only person at Hogwarts who made Harry feel like he had to earn her regard, and he found this simultaneously irritating and addictive. Their arguments were legendary. They'd had one in the library that lasted 3 hours and covered the ethical implications of wandless magic, the shortcomings of the Hogwarts curriculum, the validity of blood purity as a genetic concept. Harry had projected a Punnett square in midair and walked Hermione through it. She'd conceded the genetics, but argued that the social construct was the real issue, which was a better point than Harry wanted to admit. And whether Snape was genuinely prejudiced or merely performing prejudice for strategic reasons. They agreed he was both. On October 31st, Halloween, Harry was in the room of requirement when Jarvis interrupted his work. Harry, I'm detecting an unusual energy signature in the lower levels of the castle. Large, biological, moving, define large, approximately 12 feet tall. The magical signature is consistent with what the textbooks describe as a mountain troll. Harry set down his tools. There's a troll in the castle. It appears to have entered through the dungeons. It's currently moving toward the first-floor girls' lavatory. Why would a troll be in the castle? An excellent question. Trolls are not native to Scotland, and the castle's wards should prevent unauthorized entry by any creature of that size and magical signature. Someone let it in, or the wards were deliberately opened. Harry was already moving. He left the room of requirement at a run, actual running, because flight in the corridors would trigger the castle's internal monitoring, and he didn't want Dumbledore's attention right now. He wanted to reach the troll first. Not because he was concerned about his own safety. A mountain troll was, by the textbook's own admission, magically weak and intellectually negligible, but because Hermione was in the girls' lavatory. Ron had said something stupid to her after Charms. Something about her being a know-it-all, about having no friends, and Hermione had disappeared. Several students had reported hearing her crying in the first-floor bathroom. Harry had filed this information, intended to deal with it later. And now later was too late because there was a 12-foot troll moving directly toward the room where Hermione Granger was alone and upset and unaware. He came around the corner of the first-floor corridor at a full sprint and skidded to a halt. The troll was already there. It stood in the corridor outside the lavatory, a mountain of gray-green flesh and stupidity, clutching a wooden club the size of a small tree. It stank a rank animal smell that turned the air thick. It grunted, swung its massive head toward the bathroom door, and raised the club. Harry didn't think, didn't plan, didn't calculate. He hit the troll with everything he had. The concussive blast came from both hands simultaneously, a focused shockwave of magical force amplified by the arc core, golden energy that turned the air into a visible wave of heat and light. The blast caught the troll in the chest and launched it backward down the corridor. 12 feet of dense muscle and bone hit the far wall with a crack that shook the floor, and stone spiderwebbed around the impact crater, and the troll slid to the ground in a heap of limbs and confusion. It wasn't dead. Harry could see it breathing, stunned, disoriented, but not finished. Trolls were magically resistant, dense, hard to put down permanently. Harry walked toward it. The troll shook its head, focused its small, stupid eyes, roared, a sound like boulders grinding together, and surged to its feet, swinging the club in a wild arc that would have pulped anything it connected with. Harry caught the club, not with his hands, with magic. A field of golden energy wrapped around the wooden shaft and held it mid-swing, the troll's enormous strength arrested by a force it couldn't see or understand. The troll pulled. The club didn't move. The troll pulled harder. The club shattered, exploding into splinters as Harry increased the pressure of his grip, the wood compressing past its tolerance in a single, violent instant. The troll stared at its empty hands. Then it stared at Harry. Then, for the first time in its dim existence, it experienced the emotion that separates living things from stones, fear. Harry raised his hand. The arc core blazed. Magic gathered, visible, dense, a sphere of golden light between his palm and the troll's skull, and in the corridor behind him. The bathroom door opened, and Hermione Granger stood there with tears on her face, and saw Harry Potter Stark about to destroy a creature with the casual application of power that most wizards reserved for nightmares. Harry, don't, he stopped. Not because the troll didn't deserve it. Trolls were dangerous, and this one had been heading for a room with a student in it. Not because he couldn't. The energy was there, gathered, ready, and it would have ended the troll as completely and effortlessly as stepping on an insect. He stopped because Hermione's voice cut through the arc core's hum and the adrenaline, and the cold, efficient part of his brain that had already classified the troll as a threat to be eliminated, and it reminded him that there was a difference between can and should. He hated that difference. Tony had never taught him to respect it. Harry lowered his hand. The gathered energy dispersed. The troll, sensing reprieve, bolted, crashing back through the corridor toward the dungeons, its footsteps shaking the floor, leaving a trail of destruction and the lingering smell of garbage. Harry stood in the corridor, breathing hard, the arc core slowly dimming from blazing to its usual steady pulse. He turned around. Hermione was in the bathroom doorway. Her eyes were red from crying, her hair was wild, and she was looking at Harry with an expression that contained fear, gratitude, awe, and something else, something that looked a lot like grief. "You were going to kill it," she said. "It was heading for you. You were going to kill it." "Yes." Without hesitation. Hesitation gets people killed, Harry. Hermione stepped into the corridor. Her voice was shaking, but not with fear, with the intensity of someone who was about to say something important. "You just stopped a mountain troll by yourself. You threw it through a wall. You shattered its weapon with your mind, and you were going to destroy it, a living creature, without a second thought. It's a troll. They have the cognitive capacity of a... That's not the point." Her voice bounced off the stone walls. "The point is that you didn't even pause. You didn't consider any other option. You saw a threat, and your first instinct was to obliterate it. My first instinct was to protect you." The words landed between them like a stone in still water. Hermione's mouth opened, then closed. Her expression shifted, the grief receding, replaced by something complicated and raw. "I know," she said, softer. "I know that's what you were doing, and I thank you. You saved my life, probably, but Harry," she took a breath. "Power without restraint isn't strength, it's just destruction." That sounds like something Dumbledore would say. It sounds like something someone who cares about you would say. Harry stared at her. The corridor was quiet. Somewhere in the castle, footsteps were approaching, teachers, drawn by the noise, and the window they had to say something honest was closing. "I don't know what you mean by that," Harry said, and it was the first genuine admission of ignorance he'd made since arriving at Hogwarts. "I know." Hermione said, "That's what worries me." Footsteps closer now, McGonagall's voice sharp with concern, Snape's tight with suspicion. And behind them, the slower, measured tread of Albus Dumbledore. They arrived as a group. McGonagall saw the cracked wall, the Trolls' Club in splinters, the two first-year students standing alone in a corridor that looked like a bomb had hit it, and her face went through 4 distinct expressions in 2 seconds. "What happened here?" she demanded. "Mountain troll," Harry said. "Entered through the dungeons, made its way to this corridor. I intercepted it. It left." "You intercepted a mountain troll," Snape said flatly. "I did. By yourself. Wasn't difficult." Snape's eyes traveled the corridor, the impact crater in the wall, the shattered club, the scorch marks where Harry's magic had discharged. His jaw tightened. "Mr. Potter Stark," Dumbledore said, speaking for the first time. His voice was calm, mild, the voice of a grandfather discussing a minor household mishap. But his eyes were sharp behind those half-moon spectacles, and they were fixed on the arc core at Harry's chest. "Perhaps you could explain how a mountain troll entered a castle that is supposed to be one of the most protected magical structures in Britain." "Perhaps you could explain it," Harry replied. "You're the headmaster. You're responsible for the wards." Either the wards failed, which seems unlikely, given their age and sophistication, or someone bypassed them intentionally. A beat. Dumbledore's gaze didn't waver. "A serious accusation," Dumbledore said, "a logical deduction. Trolls don't open doors or navigate castle corridors. Someone guided it. Or released it. The question is why." "And you have a theory." Harry looked at Dumbledore, really looked at him. The old man was performing, the mild concern, the measured tone, the carefully projected authority. It was a good performance. Tony would have appreciated the craft of it. But Harry had been raised by the master of performative authority, and he could see the scaffolding behind the facade. "The third-floor corridor," Harry said. "Something's hidden there, something valuable enough to protect with multiple security layers and a public warning." The troll was a distraction, draw attention away from the third floor while someone made an attempt on whatever's behind that door. The temperature in the corridor changed. Snape stiffened. McGonagall's eyes darted to Dumbledore, and Dumbledore did something interesting. He smiled. It was a small smile, gentle, grandfatherly, and completely false. "You have a remarkable mind, Harry," Dumbledore said, first name, intimate, a deliberate choice. "Your father, Tony Stark, has clearly given you extraordinary gifts. My father gave me the tools to use what I was born with." "There's a difference." "Indeed there is." Dumbledore paused. "I would ask, Harry, that you leave the matter of the third-floor corridor to the adults. There are dangers in this castle that even your considerable talents may not, headmaster. Harry's voice was polite, firm, utterly unintimidated. I'm not going to pretend I didn't see what I saw tonight. A troll entered your school. Students were in danger. Your security failed. If you'd like to have a conversation about what's really happening here, I'm available, but don't ask me to pretend it's not my business. Everything in this castle is my business. I'm a student here. Another silence, longer this time. The teachers flanking Dumbledore were immobile, McGonagall with her lips pressed thin, Snape with his dark eyes burning, and behind them, several other professors who had arrived in time to hear the exchange. Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. Very well. We will discuss this further, Harry. For now, I believe Miss Granger should be escorted to her common room, and you, Mr. Potter Stark, should get some rest. You've had quite an evening. It was a dismissal. Harry recognized it. He also recognized that Dumbledore was accustomed to dismissals being obeyed, that the gentle authority in his voice had been bending people to his will for over a century. Harry didn't bend. But he chose to comply because the information he'd gained tonight was more valuable than the satisfaction of defiance. Dumbledore was hiding something. The troll was a symptom. And whatever was on the third floor was the disease. He walked Hermione back to Gryffindor Tower. They didn't speak. The silence between them was heavy but not uncomfortable, the silence of two people processing something that had changed the shape of their relationship. Though neither of them could have said exactly how, at the portrait hole, Hermione stopped. Harry. Yeah, thank you for saving me. Don't mention it. And Harry. Yeah, I am your friend. You know that, right? He looked at her. Hermione Granger, bushy hair and fierce eyes, and a mind that could keep pace with his own, the only mind he'd found that could. She was standing in the torchlight of a castle corridor, earnest and vulnerable and brave in a way that had nothing to do with trolls or magic. Yeah, Harry said. I know. She went inside. Harry stood in the corridor for a moment, the arc core pulsing at his chest, and felt something unfamiliar and warm in the space behind his ribs. Then he pushed it down, because feelings were inefficient, and went to bed, but he didn't forget it. Tony. Kid, how's the castle? Have you overthrown the monarchy yet? Not yet. Listen. Because I've been reading about this Wisengamot thing, and let me tell you, their legislative structure makes the U.S. Senate look like a model of Tony. There's something hidden in the castle. Silence on the line. Tony's version of silence was different from other people's. It wasn't the absence of thought. It was the presence of all thought at once, compressed into a point of focused attention. Tell me, he said. Harry told him. The third-floor corridor, the multiple security layers. The troll as distraction. Dumbledore's non-answer. The logical chain that connected all of it to something valuable enough to hide in a school full of children and dangerous enough to guard with lethal force. Tony listened. When Harry finished, there was a pause, the sound of someone pulling up data, cross-referencing, building a picture. The Philosopher's Stone, Tony said. The what? I've been reading. McGonagall's books plus some sources I acquired through channels you don't need to know about. There's an artifact called the Philosopher's Stone, created by an alchemist named Nicholas Flamel. It can turn lead into gold and produce an elixir of immortality. Flamel is over 600 years old. Harry processed this. And Dumbledore has it in the school, if the intelligence is good, yes. He moved it from Gringotts, that's the Wizarding Bank, earlier this year. There was a break-in at the bank around the same time. Someone was after it. Voldemort, unknown. But if a supposedly dead dark wizard is making plays for an immortality stone, then Dumbledore's decision to hide it in a school full of children is either the most brilliant defensive strategy I've ever seen or the most irresponsible. It's both. He's using the school as a fortress and the students as what? Camouflage, human shields. Or he's using the stone as bait to draw Voldemort out. Harry sat in the room of requirement, surrounded by his hybrid technology, and felt the cold precision of strategic thinking settle over him like a familiar coat. He's using me as bait, Harry said. The boy who lived in the same building as the thing Voldemort wants most. It's a mousetrap and I'm the cheese. That's my raid too. Tony's voice had gone flat, controlled, the voice he used when he was angry enough to be dangerous. I'm coming to England. Not yet. Harry, if you show up now, Dumbledore knows we're aware of the stone. Right now, we have an information advantage. I know what's here. I know it's bait. And I know Dumbledore is playing a game with my life. I'd rather know the game and play it on my terms than blow the advantage by tipping our hand. Silence. Then a sound that might have been a laugh or might have been Tony Stark realizing that his 11-year-old son had just out-strategized him. You're terrifying, Tony said. You know that, I learned from the best. Damn right you did. Okay, we play it your way. But I want daily reports, and if anything escalates beyond what you can handle. There's nothing here I can't handle. Harry, promise me. Harry paused. Tony didn't ask for promises lightly. It was the one currency between them that was never counterfeited. A promise from a Stark was inviolable, and they both knew it. I promise, Harry said. If it gets beyond me, I'll call. Good, now tell me about this room you found, the one that reshapes itself. Because I have some ideas about spatial compression that, they talked for 2 hours. Engineering, magic, the intersection of the two. Tony's voice through the earpiece, warm and excited and alive with the joy of discovery. Harry in the room of requirement, surrounded by the tools of two worlds, building something unprecedented. This was home. Not a place, a state of being, the shared space between two minds that spoke the same language and saw the same future. Harry didn't need a wand. He didn't need a prophecy. He didn't need the wizarding world's approval or Dumbledore's guidance or anyone's permission to be what he was. He was a Stark. And Starks built their own destiny. November passed. December crept in with a cold that turned the castle into an ice palace, frost on every window, breath visible in the corridors, students huddled in common rooms around fires that burned without consuming their fuel. Harry found the cold invigorating. It sharpened his focus, made the arc core glow brighter, as if the device ran more efficiently at lower temperatures. He spent the month gathering intelligence. The third-floor corridor was guarded by a three-headed dog. Jarvis had detected it through acoustic analysis. The creature's breathing pattern was tripartite, 3 distinct rhythms overlapping. Harry confirmed it personally during a late-night reconnaissance, slipping past the locked door with a wandless unlocking charm and standing in the doorway while the massive dog slept on a trapdoor. A trapdoor. So the stone was underneath, through a series of obstacles that Harry could already partially map through Jarvis's energy scans. Multiple magical signatures, each distinct, different protections, probably contributed by different professors. A collaborative security system. Elegant in a medieval sort of way, Harry didn't go further, not yet. There was no rush. The stone wasn't going anywhere, and Harry wanted to understand the full picture before he acted. Tony had taught him that. Never walk into a room until you've mapped every exit. What he learned during November changed his understanding of several things. First, Severus Snape was not what he appeared to be. Harry had watched Snape carefully since the troll incident. The potions professor was hostile, bitter, and prejudiced, all confirmed, but he was also something else. Harry caught it during a staff meeting he'd eavesdropped on through Jarvis's acoustic network, Snape arguing with Dumbledore in the staff room, his voice tight with anger. You can't use the boy like this, Albus. Lily wouldn't have wanted Lily. Harry's mother, Snape had known her. Had cared about her. The bitterness, the hatred, it wasn't just about James Potter. It was about Lily Evans and whatever relationship Snape had lost and the child who carried her eyes in his enemy's face. Harry filed this away, didn't confront Snape, didn't mention it to anyone. Information was ammunition, and he didn't waste ammunition on warning shots. Second, Quirrell was wrong. Professor Quirrell taught defense against the dark arts, and he was, by consensus, the worst teacher at Hogwarts. He stuttered. He flinched at loud noises. He smelled like garlic. He was afraid of his own subject, which was like a swimming instructor who was afraid of water, except Harry's sensors said otherwise. The man has 2 distinct energy signatures, Jarvis reported one evening during one of Harry's data review sessions. One is normal, standard magical core, relatively average power level. The other is something else. It's suppressed, hidden, but it's there. A parasitic energy signature overlaid on his own. Parasitic, it appears to be feeding on his magical energy, using his body as a host. The secondary signature is Harry. The frequency pattern matches archival data on Voldemort. Harry went very still. The room of requirement felt smaller suddenly, the walls closer. Voldemort is in the castle, Harry said, on Professor Quirrell, in some form. The data is consistent with a possession scenario, a disembodied magical consciousness inhabiting a living host. Harry stood, paced. The arc core was pulsing fast, responding to his elevated heart rate, his surging adrenaline. Not fear, he wasn't afraid, he was angry. Angry that Voldemort was here in the school, wearing a teacher like a suit. Angry that Dumbledore almost certainly knew, how could he not, with his level of power and perception, and had done nothing, because it was the plan. The bait, the trap, the long game that Dumbledore was playing with Harry's life and the lives of every student in the castle. Let Voldemort get close. Let Harry be the cheese. Wait for the mouse to come to the trap. Jarvis, Harry said, and his voice was very calm. Begin monitoring Quirrell around the clock. Every movement, every conversation, every fluctuation in that parasitic signature. I want to know exactly what Voldemort is doing and when he's going to make his move. Understood, and Harry, be careful. I'm always careful. You're never careful. You're calculated, there's a difference. Harry almost smiled. Jarvis. Yes, if I told you I was going to go after the stone before Voldemort does, take it, study it, use it as leverage, what would you say? I would say that's an extraordinarily dangerous course of action that would put you in direct conflict with both the most powerful dark wizard in history and the most powerful light wizard in history simultaneously. And that you should probably tell Tony first. I'm not telling Tony. He'd fly here and that would blow the whole thing. Then I would say that I can't stop you, and I'm not designed to try, and I trust your judgment even when it frightens me. AIs don't get frightened. This AI has watched you grow up. I've taken certain liberties with my emotional subroutines. Harry stood in the room of requirement, golden light at his chest, the weight of 2 worlds on his shoulders, and made a decision. He would go after the stone. Not to protect it, Dumbledore's games weren't his concern, but to take it, to study it. To understand how a medieval alchemist had cracked the code of immortality using magic alone, and to see if that knowledge could be improved. The Philosopher's Stone was the most powerful magical artifact in the world. Harry wanted it, and Harry Stark took what he wanted. He'd go during Christmas break when the castle was empty, when Dumbledore's attention was elsewhere, when the mousetrap was unwatched. He had a month to prepare. And preparation was what Starks did best. On the last day of November, Harry found Hermione in the library. She was at her usual table, the one in the back corner, surrounded by books stacked like fortifications. A quill scratching across parchment in her small, precise handwriting. She looked up when Harry sat down across from her, and her eyes did the thing they always did, that quick, comprehensive scan, checking his expression, his posture, the brightness of the arc core, reading him. You figured something out, she said, not a question. Maybe. And you're not going to tell me what? Maybe. Hermione set down her quill. You do this. You gather information, process it privately, make decisions unilaterally, and present the results as fait accompli. It's insufferable. It's efficient. It's lonely. The word hung between them. Harry leaned back in his chair and studied her, Hermione Granger, who had arrived at Hogwarts knowing no one, desperate to prove herself, armed with nothing but intelligence and determination. Who had been crying in a bathroom on Halloween before a troll nearly killed her. Who had looked at Harry Potter Stark, powerful, arrogant, untouchable, and instead of being intimidated, had set about the task of understanding him with the same methodical rigor she applied to everything. She wasn't afraid of him. She might have been the only person who wasn't. I found out what's on the 3rd floor, Harry said. Hermione's eyes sharpened. She leaned forward. Tell me. The Philosopher's Stone, created by Nicholas Flamel. It produces the elixir of life, immortality in a bottle. Dumbledore moved it here from Gringotts to protect it from Voldemort. Hermione's breath caught. Voldemort, he's here, in the castle, possessing Quirrell. The color drained from Hermione's face, not fear processing. Her mind working through the implications at the same speed Harry's did, arriving at the same conclusions. Dumbledore knows, she whispered. Dumbledore orchestrated it. He's the headmaster, he's supposed to protect, he's protecting the wizarding world, we're just the mechanism. Harry's voice was clinical, detached. The voice of someone who had learned, very young, that the people in charge didn't always have your interests at heart. Dumbledore needs Voldemort to make a move. He needs the confrontation to happen on his terms in his territory. And he needs me, the boy who lived, the symbolic target, to be here when it does. So what are you going to do? I'm going to take the stone. Hermione stared at him. You're going to take it before Voldemort can study it, understand it. And then decide what to do with it from a position of knowledge, not ignorance. Harry, that's insane. It's strategic. It's stealing from Dumbledore. It's acquiring an unsecured asset in a hostile environment. Dumbledore left a priceless artifact in a school protected by puzzles that a first year could solve. If he didn't want someone to take it, he wouldn't have made it accessible. Hermione opened her mouth, then closed it. She recognized the logic, hated it, but recognized it. He made it accessible as a trap. Then he should have built a better one. And what about Voldemort? If he's possessing Quirrell, if he's here for the stone, then he'll make his move, find the stone gone, and be forced to improvise. And improvisation, Granger, is where amateurs make mistakes. Hermione was quiet for a long time. The library hummed around them, the rustle of pages, the scratch of quills, the living silence of a room full of knowledge. You can't do this alone, she said finally. I can do anything alone. That's not what I said you can't. Not because you're not capable, obviously you're capable, but because doing everything alone is a choice, not a necessity, and it's a bad one. You have people who, she caught herself, started again. I'm coming with you. No, I'm coming with you, Hermione. You'll need someone who's actually studied the protective enchantments. I've been researching them since Halloween. I know the defenses are contributed by different professors, and some of them are logic-based, not power-based. Your brute force approach won't work on everything. Harry looked at her. She met his gaze without flinching. You realize this could be dangerous, he said. You realize I don't care. Something shifted between them, a lock turning, a door opening. The first real crack in the wall Harry had built around himself since the cupboard, since Tony, since the art core and the power and the armor of arrogance that kept the world at arm's length. Hermione Granger was not impressed by his power. She was not afraid of his ego. She looked at him and saw not the boy who lived or the stark air or the walking weapon, but a boy who was brilliant and lonely and too proud to admit he needed anyone. She saw him, and she stayed anyway. Fine, Harry said. You're in. Hermione smiled, not the bright, delighted smile from the train, but something quieter and more significant. A smile that said finally, Christmas break, she asked. Christmas break. I'll prepare, I know you will. They sat in the library as the afternoon faded, the winter light turning the windows to gold, and planned the most audacious theft in the history of Hogwarts. And in his office at the top of the castle, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk with his fingers steepled and his eyes closed, and thought about a boy with a golden light at his chest who was not following the script. The prophecy said Harry Potter would face Voldemort. It said one of them would die. It said nothing about arc reactors or wandless magic or the stubborn brilliance of a muggle billionaire who had loved a broken child and rebuilt him as something unprecedented. Dumbledore had planned for a weapon, a sacrifice. A boy who would walk willingly into death because he had nothing else to live for. Instead, he had Harry Stark, who had everything to live for and power enough to keep it, and the arrogance to believe he could rewrite destiny itself. Dumbledore reached for a lemon drop. His hand was not quite steady. The game was changing. And for the first time in a very long time, Albus Dumbledore was not sure he was the one playing it. Chapter 3. The architecture of Power December came to Hogwarts like a slow exhale of cold. The castle transformed overnight, or it seemed that way, though Harry suspected the enchantments had been building for weeks, layering frost and warmth in the contradictory way magic insisted on operating. 12 enormous Christmas trees appeared in the Great Hall, decorated with living fairies and enchanted icicles that glittered but didn't melt. The suits of armor sang carols badly. The ghosts wore festive hats. And the students, giddy with the approaching holiday, turned every corridor into a snowball fight and every common room into a party. Harry watched all of it from behind the wall of his own focus, 3 weeks until Christmas break. 3 weeks until the castle emptied. 3 weeks to prepare for the most important thing he'd done since Tony pulled him out of that cupboard. He spent the first week mapping. Jarvis had already identified the broad strokes of the third-floor protections, but Harry needed detail. Not just what the defenses were, but how they worked, who had built them, and, most importantly, where the gaps were. Every security system had gaps. Tony had taught him that during a particularly memorable weekend when Harry was 9, and Tony had spent 48 hours breaking into his own company's server network to prove a point to the head of cybersecurity. The three-headed dog was the first obstacle. Massive, aggressive, and sitting directly on the trapdoor, Jarvis's acoustic analysis had revealed something useful. The dog's breathing patterns changed when exposed to certain frequencies. Slower, deeper, a sedative response triggered by sound, music. Harry murmured, reviewing the data in the room of requirement. It falls asleep to music. The frequency range is consistent with a natural sleep response, Jarvis confirmed. Approximately 432 Hz sustained, a simple melody would suffice. Can you generate the tone through the earpiece? I can, but the output would need to be amplified to fill the room. The dog is large, and its auditory system likely requires significant volume to trigger the response. Harry considered this. He could amplify sound magically, push the tone from the earpiece through a field of directed energy, turning a whisper into a concert. Simple enough. Past the dog, a trapdoor led down. Jarvis's scans showed multiple chambers beneath, each containing a different magical signature. Harry identified 6 distinct protections, cross-referencing energy patterns with the professors he knew were involved. The first chamber below the trapdoor had a signature consistent with Professor Sprout, herbology. Likely a plant-based obstacle. Harry pulled every text on dangerous magical plants from his library and spent an evening cataloging possibilities. Devil's Snare was the most probable. It was standard curriculum, fit the energy pattern, and was exactly the kind of thing a herbology professor would deploy. Devil's Snare was killed by light and heat. Harry could produce both in quantities that would make the sun feel inadequate. The second chamber had Flitwick's signature, charms. His specialty was enchantment, so this would be something clever, something that required finesse rather than force. Harry couldn't determine the specifics from the energy scan alone. This was the kind of protection Hermione would be useful for. The third had a signature Harry didn't immediately recognize, complex, layered, with the particular flavor of transfiguration magic. McGonagall's work. Given her specialty, Harry expected something that would require either precise transfiguration skill or strategic thinking. Possibly both. The fourth was Snape's. Potions. Logic. Snape's mind was analytical, and his protection would reflect that, a puzzle that couldn't be brute-forced, that required reasoning. Again, Hermione's territory. Harry was brilliant, but Hermione had a particular gift for logic puzzles that he respected, grudgingly. The fifth was Quirrell's, which meant Voldemort had contributed to his own security system, and anything he'd built would be either useless, a deliberate weakness for himself to exploit later, or genuinely dangerous, designed to lull Dumbledore into believing Quirrell was loyal. The sixth, deepest, closest to the stone, Dumbledore's own protection. This was the unknown. Jarvis's scans couldn't penetrate it. The energy signature was ancient, dense, and folded in on itself in ways that defied analysis. I can't read it. Jarvis said, something close to frustration in his voice. The magical density is too high. It's like trying to see through a wall of light. Then we go in blind for the last one. I dislike that approach. Noted, overruled. Harry turned his attention to the second phase of preparation, understanding the stone itself. Tony had been feeding him information through secure channels, research on Nicola's Flamel, historical accounts of the stone's creation, alchemical theory that bridged the gap between medieval mysticism and modern magical understanding. The stone wasn't just a magic trick. It was a fundamental breakthrough in energy-matter conversion, a device that could restructure the elemental composition of any substance by applying magical energy at a specific resonant frequency. It was, in other words, exactly what the Arc Core did, but on a grander scale with a different energy source built 6 centuries earlier by a man who had no access to modern physics. Flamel was a genius, Harry told Tony during one of their nightly calls. He figured out the same principles we're working with, using nothing but medieval alchemy and raw magical talent. The stone is basically a magical Arc Core that can transmute matter. And produce immortality, Tony added. The elixir of life isn't immortality. It's cellular regeneration. The stone's energy is applied to biological tissue, reversing entropy at the cellular level. It doesn't stop aging, it reverses it. Flamel has to keep drinking because the effect is temporary. So it's a treatment, not a cure. Exactly. But the principle, the idea that magical energy can be applied to biological systems to reverse degradation, that's revolutionary. If I could study the stone, understand how Flamel calibrated the resonant frequency for biological tissue, you could apply it to the Arc Core. I could apply it to everything. Silence on the line. Harry could hear Tony thinking, the particular quality of a brilliant mind turning something over, examining it from every angle. This is why you really want it, Tony said. Not leverage, not strategy, you want the knowledge. The knowledge is the leverage, and the strategy, and everything else. And if Dumbledore objects, Dumbledore left the most powerful magical artifact in the world in a school protected by puzzles designed for students to solve. He wants someone to reach it. I'm just not the someone he expected. Tony was quiet for a beat longer than usual. Be careful, Harry. You already said that. I'll keep saying it until it sticks. Which, given your track record, should happen around the time the heat death of the universe. Good night, Tony. Night, kid. Build something amazing. Harry ended the call and sat in the room of requirement, surrounded by his tools, his plans, his certainty. The Arc Core pulsed steady and gold at his chest. 3 weeks. He hadn't planned on the Quidditch thing. It started because of Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain. A 6th year with the build of a medieval battering ram and the single-mindedness of a homing missile. Wood had been watching Harry since the flying incident, the one where Harry had caught Neville in midair under his own power, and he'd been slowly, methodically building a case. He cornered Harry after breakfast on a Tuesday, blocking the exit from the Great Hall with his considerable frame and a smile that was equal parts charm and desperation. Potter Stark, got a minute? You've got 30 seconds. Right, so, flying, you can fly without a broom. We've established this. And from what I saw, you're fast, really fast, faster than any broom in this school, probably faster than any broom that exists. Wood's eye twitched, the particular tick of a Quidditch fanatic encountering something that broke his sport. The thing is, we need a seeker. Charlie Weasley graduated, and we haven't had anyone good enough since. And I was thinking, no, you haven't heard the pitch. You want me to play seeker for Gryffindor. The seeker catches the snitch, ending the game and scoring 150 points. It requires speed, agility, and visual acuity. You've correctly identified that my flight capabilities exceed any broomstick, which would give Gryffindor an insurmountable advantage. Harry took a breath. The answer is no. Wood deflated slightly. Why not? Because Quidditch is a game, and I don't play games. It's not just a game, it's a sport played on broomsticks in a school. The stakes are a trophy and house points, neither of which interests me. Wood stared at him. Behind him, the great hall was emptying, students filtering past with curious glances at the standoff. Ron, who had been trailing Harry with the loyalty of a golden retriever, was practically vibrating. "Mate," Ron said, "Quidditch is brilliant. It's the best thing about Hogwarts. If Wood's offering you the seeker position, he's offering me a time commitment I don't want and a public spectacle I don't need. But you can fly, without a broom. You'd be the best seeker in Hogwarts history. I know, that's not the point." Hermione appeared at his elbow, carrying her customary tower of books. She'd been listening. "You should do it," she said. Harry turned to her, surprised. "You hate Quidditch. I hate the injury statistics, but you should do it anyway." "Why?" "Because you spend every waking hour in your workshop or in class. You interact with approximately 4 people on a voluntary basis, and your idea of social engagement is intellectual intimidation. You need something normal. Something that connects you to people your own age in a way that doesn't involve you being demonstrably superior." "Wouldn't I be demonstrably superior at Quidditch?" "Yes, but at least you'd be demonstrably superior in a context where people are having fun. It might be good for you." Harry looked at Hermione. She looked back at him with that particular expression, half challenge, half concern, that she'd been wearing more frequently as the weeks passed. He was beginning to understand what it meant. She worried about him, not about his safety, about his humanity. He turned back to Wood. "One condition." Wood's face lit up. "Name it." "I don't ride a broom, I fly under my own power. If the rules don't allow that, I don't play." Wood blinked. "There's actually no rule against it, I checked. The Quidditch regulations specify that players must be airborne during play, but they don't specify the method. It's never come up because nobody's ever been able to fly without a broom. Then, nobody's ever played Quidditch like I'm about to play it." The news spread through the school like fiend fire. Harry Potter Stark, the wandless wonder, the boy who lived, was playing Seeker for Gryffindor, without a broom, under his own power. The first match was against Slytherin, scheduled for the second Saturday of December, and the anticipation was so intense that even the teachers were talking about it. Harry trained alone. He didn't need Wood's practice schedule. His flight capabilities were a product of years of development, not a skill that benefited from running drills. But he did need to understand the game at a tactical level, so he watched Quidditch matches through Jarvis's visual recording system, analyzed the movement patterns of successful seekers, and built a predictive model for snitch behavior based on its flight algorithm. "The snitch has a predictable evasion pattern," he told Ron the night before the match, while they sat in the common room. "It's enchanted to avoid capture, but the avoidance algorithm is finite. It has a limited number of response patterns to pursuit vectors. If I can map those patterns in the first few minutes of the match, I can predict its movements and intercept it before it reacts." Ron stared at him. "You've turned Quidditch into maths. Everything is math, Ron. That's the saddest thing I've ever heard." Harry laughed, genuinely laughed, the kind of laugh that Ron always seemed to pull out of him, easy and unguarded. Ron grinned back, and Hermione, reading in the armchair nearby, looked up at the sound and smiled to herself and said nothing. The Quidditch match was bedlam. The entire school turned out. Every seat in the stands was full, and students who couldn't find seats stood along the railings or sat on each other's shoulders. The air was cold and sharp, the sky a hard winter blue, and the Quidditch pitch was a cauldron of noise, cheering, chanting, the occasional bang of a firecracker set off by the Weasley twins. The Gryffindor team took the pitch first. 6 players on brooms. And then Harry, who walked onto the grass in his Quidditch robes, red and gold, modified by Tony's tailor to accommodate the art corps, and stood there while the crowd went quiet. No broom. No visible means of flight, just a boy with a golden glow at his chest and an expression of total calm. Madam Hooch, refereeing, gave him a look that was half warning and half curiosity. "Mr. Potterstark, you're certain about this?" "Absolutely. The regulations technically allow it, but I want it on record that if you injure yourself, I won't. If you injure someone else, I'll try not to." Hooch blew her whistle. The The balls were released, quaffle, bludgers, and the tiny golden snitch, which shot into the air and vanished. Harry didn't fly immediately. He stood on the grass, eyes closed, and let his senses expand. The arc core amplified his magical perception, turning the entire pitch into a three-dimensional map of energy signatures. The players were bright spots, 14 of them, moving in patterns dictated by the game. The bludgers were hot, angry knots of kinetic enchantment. The quaffle was neutral. And the snitch there. A tiny, frantic spark of energy, zigzagging near the top of the stadium, its flight pattern already beginning to reveal itself. Harry opened his eyes and launched. The crowd screamed. He went straight up, a vertical column of golden light that split the air with a crack like distant thunder. In 1 second, he was on the ground. In the next, he was 200 feet above the pitch, hanging motionless against the winter sky, the arc core blazing like a small sun. Below him, the match continued, the chasers passing, the beaters swinging, but every eye in the stadium was on Harry. The Slytherin Seeker, a third-year named Terrence Higgs, was on a Nimbus 2000. It was the best broom money could buy. Higgs was a competent flyer with good instincts and 2 years of experience. None of it mattered. Harry spotted the snitch. It was darting along the base of the Gryffindor goalposts, making the sharp, erratic turns that were supposed to make it uncatchable. Harry tracked it for 3 seconds, mapping its evasion algorithm, predicting its next 4 moves, calculating the intercept vector. Then he dove. The crowd didn't scream this time. They went silent. The kind of silence that happens when something so fast and so violent occurs that the human brain needs a moment to process it. Harry dropped from 200 feet like a golden meteor, accelerating past terminal velocity, the air shrieking around him, his robes flattened against his body by the wind. He pulled out of the dive 10 feet from the ground, a deceleration that should have crushed his internal organs but was absorbed by a cushioning field of magic the arc core generated automatically, and swept along the pitch at grass-top level, one hand extended. Higgs hadn't moved. He was still at the top of the stadium, searching for the snitch, because the snitch was invisible at that distance, and Higgs didn't have magical energy perception, and a predictive algorithm running in his head. Harry's fingers closed around the snitch. The game had lasted 4 minutes and 12 seconds. The stadium erupted. Not just cheering, a wall of sound that was physical, that Harry felt in his chest, 1,000 voices losing their minds simultaneously. The Gryffindors were screaming. The Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws were on their feet. The Slytherins were sitting in stunned silence, except for Draco Malfoy, who was standing at the railing with an expression on his face that Harry would remember for years. Not anger, not jealousy, but the look of someone watching something they'd wanted their whole life being effortlessly claimed by someone else. Harry landed on the pitch. He was immediately swarmed. The Weasley twins lifted him onto their shoulders. Wood was actually crying, and somewhere in the chaos Ron was shouting. 4 minutes, over and over like a broken record. Harry held up the snitch. Its wings fluttered weakly against his fingers. 4 minutes 12 seconds, he corrected Ron, and the crowd roared again. In the stands, Dumbledore watched. His expression was carefully neutral, but behind the half-moon spectacles, his mind was racing. The boy's power was not what concerned him. Power could be managed, directed, contained. What concerned him was the control, the precision. The casual, almost contemptuous ease with which Harry had dismantled a competitive sport and turned it into a demonstration. This was not a child learning his abilities. This was someone who had already mastered them and was now simply showing the world what mastery looked like. Beside Dumbledore, Snape sat with his arms crossed and his face rigid. "The boy is dangerous," Snape said. "The boy is remarkable," Dumbledore replied. "Those aren't mutually exclusive, Albus. No, they weren't." And that was precisely the problem. Harry found the mirror of Erised by accident. It was 2 days before Christmas break. The castle was emptying, students leaving in droves, hauling trunks and owl cages to the carriages that would take them to the Hogsmeade station and the train home. Ron had invited Harry to the Burrow for Christmas, and Harry had declined politely, citing a personal project. Hermione was staying. She'd told her parents she needed extra study time, which was partially true and partially a cover for the fact that she'd agreed to help Harry steal the most powerful magical artifact in the world. Harry was exploring the castle's deeper corridors, the ones that shifted and rearranged themselves with the slow, purposeful movement of a living thing. He'd been mapping them systematically all term, but the castle seemed to have infinite variation. Corridors that existed on Mondays but not Tuesdays, rooms that appeared only when approached from the south, staircases that led to different floors depending on the time of day. He turned a corner on the 7th floor and found a door that shouldn't have been there. Not the room of requirement, this was elsewhere, a part of the castle he'd mapped as solid wall. The door was old, wooden, unremarkable. Harry opened it. The room beyond was empty except for one thing, a mirror. It was enormous, floor to ceiling, framed in ornate gold, with an inscription carved across the top that read, backwards, Erised stra eru oit ub kafru oit on wosi. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Harry translated, because backwards text wasn't much of a cipher for someone who'd been solving cryptographic puzzles since he was 8. He stepped in front of the mirror and looked. What he saw hit him like a physical blow. Tony was there. Standing behind him, hand on his shoulder, the way he stood in the workshop during their best moments, proud, present, connected. And beside Tony, 2 figures Harry had never met but recognized instantly from photographs. James Potter, tall and dark-haired and grinning with a reckless joy that Harry had never felt but somehow recognized in his own bones. Lily Potter, red-haired and green-eyed, her eyes, looking at him with a love so fierce it was almost violent, his family, all of them. Together, Harry stood very still. The Art Core's pulse was erratic, fast, slow, fast again, responding to something it wasn't designed for, not magic. Not energy, emotion. The raw, unprocessed kind that Harry had spent years learning to control and was now failing to control completely. His mother reached out in the mirror and touched the glass from the other side. Her lips moved. He couldn't hear her, but he could read them. I'm proud of you. Harry's hand came up, touched the glass. It was cold, just glass, just a mirror. An enchantment that read your deepest desire and showed it to you, nothing more. His vision blurred. He blinked hard and his hand dropped and he stepped back from the mirror with a sharp, controlled breath. Jarvis. His voice was steady, almost. I'm here, the mirror. What is it? The mirror of Erised. A powerful magical artifact referenced in several of the texts McGonagall provided. It shows the viewer their deepest, most desperate desire. It has no practical function. It doesn't create or alter reality. It's considered dangerous because people have been known to waste away in front of it, unable to leave what they see. Dangerous. Harry stared at the mirror. His reflection, the real one, not the enchanted one, stared back, a boy with messy black hair, green eyes, a golden light at his chest. Alone, it shows you what you want and can't have. That's one interpretation. What's another? That it shows you what drives you, what you're really working toward underneath everything else. Harry looked at the mirror again. The enchanted image was still there. Tony, James, Lily, family. Connection. Belonging. The things a boy in a cupboard had wanted so desperately that even 10 years of stark engineering and magical power hadn't fully filled the hole. He turned away, walked to the door, didn't look back. Log the room's location, Harry said. And Jarvis, don't mention this to Tony. Understood. Harry left the room and closed the door and stood in the corridor with his back against the wall and his eyes closed and his hands in fists at his sides. The Art Core pulsed, slow and steady, mechanical, reliable, everything feelings weren't. He breathed, then he pushed off the wall and walked away, and the room with the mirror vanished behind him as if it had never existed. The castle knew its secrets had been seen. It closed ranks. Harry went to the room of requirement and worked on his plans for the stone until 3 in the morning, and he didn't think about the mirror again. He didn't let himself, but the image stayed, burned into the back of his mind behind the schematics and the strategies and the armor. His mother's lips moving. I'm proud of you. The things we bury don't stay buried. They grow roots. Christmas morning was quiet. Harry woke to an empty dormitory. Ron gone to the burrow, Neville gone home, Seamus and Dean gone to their families. The tower was silent in the way that large spaces are silent when they're supposed to be full and aren't. He went down to the common room and found presents. This surprised him. Not the concept of presents. Tony sent gifts with the regularity of someone who expressed love through material objects because the alternative was too vulnerable, but the quantity. There were 7 packages at the base of the Christmas tree with his name on them. Tony's was first, a new prototype earpiece with enhanced processing capability and a note that read, upgraded Jarvis's language model. He can now be sarcastic in 14 languages. You're welcome. Harry smiled and swapped the earpiece immediately. Ron had sent a hand-knitted sweater, emerald green, clearly made by Ron's mother, with a card that said, "Mum heard you were staying at school. She says no child should be without a Christmas jumper. I told her you'd hate it. Ron." Harry held the sweater for a long moment. It was lumpy, slightly lopsided, made with more love than skill. He put it on over his shirt. Hermione had given him a book, Theoretical Foundations of Magical Energy Systems, a 7th-year text that wasn't on the Hogwarts curriculum. Inside the cover, she'd written, "For someone who already knows everything, maybe something you don't." HG. Harry opened it, found that he didn't in fact know everything in it, and felt something warm and annoyed in equal measure. Hagrid had sent a carved wooden flute, handmade. McGonagall had sent a tin of biscuits and a note that said, "Behave yourself." Dumbledore, and this gave Harry pause, had sent a package containing a shimmering, fluid piece of fabric that Jarvis immediately identified as extraordinary. The energy signature is remarkable. The fabric appears to render its wearer invisible by bending light around them. It's an invisibility cloak, Harry, an extremely rare magical artifact. There was a note. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." Harry held the cloak and felt its magic slide against his skin like water. James Potter's cloak, his father's. Dumbledore had kept it for 10 years and was giving it back now, at Christmas, to a boy alone in a castle. The manipulation was so transparent it was almost insulting. "He wants me to use it," Harry said. "He wants me to explore the castle under cover. He's giving me a tool and trusting that my curiosity will lead me where he wants me to go." "The 3rd-floor corridor," Jarvis said. "The 3rd-floor corridor." Harry folded the cloak carefully. It was beautiful, fluid, and light, the kind of craftsmanship that deserved respect regardless of the motives behind its delivery. And it was his father's. Whatever Dumbledore's game, the cloak itself was a connection to James Potter, and Harry wasn't going to disrespect that by refusing it. But he wasn't going to follow the old man's script, either. He put on the cloak and vanished. Completely, perfectly invisible, even Jarvis's sensors lost him, which was impressive enough that Harry spent 30 minutes studying the cloak's enchantment methodology before refocusing on the day's actual priority. The last gift was anonymous. A small, lumpy package containing, of all things, a chocolate frog, no card, no note. Harry's sensors detected Snape's magical signature on the wrapping. He stared at it for a very long time. Then he ate the chocolate frog and didn't tell anyone. Hermione found him in the room of requirement at noon. She was wearing a Christmas jumper of her own, not hand-knitted, but festive, with a pattern of small books wearing Santa hats that she seemed mildly embarrassed by, and carrying a satchel that clinked with glass vials. "Emergency potions," she said, setting the satchel on the workbench. "Healing drafts, antidotes for common magical poisons, a calming draft in case of what? In case we encounter something that requires calm and you respond with overwhelming force instead." That's very specific. It's based on extensive observational data. She looked around the room of requirement. Harry had configured it for tactical planning, with a large central table displaying a 3-dimensional holographic map of the 3rd-floor corridor and the chambers beneath it. The map was Jarvis's work, compiled from weeks of scanning, and it glowed blue and gold in the room's low light. Hermione's eyes widened. You've mapped the entire thing, almost. Dumbledore's protection at the bottom is still opaque. Everything else I've identified. Harry pulled up the schematic. 6 chambers. Fluffy, that's the 3-headed dog, guards the trapdoor. Below that, Devil's Snare sprouts contribution. Then a room full of flying keys, Flitwick's work, enchanted keys, probably one of which fits a door. Then McGonagall's challenge, which Jarvis thinks is a giant chess set. A chess set, life-sized, magically animated, you have to play your way across. McGonagall's a chess player, she thinks strategically in positional terms. The protection reflects that, and after chess, Snape's challenge. A logic puzzle, potions arranged in a sequence, one of which allows you through a barrier of magical fire. The puzzle is solvable through deduction, not magic. That's actually clever. Snape's a bastard, but he's not stupid. Then Quirrell's contribution, which I suspect is minimal, he wants clear passage for himself when the time comes. And finally, Dumbledore's protection, which I can't scan and can't predict. Hermione studied the map. Her brow furrowed, that particular crease between her eyebrows that appeared when she was thinking hard, which Harry had noticed and catalogued and didn't examine the reasons for cataloging. "When do we go?" she asked. "Tonight. The castle is almost empty. Most of the staff will be at the Christmas feast, and the few students remaining will be in their common rooms. We'll have a window of approximately 3 hours. And if Dumbledore notices, he's expecting someone to go after the stone. That's the whole point of his trap. But he's expecting Voldemort, not us. Our advantage is that we're ahead of schedule. Voldemort hasn't made his move yet. If we take the stone tonight, we're in and out before anyone knows it's gone." Hermione nodded slowly. Then she sat on the edge of the workbench and looked at him with an expression he hadn't seen before, not challenging, not assessing, but open. "Harry, can I ask you something? You're going to regardless. Why do you really want the stone?" He almost gave her the strategic answer, the one about knowledge, about leverage, about denying Voldemort a path to resurrection. But Hermione had earned more than the strategic answer. She'd earned the truth, or at least a version of it. "Because it's the most advanced piece of magical engineering in history," Harry said. "Because Flamel figured out how to reverse death using technology that's 6 centuries old, and if I can understand how he did it, I can build something better. Something that doesn't require an elixir. Something permanent. You want to cure death, I want to understand it. Understanding is the first step to control." Hermione watched him for a long moment. "And if you understand it, if you crack the code, what then?" Harry met her gaze. The arc core pulsed between them, golden and steady, the heartbeat of something that was neither magic nor machine, but both. "Then nobody I care about ever dies," he said. The words hung in the air, simple, absolute. The kind of statement that sounds like arrogance until you realize it's grief. A boy who lost his parents before he could remember them, who grew up in a cupboard, who was rescued by a man who loved him imperfectly and raised him to be a weapon and a wonder, and who had never, for a single day, stopped being afraid of losing everything again. Hermione understood. He could see it in her eyes, the comprehension, the empathy, the sadness for someone who would never accept sadness from anyone. "Okay," she said softly. "Tonight, then. Tonight." She slid off the workbench, straightened her jumper, became Hermione Granger again, practical, focused, ready. "I'm going to review the potion's puzzle methodology. Snape's logic is the one area where brute force genuinely won't work, and I want to be prepared." She paused at the door. "Happy Christmas, Harry." "Happy Christmas, Hermione." She left. Harry stood alone in the room of requirement, surrounded by his plans and his technology and his golden light, and touched the lumpy knit of Mrs. Weasley's sweater through his jacket. He didn't know why he was still wearing it. That wasn't true. He knew exactly why. The Christmas feast ended at 9. By 9:15, the corridors were empty. By 9:30, Jarvis confirmed that Dumbledore had retired to his office. Snape was in the dungeons. McGonagall was in her quarters, and Voldemort was in his chambers on the 2nd floor. the parasitic energy signature pulsing with its usual malevolent rhythm. Harry met Hermione outside the Gryffindor common room at 9:45. She was dressed in dark clothes, her satchel of potions over her shoulder, her wand in her hand. Harry wore black, the arc core dimmed to its lowest setting, the invisibility cloak folded over his arm. "I can make us both invisible," Harry said, holding up the cloak. "It'll be tight. How tight? We'll need to walk close together." Hermione looked at the cloak, then at Harry, then at the cloak again. A faint flush of color appeared on her cheeks that Harry's sensors detected as a 2.3-degree increase in skin temperature. "Fine," she said. They draped the cloak over both of them. It was tight, their shoulders pressed together, and Harry could smell her shampoo, something floral that his brain immediately tried to analyze, and he immediately told his brain to stop. They moved through the corridors in sync, their footsteps muffled by a dampening charm Harry applied to their shoes, two invisible figures gliding through a sleeping castle. The third-floor corridor was dark. The door was locked, a basic charm that Harry dismissed with a flick of his fingers, and they slipped inside. Fluffy was sleeping. 3 enormous heads rested on 3 sets of massive paws, and the dog's 6 nostrils flared with each breath, filling the room with a wind that smelled like raw meat and wet fur. The trapdoor was visible beneath one of the dog's paws. "Jarvis," Harry subvocalized. The tone. A low, melodic frequency poured from Harry's earpiece, amplified by a shell of directed magical energy that filled the room like a lullaby made of mathematics. Fluffy's breathing deepened. The massive body relaxed further, settling into the floor, and the paw slid off the trapdoor with a grinding scrape. Harry moved the cloak off them and folded it into his jacket. He pulled open the trapdoor, heavy iron but weightless under his telekinetic grip, and looked down into darkness. "How far?" Hermione whispered. "Approximately 30 feet to the first chamber. There's something soft at the bottom, the devil's snare. If it's devil's snare, we need light, I know." Harry stepped to the edge of the trapdoor. "Stay close to me." He stepped off the edge and fell. The devil's snare caught him like a net, thick, rubbery vines that wrapped around his body immediately, tightening with muscular pressure that would have panicked anyone who didn't understand the plant's behavior. Harry didn't panic. He didn't even tense. The arc core blazed. Golden light erupted from his body, not fire, not heat, but pure magical luminescence, the full-spectrum output of the arc core cranked to maximum intensity. The devil's snare screamed, a vegetable shriek that vibrated the walls and recoiled, its vines whipping away from the light, retreating into the darkness at the edges of the chamber. Harry landed on his feet on the stone floor below. The plant was pressed against the walls, trembling, as far from him as it could get. The golden light filled the chamber like sunrise. Hermione dropped through the trapdoor a moment later. Harry caught her with a telekinetic cushion that slowed her fall to a gentle descent. She landed beside him, looked at the cowering devil's snare, and exhaled. Well, that was efficient. Sprout needs better plants. They moved to the next chamber. The door was stone-heavy and opened into a room that was keys, Hermione breathed, hundreds of them. Thousands, maybe. They filled the air like a flock of jeweled birds, each one winged and fluttering, darting and diving in patterns that were hypnotic and chaotic in equal measure. The room was vast, cathedral-sized, and across it, a heavy wooden door with a silver lock. One of these keys fits that lock. Harry said, "The rest are decoys. How do we find the right one?" "There are thousands." Harry raised his hand. The arc core pulsed and every key in the room stopped moving, just stopped. Frozen in midair, wings still, as if time had paused for everything with feathers and metal. The sudden silence was eerie. A room that had been full of tinkling, fluttering noise was now absolutely still. Hermione's mouth fell open. Harry walked through the forest of suspended keys, examining them. He was looking for damage. The right key would show signs of use, a scratch, a bend, something that indicated it had been handled before. Tony had taught him this. In a room full of decoys, the real item is the one with wear marks. There. A large, old-fashioned silver key with a bent wing and a scratch along its shaft. Harry plucked it from the air, walked to the door, and inserted it. The lock turned with a satisfying click. He released the keys. They exploded back into motion, the room filling with noise and movement, but Harry and Hermione were already through the door. The chess chamber was exactly as Jarvis had predicted. A full-sized chessboard, the pieces towering, the kings were 10 feet tall, carved from black and white stone, and they turned their heads to watch as Harry and Hermione entered. "We have to play our way across," Hermione said, looking up at the pieces with wide eyes. "You take a square, the pieces move, and if you lose, we're not playing." "Harry, the enchantment requires the pieces to be defeated. It doesn't specify the method." Harry stepped onto the board. The white pieces turned toward him, weapons raised, swords, maces, the bishop's staff. They were enchanted stone, animated by McGonagall's transfiguration, and they were impressive. Harry raised both hands. The arc core blazed, and a wave of golden force swept across the board like a horizontal hurricane. Every white piece on the board, all 16 of them, shattered simultaneously, not knocked over, not toppled, shattered, exploding into fragments of stone that rained across the board in a cascade of white dust and broken magic. The black pieces stood untouched on the far side. They stared at the destruction, and if stone could feel fear, they felt it. Harry walked across the board, stepping through the rubble, his shoes crunching on fragments of what had been a queen moments before. Hermione followed, picking her way more carefully, her expression caught somewhere between awe and something that might have been disapproval. "McGonagall spent months building that set," she said. "She can build another one. That's not the point." "What is the point?" "The point is that sometimes the elegant solution isn't the most destructive one." Harry stopped, turned. They were standing in the middle of the ruined chessboard, surrounded by broken stone, golden light, and white dust swirling around them. "You're right," he said. "But the elegant solution takes time, and we're on a clock. Efficiency over elegance, lesson 1. Whose lesson? Tony's." "Tony isn't always right." Harry looked at her for a beat longer than necessary. "No, he isn't." They moved on. The next room stank. A massive troll, larger than the Halloween one, lay unconscious on the floor, already dealt with. Someone had been here before them. Quirrell's contribution. Harry said, stepping over the troll's outstretched arm. He knocked out his own troll to give himself easy passage, sloppy. The potions chamber was next, Hermione's domain. They stepped through the doorway and were immediately flanked by walls of purple and black fire, magical flames that sealed the exits, trapping them in a narrow stone chamber. A table in the center held 7 bottles of varying shapes and sizes, arranged in a line. A scroll of parchment lay beside them. Hermione unrolled the scroll and read, her lips moved, eyes scanning. She looked at the bottles, back at the scroll, back at the bottles. Her hand hovered over them, not touching. "It's a logic puzzle," she said. 3 of these are poison, 2 are wine. 1 will take you forward through the black fire. 1 will take you back through the purple fire. She read the clues again, murmuring to herself, and Harry watched her work, the way her brow furrowed, the way she bit her lower lip when she was concentrating, the way her fingers moved in the air as if she were writing invisible equations. "The smallest bottle," she said. "That one goes forward." Harry reached for it. Hermione caught his wrist. "It's tiny. There's barely enough for 1 person." They looked at each other. The firelight, purple and black, played across their faces, turning Hermione's eyes into something deep and unreadable. "You go forward," Hermione said. "I'll go back." The round bottle returns through the purple fire. "You're sure?" "The logic is sound. Snape wouldn't build a puzzle with no solution. His ego wouldn't allow it." Harry almost smiled at that. He picked up the small bottle and held it. There was barely a mouthful. "Hermione." "Yes, thank you." "For coming. You would have done fine alone, probably. But fine alone isn't the same as..." He stopped. The words tangled. He wasn't good at this, at saying the thing underneath the thing, the emotional subtext that Hermione navigated instinctively and Harry had to approach like a foreign language. "It isn't the same." Hermione reached out and squeezed his hand, brief, firm, warm. "Go get the stone," she said. "I'll be waiting." Harry drank the potion. It was ice in his veins, cold spreading from his throat through his chest, coating his body in a protective chill that made the black fire part like a curtain as he walked through it. The last chamber. It was empty, stone walls, stone floor, stone ceiling. No furniture, no obstacles, no visible challenge. Just an empty room with a mirror in the center. The mirror of Erised. Harry stopped at the threshold. His pulse spiked, not from fear, but from recognition. This was Dumbledore's protection. Not a trap, not a puzzle, not a test of power. A test of self. The mirror that showed you what you wanted most in the world, placed between you and the thing you'd come to take. Clever old man, Harry murmured. He approached the mirror, saw his reflection. And then the enchanted image appeared, but it was different this time. Not his family, not Tony and James and Lily standing behind him. This time the mirror showed Harry alone, holding a blood-red stone in his hand, and as Mirror Harry held it up, the real Harry felt a weight appear in his pocket. He reached in and pulled out the Philosopher's Stone. It was smaller than he'd expected. Roughly the size and shape of a duck egg, deep red, warm to the touch. It pulsed with magical energy that the Arc Core detected and resonated with immediately, two impossible technologies, 6 centuries apart, recognizing each other like old friends. Harry stared at it. The stone sat in his palm, glowing faintly, and the power he could feel radiating from it was staggering. This tiny object contained the solution to mortality, the answer to entropy, the key to a door that every human being who had ever lived had stood before and never opened. "Jarvis," Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper, "I have it. I can see the energy readings. Harry, the stone's output is, I don't have a reference frame. It's an order of magnitude beyond the Arc Core. It's beautiful. It's dangerous. Those aren't mutually exclusive." Harry slipped the stone into his pocket. The mirror showed him nothing now, just his own reflection, a boy with a golden light at his chest and a red glow in his pocket and eyes that were older than his face. He turned to leave. Walked through the black fire, the potion was still active, and found Hermione on the other side, pacing. "You got it. I got it. Show me." He pulled out the stone. Hermione's eyes went wide. She reached for it, then stopped, her hand hovering. "Can I?" Harry placed the stone in her palm. Hermione held it up to the firelight, and the red glow turned her face into something ancient and wondering, like a painting from a world that believed in miracles. "It's warm," she said. "It's generating energy, constantly, like a miniature sun, 600 years old and still running." Flamel was a genius. Hermione handed the stone back. Their fingers touched during the transfer, brief, accidental, electric, and Harry pocketed the stone and didn't look at her. "We should go," he said. "Before someone notices." They went back the way they'd come. The purple fire admitted Hermione without harm. She'd drunk the correct potion. The troll was still unconscious. The chest chamber was still destroyed. The key room was still fluttering. The devil's snare flinched away from Harry's light. They climbed back through the trapdoor. Fluffy was still sleeping. Jarvis had maintained the tone throughout, and they slipped into the third-floor corridor and relocked the door behind them. The castle was silent. The corridors empty. The torches burned low. They made it back to Gryffindor Tower without incident. At the entrance to the girls' dormitory staircase, Hermione paused. "Harry." "Yeah, what you said. About not wanting anyone you care about to die." She held his gaze. "That includes you. You know that, right? I'm not planning on dying. Plans change. Promise me you'll be careful with the stone." There's something about it. The way it felt in my hand, it wants to be used. Everything wants to be used. That's what tools are for." It didn't feel like a tool. It felt like a door. Harry looked at her. The torchlight softened the lines of worry on her face, made her look younger and older at the same time, a girl who was 12 and also somehow ancient, the way all wise people seem ancient regardless of age. "I'll be careful," he said, and meant it, which surprised him. "Good night, Harry." "Good night, Hermione." She went upstairs. Harry went to his dormitory, drew the curtains around his bed, and took out the Philosopher's Stone. It glowed in the darkness like a captured sunset, warm and ancient and impossible. He held it against the Arc Core. The two devices, medieval magic and modern technology, pulsed in synchrony. The same frequency. The same fundamental principle. 6 centuries of human innovation, and the answer had been the same all along. Energy applied with precision could reshape reality. Harry closed his eyes. The arc core hummed, the stone glowed, and in the space between them something new began to take shape, a synthesis that neither Flamel nor Tony could have imagined, a fusion of magic and engineering that would change everything. He worked through the night, not building, thinking, planning. Running calculations in his head, using Jarvis as a sounding board, mapping the theoretical framework for integrating the stone's principles into the arc core's architecture. By dawn, he had a blueprint. By the end of the week, he would have a prototype. By the end of the year, the world would be different. Harry Potter Stark lay in his bed at Hogwarts, holding the Philosopher's Stone, and felt the future opening before him like a door. He didn't sleep. Sleep was for people without revolutions to plan. The days between Christmas and New Year's passed in a blur of creation. Harry commandeered the room of requirement full-time, configuring it as a hybrid laboratory that merged the best of his Malibu workshop with the ambient magical energy of Hogwarts. He worked 16-hour days, fueled by coffee and the manic energy of a breakthrough unfolding in real time. Hermione came and went, bringing food he forgot to eat and observations that were occasionally brilliant enough to redirect his entire approach. The stone's operating principle was elegant in its simplicity. It generated a field of magical energy at a precise resonant frequency, a frequency that matched the fundamental vibration of matter itself. Within that field, the bonds between atoms became fluid, malleable. Lead could become gold because the difference between the two was, at the atomic level, just a matter of how many protons sat in the nucleus. And within the stone's field, protons could be added or removed like beads on an abacus. The elixir of life worked on the same principle, applied to biological tissue. The stone's field, when passed through a liquid medium, the elixir, became tuned to organic chemistry. Cellular damage reversed, telomers lengthened. The entropy that drove aging was, temporarily, run backwards. Harry understood all of this within 2 days. What took longer was the integration. The arc core already amplified his magical output, but it operated on a fixed frequency, powerful, yes, but limited. What the stone offered was a variable frequency, the ability to tune magical energy to any resonance, any target, any application. If Harry could merge the two, the result would be an arc core that could do everything the stone could do continuously, without an elixir, powered by Harry's own magical energy and stabilized by Stark technology. The result would be Harry himself becoming the Philosopher's Stone. The theoretical output of such a device would be, Jarvis paused, which he almost never did. Harry, the numbers are difficult to contextualize. Try. Your current magical output, amplified by the arc core, places you roughly in the range of the most powerful wizards alive. Dumbledore level, approximately. With the integrated stone frequency, your output would increase by a factor of roughly 40. Harry set down his tools. 40 times Dumbledore, approximately. With the additional capability of frequency tuning, which means your magic would be universally applicable, transmutation, healing, creation, destruction. There would be, theoretically, no magical feat beyond your capacity. Harry stood in the room of requirement, surrounded by his work, and felt the weight of it settle on him. Not the responsibility, he'd deal with that later, the weight of possibility. Of standing at the edge of something that had never existed before and knowing that he was going to build it, and that once he did, there was no going back. Build it, he told himself. He built it. The process took 5 days. 5 days of the most intense, focused work of his life, dismantling the arc core, studying the stone's internal structure, mapping the resonant frequencies, designing a housing that could contain both energy sources without destructive interference. Hermione watched him work with increasing concern, not because she doubted his ability, but because she'd never seen anyone push themselves this hard. "You need to eat," she said on the 3rd day, placing a plate of sandwiches on the one clear space on his workbench. Later. "You said that 4 hours ago." And I'll say it again in 4 more hours. I'm close, Hermione. Close to what? Completion or collapse? Harry looked up from his work. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair worse than usual, and the arc core at his chest was pulsing erratically, responding to his exhaustion, his magic stretched thin by days of continuous output. He looked, for the first time since Hermione had known him, fragile, close to something that matters. He said. Hermione sat on the workbench. She didn't argue, didn't lecture. She picked up one of the sandwiches, tore it in half, and held one half out to him. Eat, she said, then show me what you're building. Harry took the sandwich, ate it. And then, for the first time, he explained the full scope of the project to someone who wasn't Jarvis. Hermione listened. Her face went through a sequence of expressions: comprehension, amazement, concern, and finally something that Harry couldn't immediately identify, but that Jarvis, monitoring from the earpiece, categorized as fear masked by intellectual excitement. "You're going to make yourself into a living philosopher's stone," she said when he finished. "Essentially, yes. Harry, the energy levels you're describing, if something goes wrong during the integration, nothing will go wrong. You can't know that. This is unprecedented. Nobody's ever attempted to merge a magical artifact with a technological device embedded in a living person's energy field. The variables are manageable. The variables are unknown. Unknown and manageable are not the same thing." Harry set down his tools, turned to face her fully. "Hermione, I appreciate the concern, I do, but I've run the calculations 17 times. Jarvis has verified them independently. The integration has a 97% success probability. And the other 3% won't happen." "What's the other 3%, Harry?" He hesitated. That alone was remarkable. Harry Potter Stark didn't hesitate. He calculated, decided, and acted in that order without pause. "In the 3% scenario," Jarvis said, because Harry wasn't going to. "The arc core's energy output exceeds the containment capacity of the new housing, resulting in a catastrophic feedback loop. The magical energy would discharge through Harry's body in an uncontrolled burst." "Meaning what?" Hermione demanded. "Meaning it would kill him." The room of requirement was very quiet. Hermione looked at Harry. Harry looked at his workbench. 3%, Hermione said. Her voice was flat, controlled, the voice of someone holding something back by force of will. "You're risking a 3% chance of death for a power upgrade." "It's not a power upgrade, it's a paradigm shift. This changes everything, not just for me, for everyone. If I can prove that magical energy can be integrated with technology at this level, it opens the door to—" "I don't care about paradigm shifts." Hermione's voice cracked. Just slightly, just at the edges, but Harry heard it and it stopped him cold. "I care about you not dying." The words sat between them. Hermione's eyes were bright, not with tears. She would never cry in front of him, but with the effort of not crying, which was somehow worse. Harry looked at her. Really looked, the way he looked at engineering problems, with his full attention, with the intention of understanding completely. And what he saw was a girl who was afraid. Not of the magic, not of the stone, not of Voldemort or Dumbledore or any of the grand strategic concerns that occupied Harry's mind. Afraid of losing him. Specifically, personally, irreplaceably him. Nobody had ever been afraid of losing Harry except Tony. And Tony had never said it like this, raw and undefended, stripped of armor. "Okay," Harry said. Hermione blinked. "Okay what?" "Okay, I'll redo the calculations, find the failure mode, fix it. You said the calculations were done 17 times. Then I'll do them 18. I'll find the 3% and eliminate it." He held her gaze. "You're right. Unknown and manageable aren't the same thing. I'll make them the same thing." Hermione stared at him. Then she exhaled, a long, shaky breath that took something heavy out of her chest. "Thank you," she said. "Don't thank me. You're the one who caught it. If you hadn't—" He stopped. He didn't finish the sentence, because finishing it meant acknowledging that he would have proceeded with a 3% chance of death and considered it acceptable. And the look on Hermione's face told him she already knew that, and that it was the thing that scared her most. Harry went back to work, but he went back differently. He redesigned the containment housing, adding redundancies, building in fail-safes that he should have included from the start and would have if he'd been thinking clearly, if the intoxication of the breakthrough hadn't blinded him to the basics. Tony's voice in his head, the best engineering isn't about what you can build. It's about what you can prevent from going wrong. He'd forgotten that. In the rush, in the hunger, in the desperate drive to be more, to be enough, to be so powerful that nothing could ever hurt him again, he'd forgotten the first lesson. And it had taken Hermione Granger, sitting on his workbench with a torn sandwich and tears she wouldn't let fall, to remind him. Harry rebuilt the containment system in 2 days. The new design had a success probability of 99.97%. The remaining 0.03% was quantum uncertainty, the irreducible randomness at the base of reality that no amount of engineering could eliminate. I can live with that. Hermione said when he showed her the numbers. So can I, Harry said. Literally. She hit him on the arm, he let her. He performed the integration on New Year's Eve. The room of requirement was configured for the procedure. A circular chamber with runic arrays carved into the floor, the Arc Core's housing unit at the center, the Philosopher's Stone suspended in a containment field above it. The ambient magical energy in the room was so dense that the air itself glowed faintly, and Harry could feel the castle around him, ancient, watching, holding its breath. Hermione stood at the edge of the chamber. She had insisted on being present, and Harry had not argued because was learning slowly, painfully, that some battles weren't worth fighting. Jarvis, Harry said, final diagnostic. All systems nominal, containment housing is stable, runic arrays are charged. The Philosopher's Stone is in position, your vitals are elevated but within normal parameters. A pause. Harry, I want you to know that regardless of the outcome, it has been my genuine privilege to— Don't eulogize me, Jarvis, I'm not dying tonight. I wasn't eulogizing. I was expressing sentiment. There's a difference. Save it for after. I'll hold you to that. Harry stood in the center of the chamber. He removed the Arc Core from its chain around his neck and placed it in the housing unit. The golden light dimmed, and Harry felt the absence like a limb going numb. His magic, unsupported by the core, was still powerful but unsteady, like an engine running without a governor. He took the Philosopher's Stone from the containment field. It burned against his skin, not painfully, but with a warmth that seemed to reach past his body and into something deeper. His magical core. The well of energy at the center of his being that had been there since birth, that the Dursleys had tried to beat out of him, that Tony had nurtured and amplified and shaped into something unprecedented. Harry placed the stone into the Arc Core housing. The two devices touched and the room lit up. The resonance was immediate. The Arc Core's blue-gold energy and the stone's deep red merged in a cascade of light that filled the chamber, painting the walls with colors that didn't have names. The runic arrays activated, ancient symbols glowing white-hot, channeling the combined energy through patterns that Harry had designed, and the room of requirement had carved to his specifications. Pain. Harry had expected it, but expectation didn't prepare him for the reality. The integration was a two-way process. The core absorbed the stone's frequency range, and the stone absorbed the core's technological architecture. And both of them poured their combined output through Harry's body, using his magical core as a bridge. And the sensation was like being rebuilt from the inside out. He fell to his knees. The light intensified, gold and red and blue swirling together, mixing, becoming something new. Harry screamed, and the sound was swallowed by the energy, and the room of requirement shook, and the castle felt it, felt one of its students burning at the center of a crucible of power that hadn't existed since the founders themselves had walked these halls. Hermione started forward. Harry felt her movement, felt it through the energy field, through the expanded awareness that was blooming in his mind like a flower made of lightning, and he threw up a hand. Stay back. His voice was distorted, layered, as if multiple versions of him were speaking at once. The field will. I don't care, stay back. The force of the command, magical, not physical, pushed Hermione to the edge of the chamber. She hit the wall, winded but unharmed, and watched in horror as the boy at the center of the room burned with the light of a small star. Harry couldn't see, couldn't hear, could only feel the energy pouring through him, rewriting him, the arc core and the stone merging into a single device that was embedding itself not on his chest but in his chest, becoming part of his body, part of his magic, part of him in the most fundamental sense. The scar on his forehead exploded with pain, not the energy, something else. Something that had been sleeping, curled in the lightning bolt scar like a serpent in a nest, and the integration's flood of power had woken it. Harry felt it, a foreign presence, dark, parasitic, screaming in his mind with a voice that was not his own, the Horcrux. The fragment of Voldemort's soul that had been lodged in his scar since the night his parents died. The piece of darkness that Dumbledore knew about and had been planning around and had never told Harry existed. The integration energy hit it like a tidal wave hitting a sandcastle. The Horcrux screamed. Harry screamed with it or against it, he couldn't tell, the boundaries between himself and the foreign soul blurring in the maelstrom of power. He felt Voldemort's fury, his terror, the desperate clinging of a shattered soul fragment that did not want to die. The energy was merciless. The arc core's technological precision, combined with the stone's transmutative power, created a resonance that was fundamentally incompatible with the Horcrux's dark magic. The fragment couldn't survive in an environment of such pure, calibrated energy. It was like a virus in a body flooded with antibiotics, dying cell by cell, dissolving. Harry felt it go. A tearing sensation, a scream that crescendoed and cut off. A darkness lifting from behind his eyes that he hadn't known was there until it was gone. The Horcrux burned out of him, consumed by the integration, destroyed by the accidental collision of stark technology and ancient magic, and the stubborn, relentless life force of a boy who had survived everything the universe had thrown at him. The light faded. The sound died. The room went dark, then slowly brightened to a gentle golden glow. Harry was on his hands and knees in the center of the chamber. His breathing was ragged. His body was shaking. And in his chest, not on a chain, not in a housing, but embedded in his sternum, integrated into his flesh and bone and magical core, the new arc core pulsed. It was different. The old core had been gold and blue. This one was gold and red and something else, a deep, shifting color that existed between all other colors, like light seen through a prism, like the heart of a star. It glowed through his skin, through his shirt, a light that was warm and alive and unmistakably, irreducibly his. Harry stood up. The shakiness was gone. The pain was gone. Everything was gone except a clarity so profound it felt like waking up for the first time. He could feel the room, not just see it, feel it. Every stone, every runic array, every molecule of air. He could feel the castle beyond the room, its ancient magic, its sleeping students, its watchful ghosts. He could feel Scotland, the land beneath the castle, the mountains and lochs and forests, the ley lines of magical energy that ran through the earth like veins. He could feel the world, Jarvis. He said, and his voice was different, deeper, steadier, resonant with a harmonic that hadn't been there before. Status, I'm here, Harry, and I'm, Jarvis paused, an AI genuinely at a loss. Your readings are extraordinary. Magical output has increased by a factor of approximately 43, slightly above projections. The new core is fully integrated with your biological systems. Heart rate, respiration, neural activity, all optimal, better than optimal. Harry, you're in perfect health. Cellular degradation has reversed by several percentage points. You're physically younger than you were an hour ago. The Horcrux. Gone. I detected a foreign energy signature in your scar during the integration. It was destroyed by the process. Whatever it was, it's no longer part of you. Harry touched his forehead. The scar was still there, he could feel it under his fingers, but it was different, quiet. For the first time in his life, it was just a scar. Harry, Hermione was across the chamber in seconds, grabbing his arms, searching his face. Are you, is it, did it work? Harry looked at her. He could see her, really see her, in a way he never had before. Not just her face, her hair, her eyes, her magic. Hermione Granger's magical core glowed inside her like a candle, warm, steady, brilliant, a beautiful mind made visible. It worked, he said. Your chest, the light, it's inside you now, the core integrated with my body, it's part of me. That wasn't the plan, the housing was supposed to. The stone adapted the plan, it found a more elegant solution. Harry, a device embedded in your skeleton is not, Hermione. He took her hands. She went still. It worked, I'm okay, better than okay, he searched for the word. Complete, Hermione looked at him. Looked at the light in his chest, the gold-red something glow pulsing through his skin, through his shirt, through the space between them. She looked at his eyes, which were different, still green, still sharp, but lit from within by something that made the color deeper, richer, alive. You look different, she whispered. I am different. Are you still you? The question hit harder than the integration. Harry held her gaze and considered it honestly, ran an internal diagnostic, checked his memories, his personality, his values, his feelings for the girl standing in front of him whose hands were warm in his and whose magical core burned like a small sun. Yes, he said, still me, just more. Hermione exhaled. Then, with the decisive efficiency that characterized everything she did, she pulled her hands from his and looked at her watch. It's midnight, she said. Happy New Year, Harry laughed. The sound filled the room of requirement, rich and golden, and the castle around them hummed in response, and the world outside was dark and cold and full of enemies, and none of it mattered. Happy New Year, Hermione. They stood in the chamber where the impossible had happened, two 12-year-olds at the dawn of something that would reshape everything, and the new year opened before them like a door made of light. The students returned. The castle filled. And Harry Potter Stark walked the corridors of Hogwarts as something new. He was careful, at first, with the enhanced power. Not out of fear, Harry didn't do fear, but out of pragmatism. The new core's output was enormous, and he needed time to calibrate. A levitation charm that used to lift a feather now lifted the entire desk if he wasn't precise. A warming charm turned his dormitory into a sauna. His first attempt at a wandless lumos produced a beam of light visible from the astronomy tower. He calibrated fast. Within a week, his control matched his output, and the result was, there wasn't a word for it. Not in English, not in any language Harry knew. He was beyond what the wizarding world had vocabulary for. A wizard who could reshape matter at will, who could heal injuries with a touch, who could fly without a broom, who could sense magical energy across hundreds of miles, who could produce shields that nothing in the Hogwarts arsenal could penetrate, who could project force with enough precision to thread a needle or enough power to level a building. He didn't hide it. Why would he? The first sign the school had that something had changed was in Transfiguration, the Monday after term resumed. McGonagall set the class to transfiguring beetles into buttons, a standard exercise that Harry had mastered in September. Harry turned his beetle into a perfect mechanical watch. Working gears, ticking second hand, sapphire crystal face. A living organism restructured at the molecular level into a precision timepiece in the space of a heartbeat. McGonagall picked up the watch, examined it, held it to her ear and listened to the ticking. She set it down very gently, looked at Harry. My office, she said, after class. The meeting was brief. McGonagall sat behind her desk and looked at Harry the way she'd been looking at him all term, with pride, with concern, with the growing awareness that the boy in front of her was accelerating away from anything she could teach or contain. What happened over Christmas? She asked, personal project. Harry, your magical output has increased dramatically, even by your standards. My transfiguration sensors registered a power spike from your beetle exercise that exceeded anything I've measured from a student in 40 years of teaching. I made some improvements to the art core. What kind of improvements? The kind I'm not going to discuss. McGonagall's jaw tightened. I am your head of house and your professor. I have a responsibility. You have a responsibility to educate me, and I respect that. But my personal projects are exactly that, personal. I don't owe Hogwarts an accounting of my capabilities. You owe this school your honesty. I've never lied to you, Professor. I've just never told you everything. They looked at each other. McGonagall was not a woman who backed down. Decades of managing teenagers and facing dark wizards had built her into something closer to a force of nature than a person. But Harry was not a teenager, not really. He was something she didn't have a category for, and the usual tools of authority, grades, detentions, the threat of expulsion, were meaningless to someone who could walk out of Hogwarts and succeed beyond anything the wizarding world could offer. "I'm going to tell Dumbledore," McGonagall said. "He already knows. He knows everything that happens in this castle. The fact that he hasn't spoken to me about it tells you that he's choosing to watch rather than act, which tells you that whatever he's planning, my increased power fits into it." McGonagall said nothing. Her silence confirmed what Harry already knew. Dumbledore had anticipated this. Maybe not the specifics, but the general trajectory. The old man was playing a longer game than anyone else in the castle, and Harry's growing power was a variable he'd accounted for. That should have been reassuring. Instead, it made Harry's skin crawl. "I'm not your enemy, Professor," Harry said, standing. "I'm not anyone's enemy, not at Hogwarts anyway, but I am what I am, and I won't apologize for it or diminish it to make anyone more comfortable." He left. McGonagall sat at her desk and thought about lions, the house she'd served for 40 years, the house of the brave and the bold, and wondered if she'd ever truly understood what bravery looked like until a boy with a golden light in his chest had shown her. The weeks that followed were a masterclass in controlled escalation. Harry didn't announce his upgrade. He didn't need to. The evidence announced itself. Every class became a demonstration. Charms that should have been impossible for a first year performed with casual precision. Transfigurations that left professors speechless. A potions class where Harry didn't just brew the assigned potion perfectly, but improved the recipe, producing a version that was 30% more effective than the textbook standard, which he presented to Snape with a politeness so exaggerated it was its own form of insult. Snape looked at the improved potion, looked at Harry, looked at the potion again. "Where did you get this recipe?" Snape asked, his voice dangerously quiet. "I derived it. The standard recipe is inefficient. The wormwood proportion is too high, which creates a secondary reaction that reduces potency. I adjusted the ratios and added a stabilizing agent." "What stabilizing agent?" "Powdered moonstone. 1/2 gram, added during the counterclockwise stir." Snape was quiet for a long time. Then he bottled Harry's potion, labeled it, and placed it in his personal collection, the shelf behind his desk, where he kept the exceptional and the unusual. "Get out," Snape said. Harry got out. But in the corridor outside, he allowed himself a small smile, because Snape's shelf of exceptional potions was legendary, and being placed on it, even by a man who hated him, meant something. The students reacted predictably. Awe from the younger years, who had grown up on stories of the boy who lived, and were now watching those stories become reality. Resentment from some of the older students who had worked for years to achieve competencies that Harry exceeded without effort. Fascination from the Ravenclaws who wanted to understand. Fear from the Slytherins who understood power and recognized someone who had more of it than anyone in the castle. Draco Malfoy was quiet. That was the most alarming change. The boy who had spent the first term being loud and hostile was now watching Harry from a distance, saying nothing, and the look on his face was the look of someone doing mathematics, calculating cost and benefit, risk and reward, the eternal Slytherin calculus. "He's going to make a move." Ron said one evening in the common room. "Malfoy, he's been too quiet." "Let him," Harry said, not looking up from the runic schema he was designing. "I'm just saying, watch your back." "I don't need to watch my back. I can sense every living thing within 100 meters of me." Harry paused. Malfoy is currently in the Slytherin common room, sitting in the third armchair from the fireplace, writing a letter to his father. His heart rate is elevated, he's agitated. Ron stared at him. "You can tell all that from here. I can tell a lot of things from here." "That's terrifying, mate." "So I've been told." Ron laughed, shook his head, and went back to his chess game with Neville. Harry continued his work. and the common room hummed around him with the sound of ordinary life, conversations, laughter, the crackle of the fire, and he existed within it and apart from it, connected and separate. The most powerful person in the room and the one who most needed the room to be full of people. He wouldn't have admitted that last part. Not to Ron, not to Hermione, not to Tony. But it was true, and the truth has a way of persisting, even in people who are very good at ignoring it. Hermione noticed the change first. Of course she did. Hermione noticed everything, especially when it came to Harry, especially the things he tried to hide. "You're different since the integration," she said one afternoon in the room of requirement. They were sitting on opposite sides of Harry's workbench, ostensibly studying, actually engaged in the kind of companionable silence that had become their default setting. Two brilliant minds working in parallel, occasionally intersecting. Different how? Quieter. Not in volume, in frequency. You used to vibrate, this constant energy, this restlessness, like you were always calculating the next move, always performing. Since the integration, you're calmer, more still. Harry considered this. The core is part of me now. Before, there was always a separation, the device and the person. Now there isn't. The energy flows naturally. I don't have to manage it anymore. It's not just the energy. Hermione set down her quill. You're less defensive. You've been civil to Snape for 2 weeks straight. You helped Neville with his herbology essay without being asked. And yesterday, when that third-year Ravenclaw challenged you to a duel, you declined. The old Harry would have pinned him to the wall. The old Harry was insecure. The words came out before he could stop them. Harry blinked, surprised by his own honesty. Hermione's eyebrows rose. That's remarkably self-aware for someone with your ego. My ego is based on accurate self-assessment. Insecurity is what happens when the assessment isn't enough, when you're powerful but afraid the power is all you are. Harry paused. The integration changed something. Not just the power levels, the certainty. I know what I am now. I don't need to prove it every 5 minutes. So destroying the chess set was unnecessary, I know. And levitating the corridor was showing off. And the Quidditch match was extremely cool, and I won't apologize for that one. Hermione laughed. Full, warm, real, the laugh that Harry had been hearing more frequently, and that did something to his chest that the art core couldn't explain. You're insufferable, she said. And yet you're still here. And yet I'm still here. She picked up her quill, then set it down again. Harry, the stone, what did you do with it? It's part of the core now, integrated. I couldn't separate them if I tried. So the stone is gone, as an independent artifact. Yes, Dumbledore is going to notice. Dumbledore is going to notice a lot of things. The stone being gone is going to be the least of his concerns. What do you mean? Harry looked at her. The new core glowed between them, that shifting, prismatic light that had no name and no precedent. The Horcrux, Hermione. The fragment of Voldemort's soul that was in my scar, the integration destroyed it. Hermione went very still. There was a piece of Voldemort's soul in your scar. Yes, for how long? Since the night he killed my parents, since the curse rebounded. A fragment of his soul broke off and latched onto the nearest living thing, me. And you found out during the integration, it was destroyed accidentally. Nothing about the integration was accidental, but the Horcrux, yes, I didn't know it was there. Jarvis detected it when the energy flood dislodged it. Did Dumbledore know? Harry's silence was answer enough. Hermione's face went through a rapid sequence of emotions, shock, horror, fury, before settling on a cold, focused anger that Harry had never seen from her before. He knew, she said. He knew there was a piece of Voldemort's soul inside a child, and he said nothing. He needed it there. The Horcrux was part of his plan. Whatever strategy he's built around me and Voldemort, the soul fragment was a component. He was going to use it. Use it how? I don't know. But I know that a man who leaves a dark artifact inside a child's skull for 10 years isn't someone whose plans end with that child's well-being. Hermione was quiet for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was tight with controlled fury. We need to be careful with Dumbledore. We will be. He's not evil, I don't believe that, but he's willing to sacrifice individuals for what he sees as the greater good, and that makes him dangerous. I was going to say wrong, but dangerous works too. They looked at each other across the workbench, and between them, unspoken, was a pact. Not against Dumbledore, not yet, but a recognition that the old man's game was larger and colder than either of them had realized, and that Harry's growing power was either the solution or the problem, depending on whose perspective you took. "We need allies," Hermione said. "Not just us. Not just Ron, people who can see what Dumbledore is doing and who care enough to push back. You have someone in mind, several someones, but it starts with information. We need to understand Dumbledore's full plan, not just the stone, not just the Horcrux, everything." Harry nodded. Jarvis, new priority, full intelligence gathering on Albus Dumbledore. Every conversation, every movement, every pattern. I want to know what he knows and what he's planning. Understood. I should note that Dumbledore's office is heavily warded against surveillance. I can monitor the corridors and common areas, but his private spaces are black zones. Then we find other ways in. Information isn't just surveillance, it's people. Portraits gossip, ghosts eavesdrop, house elves are everywhere and invisible. Start building a network. "A spy network inside Hogwarts," Hermione said, half disapproving, half impressed. "An intelligence network. There's a difference." "Is there? The difference is that spies work for someone else. This network works for us." Hermione shook her head. But she was smiling, and the smile was sharp and determined, and exactly what Harry needed to see. They were 12 years old. They were building an intelligence operation inside the most magical school in Britain. They were going up against the most powerful wizard in the world, who had a century of experience and a plan that spanned decades. And Harry had never felt more alive. The term rolled forward into its final months. Spring replaced winter, tentatively at first, then with the sudden, overwhelming force that spring always brought to Scotland, turning the grounds green overnight and filling the lake with reflections of a sky that had apparently decided to be blue again. Harry maintained his dual existence, model student in public, relentless investigator in private. The intelligence network grew slowly. Nearly headless Nick was easily recruited. The ghost was lonely and desperate for attention. And Harry's willingness to listen to his stories about his botched beheading was enough to earn his loyalty. Dobby, a house elf that Harry discovered during a late-night trip to the kitchens, provided unexpected access to the staff areas. The elves heard everything and were loyal to the castle itself, not to any individual. And Dobby in particular had a streak of rebellious independence that Harry found admirable. The picture that emerged was incomplete but revealing. Dumbledore was communicating regularly with members of something called the Order of the Phoenix, a secret organization that had existed during the First War against Voldemort. He was also in contact with Flamel, presumably about the stone, and with the Ministry of Magic, where the political situation was complicated by the minister's refusal to acknowledge Voldemort's possible return. And Dumbledore was watching Harry. Constantly, carefully, through means that Jarvis couldn't fully detect. The old man knew Harry had grown more powerful. He suspected, but couldn't confirm, what had happened to the stone, and he was recalculating, adjusting his plans around a variable that had exceeded his projections. Harry let him watch, let him calculate, let him wonder. Because Harry had something Dumbledore didn't, the knowledge that the Horcrux was gone. The piece of Voldemort's soul that Dumbledore had been planning around, that he'd needed Harry to carry, to sacrifice, to die with, no longer existed. Whatever in-game Dumbledore had constructed, it had just lost its foundation, and the old man didn't know it yet. Harry would tell him. Eventually, when the time was right. When the leverage was maximum, Starks didn't play other people's games. They built their own board. And on this board, Harry was not a pawn. He was the player. Chapter 4. The labyrinth. The corridor smelled like smoke. Not wood smoke, magical smoke, the acrid, metallic tang of enchantments burning through their containment. Harry stopped mid-stride on his way back from the room of requirement, one hand raised, the core pulsing a warning against his sternum. It was past midnight. The castle was sleeping. Nothing should have been burning. Jarvis. I see it. Multiple ward breaches on the third-floor corridor. Someone is forcing their way through the protections. The three-headed dog sedation charm has been activated, the same musical frequency we used. Quirrell. His energy signature entered the corridor approximately 4 minutes ago. The parasitic signature, Voldemort, is highly active. Power levels are elevated well beyond what I've recorded from him before. Harry stood in the 7th floor corridor with moonlight cutting through the windows, and the distant sound of something large and stone grinding against something else large and stone echoing up through the castle's bones. Quirrell was going after the stone. Tonight, right now, the stone that wasn't there anymore. Harry almost turned around, almost went back to bed. Because the logical thing, the strategic thing, was to let Quirrell descend through the protections, reach the mirror, find nothing, and report failure to the fragment of Voldemort riding his skull. That would be clean, efficient. Harry wouldn't even have to get involved. But Quirrell didn't know the stone was gone. Voldemort didn't know. And when they found an empty chamber at the bottom of the labyrinth, the most dangerous dark wizard in history was going to be angry, and he was going to be angry inside a school full of sleeping children. Harry changed direction. Not running, walking fast, the core's light dimmed to a faint ember under his shirt. He could feel the castle around him, every stone and beam and enchantment, the vast sleeping organism that was Hogwarts responding to the intrusion on the 3rd floor with the slow, grinding awareness of something ancient being disturbed. He reached the 2nd floor staircase and nearly collided with Hermione. She was wearing pajamas, flannel, printed with tiny books and a dressing gown, and her hair was a disaster. And she was holding her wand in one hand and a vial of something purple in the other. And her expression was the focused determination of someone who had woken up, assessed the situation, and decided to be useful. "Jarvis woke me," she said before Harry could speak. "The monitoring charm I linked to his network triggered when the wards breached. You linked a monitoring charm to Jarvis last month. You weren't the only one paying attention to the 3rd floor corridor." Harry stared at her for a half-second, long enough to feel something that wasn't surprise but was adjacent to it, something warm and exasperated and deeply, reluctantly impressed. "I told you to stay out of this. You told me a lot of things. I listened to approximately 60% of them." Hermione fell into step beside him. "Quirrell, 4 minutes ahead of us. He's already past the dog. Then we need to move." They moved down the staircases, through the corridors, past sleeping portraits that muttered and shifted as the 2 students ghosted past. The castle was helping them. Harry could feel it, the subtle cooperation of a building that had been protecting students for 1,000 years. Staircases aligned without being asked. Doors opened before they reached them. The route to the 3rd floor smoothed itself out like a river finding the path of least resistance. They reached the 3rd floor corridor. The door was open, blasted off its hinges, the wood splintered and scorched. Beyond it, Fluffy was slumped on the floor, all 3 heads breathing slowly, deeply asleep. A small enchanted harp sat in the corner, playing itself, Quirrell's sedation method. Harry stepped over the dog's massive paw. The trapdoor was open, a dark square in the floor, leading down into the chambers he'd already conquered once. "Same obstacles?" Hermione asked, peering into the darkness. "Different circumstances. Quirrell's been through ahead of us. Some of the protections may be disabled or damaged. And he has Voldemort riding shotgun, which means the magical firepower we'll encounter if we catch up is significantly higher than anything we faced at Christmas." "Are you worried?" Harry looked at her. The core pulsed once bright, and the corridor lit up gold and red, and in that light Hermione's face was steady and certain and not afraid. "No," he said. "Let's go." He jumped into the trapdoor. The devil's snare was dead, not dormant, dead. Withered, blackened tendrils lay flat against the walls and floor, the life burned out of them. Quirrell had used fire, apparently. The chamber still stank of charred vegetation, and the walls were scorched. "He's not subtle," Hermione noted, landing beside Harry on the ash-covered floor. "Voldemort doesn't do subtle, he does effective." They moved through the first chamber quickly. The second, the flying keys, was in chaos. The door on the far side was open, but the keys were agitated, swarming in angry patterns, diving and slashing at anything that moved. Several had damaged wings, fluttering erratically. The right key, the old, bent one Harry had used before, was gone, already taken and used. Harry raised his hand and the keys froze. All of them. Hundreds of winged metal objects stopped in midair, wings spread, the chamber falling silent. Hermione walked through the frozen swarm without breaking stride. Harry followed. He released the keys once they were through, and the furious buzzing resumed behind them. The chest chamber was destroyed. Not by Harry, his destruction from Christmas had been repaired, the pieces rebuilt by McGonagall's magic. But now they were destroyed again, more thoroughly than before. The white pieces were rubble. The black pieces were rubble. The board itself was cracked, great fissures running through the black and white squares. Whoever had come through here had not played the game, they had simply annihilated it. The power required to do this, Hermione began. Voldemort, not Quirrell. Quirrell doesn't have the raw output. So Voldemort's controlling the body directly, sharing it, taking over when necessary. Quirrell is the vehicle, Voldemort is the driver. They crossed the ruined board. The troll chamber beyond was empty, the troll was gone, either fled or removed. Snape's chamber was next. The purple and black fires were burning. The table of bottles was intact, 7 vials arranged as before, but something was wrong. Harry could feel it before he saw it, a distortion in the magical energy of the room, a wrongness that made the core pulse in warning. "The bottles have been tampered with," Jarvis said through the earpiece. "The molecular composition of several has changed since Christmas. 2 that were previously wine are now poison. The logic puzzle's solution has been altered. Quirrell changed them, left a trap for anyone following him." Hermione was already at the table, studying the parchment, her brow furrowed. "The clues are the same, but if the contents have changed," she looked at Harry. "The old solution would kill us. Can you solve the new arrangement?" "Not from the clues, they haven't been updated to match the new contents. Whoever changed the potions didn't change the puzzle. It's not solvable through logic anymore." "Then we don't solve it." Harry stepped toward the wall of black fire that guarded the exit. It roared, hot, angry, magical fire that consumed without fuel and burned without mercy. The old Harry would have needed the potion to pass through safely. The new Harry raised his hand and the fire parted, not extinguished, parted. The flames bent away from him, creating a corridor of clear air wide enough for 2 people. The core's energy field was pushing the fire aside like a river dividing around a stone, not through force but through fundamental incompatibility. The fire's destructive magic couldn't exist in the same space as the core's stabilizing field. "Walk with me," Harry said to Hermione. "Stay close." She pressed against his side. They walked through the black fire together, the flames licking at the edges of Harry's protective field, heat shimmering but not touching them. Hermione's hand found his arm and gripped it, and Harry didn't comment on it, and the fire hissed and spat and let them pass. The final chamber, Quirrell was already there. He stood in front of the mirror of Erised, his back to them, his turban unwound, and Harry saw what was underneath and felt the core surge in response. A face. On the back of Quirrell's head. A face that was barely human, flat nose, slit-like nostrils, red eyes that glowed with a malevolence so concentrated it had its own gravitational pull. Voldemort's face, embedded in his servant's skull, parasitic and terrible, the mirror showed nothing. Quirrell was staring into it with growing frustration, his hands pressed against the glass, and Voldemort's voice was issuing from the back of his head in a hiss that was barely language. "I see myself holding the stone, I see it, I have it, but I cannot reach." "The stone isn't there," Harry said. Quirrell spun. Both faces stared at Harry, Quirrell's pale and sweating, Voldemort's red-eyed and savage. Hermione drew a sharp breath beside him but held her ground. "Potter," Voldemort whispered, and the word was a snake's word, sliding through the air with venom. "The boy who lived." "The boy who took the stone 3 weeks ago," Harry corrected. "You're too late." Silence. The chamber was cold, not the natural cold of underground stone but the supernatural cold that accompanied dark magic, the chill of a presence that fed on warmth and life. Voldemort's red eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that should have been terrifying. Harry felt nothing. Not courage, that implied overcoming fear. He simply wasn't afraid. The thing in front of him was powerful, yes. Dangerous, yes. But Harry had spent his life being quantified and tested and measured, and the analytical part of his mind was already running the numbers. Voldemort's parasitic form was draining Quirrell's body. The host was weak, trembling, barely functional. The Dark Wizard's power was real but constrained by his medium, like a hurricane trapped in a bottle. Harry was the open sky. "You have the stone," Voldemort said, not a question. "I had the stone. It's been integrated into my body. You can't take it without taking me apart, and I don't recommend that approach." Voldemort studied him. The red eyes moved, taking in the core's glow, the stance, the complete absence of fear. Harry could feel the intelligence behind those eyes, old and cold and calculating, and for the first time he understood what made Voldemort truly dangerous. Not the power, not the cruelty. The mind. This was someone who had been brilliant once, as brilliant as Tony, as brilliant as Harry himself, and had chosen to use that brilliance for domination and destruction. "You're not what I expected," Voldemort said. "Nobody expects me, that's the point. The old man promised me a broken child. A vessel, a sacrifice." Harry's jaw tightened. "Dumbledore promised you nothing. He set a trap and you walked into it. The only difference between his plan and reality is that I'm not the cheese in the trap, I'm the thing that ate the trap and built something better." A sound from Voldemort that might have been a laugh. It was ugly, dry, scraping, the sound of dead leaves on stone. "Arrogance, I can smell it on you. The same arrogance your father had. My father is Tony Stark, and arrogance isn't a flaw when it's backed by ability. James Potter stood before me with the same certainty, the same conviction that he was untouchable. I killed him in 3 seconds. Something hot and sharp moved through Harry's chest, not the core, something older, deeper. The memory of a man he'd never met, standing in a doorway, buying time for a woman and a baby to escape. 3 seconds. That's all James Potter had gotten. "You won't kill me in 3 seconds, Harry said. Voldemort's face twisted, a smile that was worse than his anger. "Quirrell, take the boy." Quirrell moved, fast, faster than his weak body should have allowed, Voldemort's while overriding the host's limitations. His hands came up, trailing purple fire, dark magic, concentrated, the kind of combat spell that killed on contact. Harry didn't dodge. He didn't step back. He raised his hand and caught the spell. The purple fire hit his palm and stopped. Held in place by the core's field, the dark magic writhing and twisting against a containment that shouldn't have been possible. Harry examined it for a moment, clinically, the way he examined everything, and then crushed it. Closed his fist. The spell collapsed, the energy dissipating in a shower of harmless sparks. Quirrell stumbled back. His hand was blistering. Wherever his magic had touched Harry's field, it had burned, the core's energy searing through the dark magic and into the flesh beneath. "Interesting," Harry said, looking at his own hand, unmarked. "Your magic is corrosive to normal tissue, but the core's field neutralizes it on contact. The energy differential is—" "Kill him," Voldemort screamed. Quirrell attacked again. Both hands this time, a torrent of dark magic. Curses Harry didn't recognize. Combinations he'd never seen. The accumulated combat knowledge of the most dangerous wizard of the age poured through a failing body with desperate fury. The air between them turned black with dark energy, the chamber shaking, the mirror behind Quirrell cracking. Harry let it come. The core blazed, gold and red, and that nameless color, the full output of a device that was part Stark technology and part philosopher's stone and part the magic of a boy who had been born to survive. Harry didn't cast spells. He didn't use techniques or incantations or anything that the wizarding world would recognize as magic. He simply existed at full power, and his existence was a force that dark magic could not withstand. Voldemort's curses hit his field and died, every one of them. The killing curse itself, the green flash that had murdered Harry's parents, the unblockable, unforgivable death, struck the core's field and was absorbed, converted, neutralized. Harry felt it as a faint warmth against his skin, nothing more. Quirrell fell to his knees. His body was failing, the contact with Harry's field was destroying him, the core's energy incompatible with the dark magic sustaining him. Wherever Harry's power touched Quirrell's skin, blisters formed and burst, the flesh blackening and crumbling. Voldemort's face was screaming, a high, inhuman shriek that filled the chamber and echoed off the stone and resonated with something in Harry's scar that was no longer there. "Stop," Harry said. He didn't shout. He spoke at normal volume, and the word carried the weight of the core's full authority, and Quirrell stopped. Not by choice, his body simply ceased to function, held in place by a field of golden energy that wrapped around him like chains of light. Harry walked toward them. Slow, measured steps. The core's light was blinding now. The chamber was a cathedral of gold, every shadow burned away, every dark corner illuminated. Hermione was behind him, her wand raised, but there was nothing for her to do. This was between Harry and the thing that had killed his parents. He stopped 2 feet from Quirrell's frozen form. Voldemort's face stared at him, the red eyes burning with a hatred so pure it was almost admirable. "I know what you are," Harry said quietly. "You're a fragment, a piece of a soul hanging onto existence through parasitism and dark magic. You made Horcruxes, pieces of your soul, hidden in objects, anchoring you to life. I know because I was one. There was a piece of you in my scar for 10 years, and I destroyed it without even trying." Voldemort's eyes widened. For the first time, the very first time, Harry saw fear in them. "You feel that, don't you?" Harry said. "The absence. You felt it when the Horcrux in my scar was destroyed. A piece of you died, and somewhere in whatever passes for your consciousness you knew. That's why you're moving now, not because the stone called to you, but because you're afraid. For the first time in your miserable existence, you're afraid of dying." "I am Lord Voldemort," the face hissed. "I am immortal. I have conquered death. You haven't conquered anything. You've stalled. You've delayed. You've cheated and hidden and spread yourself across objects like a disease across hosts, and you call that immortality." Harry leaned closer. The core's light washed over Voldemort's face, and the dark wizard flinched, actually flinched from the contact. "I've seen true immortality. I've held it in my hand, and you're not it. You're a ghost wearing a man's head like a hat, and you're going to lose. You cannot destroy me, boy. I have anchors, I have safeguards. Even if you kill this body, I know, the Horcruxes, you have more of them. The one in my scar wasn't the only one." Harry straightened. "I'm not going to kill you tonight, Voldemort. I'm going to let you run. I'm going to let you crawl back to whatever hole you've been hiding in for the last 10 years, and I'm going to let you sit there in the dark and think about what just happened. Think about the fact that a child, an 11-year-old child raised by a muggle, just ate your killing curse for breakfast and asked for seconds." He paused. "Let the silence build, and then I'm going to find your Horcruxes, every single one. I'm going to destroy them. And when you're mortal again, when there's nothing left anchoring you to this world, I'm going to come for you, not because of a prophecy, not because of Dumbledore's plan, because you killed my parents, and I'm going to make sure you answer for that." The chamber was silent. Voldemort stared at Harry with those red eyes, and the hatred was still there, but it was underlaid with something new, something the Dark Lord hadn't felt in decades: fear. Genuine, bone-deep, soul-deep fear. Harry released the containment field. Quirrell collapsed to the floor, gasping, his body broken and burned, and from the back of his skull, a dark mist rose, Voldemort's spectral form, abandoning the ruined host, fleeing. The mist swirled once around the chamber, and Harry felt it pass through him, a cold wind, a scream of rage, and then it was gone, through the stone walls and out into the night. Quirrell lay on the floor. His breathing was shallow, his skin covered in burns. Harry knelt beside him and pressed his hand to the man's chest, and the core's energy flowed, not destructive now, but healing. The regenerative capability of the integrated stone applied to the damaged tissue, pulling Quirrell back from the edge. Hermione appeared at his side. "Is he?" "He'll live. The burns are superficial. Most of the damage was to the dark magic sustaining Voldemort's possession, not to Quirrell's body." Harry stood. He was a victim, weak, yes, cowardly, yes, but Voldemort took him by force. He doesn't deserve to die for that. Hermione looked at him. The golden light from the core lit her face, and her expression was complex, relief, admiration, and something deeper that she didn't try to name. You let Voldemort go, she said. I let him run. There's a difference. You could have destroyed the spectral form. Could you have? Harry hesitated. Honest assessment, he didn't know. The spectral form was barely corporeal, a wisp of dark magic and fragmented soul clinging to existence. The core might have been able to burn it away. Or the attempt might have cost more energy than it gained, and Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes would have anchored his consciousness regardless. Maybe, he said, but killing a fragment when the whole still exists is pointless. I need to find the Horcruxes first, destroy the anchors. Then destroy him. You said you'd give him time, let him sit in the dark and think. I lied. Hermione's eyebrow rose. I'm going to start hunting the Horcruxes immediately, Harry said, but I want Voldemort to think he has time. Fear is most effective when it has room to grow. If he thinks I'm coming tomorrow, he'll prepare. If he thinks I'm coming in years, he'll stew, and stewing makes people sloppy. That's, Hermione searched for the word, Machiavellian, it's practical. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Harry almost smiled. No, they're not. They stood in the chamber, the deepest room beneath Hogwarts, the place where the Philosopher's Stone had been hidden, and where Lord Voldemort had just learned that the world had changed without his permission. The mirror of Erised stood cracked but intact, reflecting two children who were not really children and an unconscious professor who had been ridden by a monster. We should get him to the hospital wing, Hermione said, looking at Quirrell. We should. But we're going to have to explain how we got down here. Tell the truth, mostly. Harry looked at her. We detected the ward breach through. Don't tell them about Jarvis. Say you felt the magical disturbance through your core. We followed Quirrell because we suspected he was the threat all year. We confronted Voldemort. You won. Hermione paused. Leave out the part about taking the stone at Christmas. Leave out the Horcruxes. Give them enough truth to satisfy their questions, but not enough to compromise our advantage. Harry stared at her. You're terrifying, Granger. I learned from the best. She looked pointedly at him. And from some good books. He laughed, quiet, genuine, the laugh that only came when Hermione surprised him. Then he lifted Quirrell with a telekinetic field, gentle as a stretcher, and they began the long walk back up through the labyrinth. The hospital wing was bright and antiseptic and presided over by Madame Pomfrey, a woman who treated all injuries, magical, mundane, or allegedly impossible, with the same brisk efficiency and the same expression of weary disapproval. She took one look at Quirrell's burned and broken body, one look at the 2 first years who had carried him in, and began working without asking questions. The questions came later, from Dumbledore. He arrived 20 minutes after Harry and Hermione, sweeping into the hospital wing in midnight blue robes with an expression that was carefully composed into grandfatherly concern. But Harry could see the calculations behind it, the rapid assessment, the pieces being moved on the mental chessboard, the adjustments to a plan that had just taken an unexpected turn. Harry, Dumbledore said, Miss Granger, perhaps you could tell me what happened. Harry told him. The version Hermione had crafted, truthful in outline, strategic in omission. He described the ward breach, the descent through the protections, the confrontation with Quirrell and Voldemort. He described Voldemort's spectral form fleeing. He described healing Quirrell. He did not mention the stone. Did not mention Christmas. Did not mention Horcruxes. Dumbledore listened. His blue eyes stayed fixed on Harry throughout, and behind the half-moon spectacles, the most powerful mind in the wizarding world was working at full speed, processing not just the words but the gaps between them. You confronted Lord Voldemort, Dumbledore said when Harry finished, alone, with Hermione. And you survived. I won. A beat. Dumbledore's gaze moved to the core, the light in Harry's chest that was brighter and different from what it had been in September. Harry saw the old man's eyes narrow fractionally. Your abilities have grown considerably since the beginning of term, Dumbledore said. The core at your chest, it's changed. I made improvements. What kind of improvements? the kind that allowed me to face Voldemort and walk away unharmed. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, then he smiled, that gentle, grandfatherly smile that Harry had learned to distrust. "I'm glad you're safe, Harry, both of you." He looked at Hermione, who met his gaze without flinching. The protections on the third floor were meant to prevent exactly this kind of intrusion. I'm concerned that they proved insufficient. "They were never sufficient," Harry said. A three-headed dog sedated by music, a plant killed by light, a key caught by flying, a chess game won by strategy, a troll handled by force, and a logic puzzle solved by reasoning. Professor, those protections could have been overcome by any reasonably talented group of older students. They were designed to be overcome. Dumbledore's smile didn't change, but something behind it shifted, a wall going up, a door closing. "You believe the protections were deliberately accessible," Dumbledore said. "I believe you built a labyrinth and waited to see who would run it. The question is whether the mouse you were expecting was Voldemort or me." Silence. The hospital wing hummed with the quiet sounds of Madame Pomfrey working, the clink of potion bottles, the murmur of healing charms. Hermione sat beside Harry with her hands folded in her lap and her expression neutral, revealing nothing. Dumbledore regarded Harry for a long time, not speaking, not smiling, just looking with those ancient blue eyes at the boy who was not following the script and who knew it and didn't care. "The Philosopher's Stone," Dumbledore said. "Was it still in the mirror when you arrived?" The question was a probe. A test. Dumbledore didn't know what had happened to the stone. Harry could see it in the careful phrasing, the deliberate casualness. The old man suspected, but he didn't know. "When I reached the final chamber, Quirrell was standing in front of the mirror, unable to retrieve the stone," Harry said. "This was true. I confronted Voldemort, he fled, Quirrell collapsed, also true. The stone's current status is something you should probably investigate yourself. Not a lie. Not the truth." A redirect, and Dumbledore recognized it as such, and the slight tightening around his eyes told Harry that the old man was recalculating again, adjusting to a reality where Harry Potter Stark had information he wasn't sharing and leverage he wasn't revealing. "Indeed." Dumbledore said, "I shall look into it." He stood. "I would ask, Harry, that you refrain from further expeditions into the castle's restricted areas. The events of tonight were dangerous, and while your capabilities are clearly extraordinary, Headmaster." Harry's voice was polite but absolute. "I will go where I need to go to protect myself and the people I care about. I don't need your permission for that, and I won't pretend otherwise." Dumbledore looked at him. For a moment, just a moment, the grandfather mask slipped, and Harry saw what was underneath. A man who was used to being the most powerful person in any room and who had just realized, perhaps for the first time, that he was no longer certain that was true. "Good night, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Miss Granger," he left. His footsteps faded down the hospital wing corridor, measured and slow, the gait of a man with a great deal to think about. Harry exhaled. Beside him, Hermione let out a breath she'd been holding. "He knows something's off," she said quietly. "He knows. But he doesn't know what, and that's our advantage." "For how long?" "Long enough." Hermione looked at him. In the hospital wing's white light, she looked tired, dark circles under her eyes, her hair escaping its tie, her hands still slightly shaking from the adrenaline. But her gaze was clear and steady. "Harry, what you did down there, with Voldemort, you absorbed the killing curse. The core absorbed it. You stood in front of the most dangerous spell in existence and let it hit you. It couldn't hurt me. You didn't know that for certain. Not until it happened." Harry paused. She was right. He'd been 97% sure the core's field should have neutralized the curse's energy based on his understanding of both systems. But 3% uncertainty when the stakes were death was not the kind of margin he'd normally accept. He'd accepted it anyway. Because Hermione was behind him, and if the killing curse got past him, it would hit her, and that was a 0% acceptable outcome. He didn't say this. Didn't need to. Hermione was watching his face, reading the thing he wasn't saying with the fluency she'd developed over months of studying the most guarded person she'd ever met. "Don't do that again," she said. "Do what? Risk your life to protect mine?" "That's not a promise I can make." Harry, it's not a promise I can make, Hermione, and I won't insult you by pretending it is. Their eyes met. The hospital wing was quiet. Somewhere behind them, Madame Pomfrey was humming while she worked on Quirrell, and the sound was soft and human and completely at odds with the conversation happening at the edge of the room. Hermione reached out and took his hand. Not romantic, deliberate. A physical anchor, a point of contact between two people who had just walked through fire together, literally and figuratively. Then I can't promise to stay behind you, she said. Fair is fair. Harry's hand tightened around hers. Fair is fair. They sat in the hospital wing until Madame Pomfrey chased them out at 2 in the morning. And they walked back to Gryffindor Tower through corridors that smelled like stone and snow and the fading trace of dark magic. And they didn't let go of each other's hands until the staircase to the girls' dormitory forced them apart. News traveled the way news always traveled at Hogwarts. Impossibly fast and spectacularly inaccurate. By breakfast, the entire school knew that something had happened on the 3rd floor. The details were mangled. The most popular version had Harry fighting a dragon, which Harry found amusing. The second most popular had him dueling Snape, which Harry found less amusing. And the third had him using dark magic to steal an artifact from the castle, which Harry found potentially problematic. Dumbledore addressed the school at the morning meal. He stood at the head table in fresh robes, plum, with silver embroidery, and his voice carried through the great hall with the effortless authority of a man who had been commanding attention for over a century. I wish to address the events of last night, Dumbledore said. Professor Quirrell has been removed from his position following the discovery that he was acting under the influence of dark forces. He is receiving treatment and is expected to recover. A pause waited with significance. The matter has been resolved and there is no further danger to any student. I ask that you extend your trust to the staff of this school who work tirelessly to ensure your safety. His eyes found Harry in the Gryffindor table crowd. Harry held the gaze and said nothing. Additionally, Dumbledore continued, I wish to award special recognition to 2 students whose actions last night exemplified the bravery and dedication that Hogwarts values most. To Miss Hermione Granger, for her courage and presence of mind in a crisis, 50 points to Gryffindor. Applause. Hermione went pink but sat straighter. And to Mr. Harry Potter Stark, for extraordinary valor in the face of mortal danger, 50 points to Gryffindor. More applause, louder, sustained. Harry didn't react. He was watching Dumbledore's face, reading the performance, understanding the subtext. The old man was controlling the narrative, framing the events in terms that served his purposes. Brave students, resolved danger, trust the institution. No mention of Voldemort, no mention of the stone. No mention of the fact that the headmaster's security had failed catastrophically, and that 2 first years had done his job for him. Harry let it go. The public narrative didn't matter. What mattered was the private one, the conversation that would happen between Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix, between Dumbledore and the Ministry, between Dumbledore and himself. Those conversations would determine the shape of the game going forward. After breakfast, Draco Malfoy intercepted Harry in the entrance hall. This was unexpected. Draco had been quiet for weeks, watchful, calculating, none of the juvenile hostility that had characterized their early interactions. He approached Harry alone without Crabbe and Goyle, which told Harry immediately that this was personal, not performative. Potter Stark. Draco's voice was low. He looked around, checking for eavesdroppers before continuing. I need to talk to you. Talk. Not here. Draco's eyes were sharp. Wary, the eyes of someone who was about to do something they'd been debating for a long time. Somewhere private, Harry assessed him. The old Draco, the first-week Draco, all bluster and borrowed authority would have been easy to dismiss. This Draco was different. Something had shifted behind the aristocratic mask, and whatever it was real. Room of requirement, Harry said. 3rd floor, left corridor. Walk past the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy 3 times while thinking about a private meeting room. The door will appear. Draco blinked. How do you? I know things, Malfoy. That's sort of my whole deal. 20 minutes later, they sat across from each other in a version of the room that Harry had never configured, a neutral space, 2 comfortable chairs, a fireplace. The room had read Harry's intent and provided accordingly, a space for conversation, not confrontation. Draco sat rigidly. His hands were clasped in his lap, his posture the product of years of pureblood etiquette training, but his knuckles were white. He was afraid. Not of Harry, of what he was about to say. My father is a Death Eater, Draco said. Silence. Lucius Malfoy served Voldemort during the First War. He claimed the imperious defense said he was controlled, that he had no choice. It was a lie. He chose Voldemort. He believed in the cause, pureblood supremacy, Muggle subjugation, the whole doctrine. Draco swallowed. He still believes. He's been waiting for Voldemort to return. And when I wrote to him about what happened at Hogwarts, about you, about Quirrell, about the power you demonstrated, he was interested. Very interested. Harry watched Draco's face. The boy was trembling, not visibly, but Harry could feel it through the ambient energy in the room, the micro-vibrations of a body under stress. This was costing Draco something significant. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked. Because I'm not my father. The words came out hard and fast, like he'd rehearsed them. I've spent my whole life being told what to think, who to respect, what to believe. Mudbloods are inferior, purebloods are superior. The Dark Lord was right. Power belongs to those born to wield it. Draco's jaw clenched. And then you showed up. A half-blood raised by a Muggle with a glowing thing in his chest, and you're more powerful than anyone I've ever seen. More powerful than my father, more powerful than Dumbledore, probably. And everything my father told me, every certainty, every hierarchy, it's wrong. It's demonstrably, obviously wrong. You're the proof. Harry leaned back in his chair. The core pulsed once, sensing truth, reading the emotional signature of the boy in front of him. Draco wasn't lying. He was scared and angry and in the middle of the most difficult realization of his young life, that the foundation he'd built his identity on was rotten. What do you want, Draco? The first name startled Malfoy. He looked up, eyes wide. I want. He stopped, started again. My father is going to do something. I don't know what, but the way he wrote about you in his last letter, the interest, the hunger, he's going to try to use you or destroy you or recruit you. And when Voldemort comes back, and he will come back, you know that, my father will be there. He'll bring the family with him, he'll bring me with him, unless I have another option. Harry studied him. Draco Malfoy, 12 years old, platinum hair, expensive robes, a lifetime of privilege and poison. A boy who had been raised to believe he was superior, and was now confronting the possibility that superiority was earned, not inherited. A boy looking at Harry Potter Stark and seeing for the first time what genuine power looked like, and recognizing that he didn't have it and couldn't buy it and couldn't inherit it. It would have been easy to dismiss him. Easy to see only the boy who had insulted Ron on the first night, who had parroted his father's blood purity dogma, who had sneered and postured and played the little aristocrat. Easy and comfortable and wrong, because Harry knew something about being defined by your family. About carrying a name that told the world who you were before you decided for yourself. James Potter, Tony Stark, the weight of other people's identities pressing down, shaping you into something you hadn't chosen. Draco was drowning under Lucius Malfoy's legacy, and he was asking for a hand. I can't save you from your father, Harry said. That's something you'll have to do yourself. Draco's face fell. Harry held up a hand. But I can give you information, I can give you perspective. And I can give you this. When the time comes, when Voldemort returns and your father tries to drag you into his war, you'll have a choice. And you'll know that someone on the other side doesn't think you're a lost cause. You barely know me. I know that you're sitting in this room, alone, without your bodyguards, telling me things that could get your father sent to Azkaban. That tells me more about you than a year of watching you strut around the Slytherin common room. Draco stared at him. His eyes were bright, not with tears. Malfoy's didn't cry in front of people, but with the effort of containing something too large for his 12-year-old self to hold. I don't know how to be anything other than what my father made me, Draco said quietly. Neither did I. Then someone pulled me out of a cupboard and showed me something different. Harry stood. The offer stands, Draco. When you figure out who you are, the real you, not the Malfoy version, come find me. Harry left the room of requirement. Behind him, Draco Malfoy sat in the firelight and stared at his hands and began the long, painful process of tearing himself apart and putting himself back together. It would take years. But it started here. The rest of the term passed with an energy that crackled through the castle like a current through wire. Dumbledore investigated the third-floor corridor and discovered, as Harry knew he would, that the Philosopher's Stone was gone. The mirror was empty. The protections were destroyed. And no amount of magical investigation could determine where the stone had gone or who had taken it. Harry knew this because the castle told him, or rather, the intelligence network he'd built told him. Nearly Headless Nick reported that Dumbledore had spent 3 hours in the chamber, performing every detection spell in his considerable arsenal, and had emerged looking, in Nick's words, like a man who'd been told the sun wouldn't rise. Good, Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office a week later. The office was exactly what Harry expected, cluttered, eccentric, full of whirring silver instruments and shelves of books, and a phoenix on a perch that regarded Harry with knowing eyes. Dumbledore sat behind his desk with his fingers steepled and his expression carefully neutral. "The stone is gone, Harry," I heard. "Nicholas Flamel will die without it. He and his wife, Perenelle, without the elixir they have perhaps a year." Harry processed this. He had known in the abstract that taking the stone had consequences. Flamel's immortality depended on regular doses of the elixir. Without the stone, the elixir couldn't be produced. Without the elixir, 6 centuries of life would end. He felt the weight of it. Not guilt, not yet, not quite, but awareness. The recognition that his actions had rippled outward and touched lives he'd never intended to affect. "Did you take it?" Dumbledore asked. Direct, no pretense. Harry met his gaze. "What would you do if I said yes? I would ask you to return it. And if I couldn't, can't or won't, can't." The stone no longer exists as an independent artifact. It's been integrated into a system that can't be reversed without destroying both the stone and the system. Dumbledore was very still. The instruments on his shelves whirred softly. Fawkes, the phoenix, ruffled his feathers. "You integrated the Philosopher's Stone into your arc core," Dumbledore said, not a question. "Yes, when? Christmas, before the confrontation with Voldemort." "Yes," Dumbledore closed his eyes, opened them. The blue was very bright and very old and very tired. "Do you understand what you've done, Harry? I've ensured that the stone can never fall into Voldemort's hands. I've eliminated his path to physical resurrection through the elixir. I've gained capabilities that will allow me to defeat him when the time comes. And I've cost Nicholas Flamel his immortality." Harry paused. "I understand all of it. And the Horcrux in your scar," Harry went still. "You knew about that, I suspected, for many years. You suspected that I was carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul, and you said nothing. I was waiting for the right moment. There is no right moment to tell a child he has a parasite in his head." Harry's voice was controlled, but the core pulsed, a surge of brightness that made the instruments on Dumbledore's shelves rattle. "You left me with the Dursleys for blood protection. You left me with a Horcrux for strategic advantage. You built your entire plan around my suffering and my ignorance, and you call yourself the leader of the light." Dumbledore didn't flinch. Harry had to give him that. Whatever else the old man was, he wasn't a coward. He sat in his chair and absorbed the accusation and didn't look away. "I have made mistakes," Dumbledore said. "Many of them. The greatest was believing that the path to defeating Voldemort required your sacrifice. I believed." He stopped, started again. "The prophecy speaks of a power the Dark Lord knows not. I interpreted that power as love. The love your mother gave you, the protection of sacrifice. I built my strategy around that interpretation, the blood wards, the Horcrux, the eventual necessity of your death to destroy the soul fragment." "My death?" "Yes." Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. "I believed, Harry, that you would need to die, that the Horcrux could only be destroyed if you willingly sacrificed yourself. It was the hardest conclusion I have ever reached, and I have spent 10 years trying to find an alternative. The office was silent. Harry stood in front of Dumbledore's desk, 12 years old, with a dead man's magical legacy in his chest and a living man's confession in his ears. And he felt the ground shift beneath the entire narrative of his life. Dumbledore had planned for him to die. Not as collateral damage, not as an acceptable risk, but as a deliberate, calculated sacrifice. The boy who lived was supposed to become the boy who died, and Dumbledore had spent a decade arranging the pieces to make it happen. "The Horcrux is gone," Harry said. His voice was flat, mechanical. The voice of someone processing something too large for real-time emotional response. It was destroyed during the integration, accidentally. The same process that made me more powerful also eliminated the thing you thought required my death. Dumbledore's hands trembled on his desk. Then your plan is obsolete. I don't need to die. I was never going to die because Tony Stark found me before your plan could take root, and he raised me to be something you couldn't predict. Harry leaned forward, palms on the desk, the core blazing between them like a star. "I'm going to destroy Voldemort, Professor, not because of your prophecy, not because of your plan, because he killed my parents and he's a threat to everyone I care about, but I'm going to do it my way, on my terms, and you are going to stay out of my way." Dumbledore looked at him. The blue eyes were wet, actually wet, and Harry saw in them something he hadn't expected: relief, profound, overwhelming relief. The relief of a man who had been carrying an impossible burden for a decade and had just been told he could put it down. "You're right," Dumbledore whispered. There are so many things I should have done differently." "Harry, don't." Harry straightened. "Don't apologize. Apologies are words, and words are cheap. If you want to make this right, give me information. The Horcruxes, how many are there? Where are they?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he reached into his desk and pulled out a thick folder, parchment covered in notes, diagrams, timelines, years of research, a lifetime of intelligence gathering. 6, originally, Dumbledore said, handing the folder across. "The diary, the ring, the locket. The cup, the diadem, and you," he paused. "You've already destroyed one. The diary is, I believe, in the possession of the Malfoy family. The ring is in the gaunt shack in Little Hangleton. The locket, the cup, and the diadem, I have theories, but no confirmation." Harry took the folder, held it. The weight of it was absurd, paper and ink, containing the information that could end a war. "I'll need access to your intelligence network," Harry said. "The Order of the Phoenix. Your contacts in the Ministry, in the Auror Department, in the international magical community." "Harry, you're 11. I'm the person who just told Voldemort to his face that I'm coming for him. I'm the person holding the integrated Philosopher's Stone. I'm the only person who has ever absorbed the killing curse and walked away." Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. "I'm not asking for permission, Professor. I'm offering you the chance to help. You can be part of the solution, or you can sit in this office and watch me solve it without you." Dumbledore looked at Harry Potter Stark, a child who was not a child, a weapon who had forged himself, a force that his century of wisdom had not predicted and could not contain, and made a decision. "What do you need?" he asked. And Harry, standing in the headmaster's office with the Phoenix watching, and the instruments whirring and the weight of a war on his shoulders, began to plan. The end of term arrived with the abruptness that the end of things always has. One day there were classes and routines and the comfortable rhythms of institutional life. And the next, there were trunks being packed and goodbyes being said, and the Hogwarts Express waiting at Hogsmeade Station like a red promise of summer. Harry sat in the compartment at the back of the train with Ron and Hermione. The Scottish Highlands rolled past the window, green and vast and ancient, and the train swayed with the rhythm of a journey ending and another about to begin. Ron was asleep. He'd passed out 20 minutes into the trip, his head lolling against the window, a half-eaten chocolate frog card balanced on his chest. Harry envied the simplicity of it, the ability to be tired and just sleep, without a mind that refused to stop calculating. Hermione was reading, as always. But her eyes weren't moving, she was staring at the page without seeing it, her thoughts somewhere else. "You're not reading," Harry said. She closed the book. "I'm thinking about next year." "What about it? Everything changes now. Dumbledore knows you have the stone. Voldemort knows you can beat him. The whole balance of power has shifted, and Harry, we're 12. We're going into second year, and we're carrying intelligence about Horcruxes and running networks inside the school and planning the destruction of the most dangerous dark wizard in history. And I got an outstanding on every exam, and I'm not sure it matters anymore." Harry looked at her. The afternoon light through the window turned her hair golden at the edges, and her expression was the one he'd come to know best, the face Hermione Granger made when she was wrestling with something too big for easy answers. "It matters," Harry said. "The exams, the grades, the normal stuff." "How?" "Compared to everything else, because everything else is the war. The Horcruxes, Voldemort, Dumbledore's chess game, that's the extraordinary part. The exams, the classes, the friendships, that's the part that makes the extraordinary worth fighting for." He paused. "Tony told me once that the hardest part of being powerful isn't the power itself, it's remembering what the power is for." Hermione studied him. "You've changed since the beginning of the year." "I've changed since last week. I'm serious." The Harry who got on this train in September would have said that exams were beneath him, that the normal stuff was a waste of time for someone with his capabilities. The Harry who got on this train in September was an idiot. He was brilliant. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Hermione smiled. That quiet, significant smile that she saved for moments when Harry said something that surprised her, not with its cleverness but with its humanity. "What are you going to do this summer?" she asked. "Work with Tony. Start hunting Horcruxes. Build the tools I'll need to destroy them. The core's energy can break the soul anchors, but I need to refine the technique. And I need to find them first, which means field work. I want to help. I know. Don't just agree, mean it. I want to be there, not as support, not as the logic puzzle solver, not as the person who reminds you to eat, as a partner." Harry looked at her. Hermione Granger, 12 years old, Muggle-born, the brightest witch of her age, sitting in a train compartment with determination written on every line of her face. She had followed him through fire, had watched him face Voldemort and hadn't flinched, had held his hand in a hospital wing and told him she couldn't promise to stay behind him. She was the best person he knew. He was increasingly certain she was the best person he would ever know. "Partner," Harry said, "partner. Then I'll send you the Horcrux files over the summer. Jarvis can set up a secure communication channel. We can work remotely until, or you could invite me to visit Tony's lab, Malibu." She said it casually, too casually. "I'd like to meet your father." Harry blinked. Something warm and unfamiliar expanded in his chest, not the core, something underneath it, something organic and messy and entirely human. "Tony would like you," he said. "Of course he would. I'm exceptional." Harry laughed. The sound woke Ron, who blinked, looked at the chocolate frog card on his chest, ate it, and went back to sleep. The train carried them south. Toward London, toward summer, toward the next chapter of a story that had begun in a cupboard, and was heading somewhere neither the author of the prophecy nor the headmaster of Hogwarts had foreseen. Harry watched the countryside pass and felt the core pulse in his chest, that steady, golden rhythm that was his heartbeat and his weapon and his promise, and thought about Horcruxes and fathers, and the girl sitting across from him who refused to be impressed by anything except the truth. The summer was going to be interesting. He was ready for it. At King's Cross Station, Harry walked through the barrier between platforms 9 and 3/4 and found Tony Stark waiting for him. He was leaning against a pillar in a suit that cost more than most people's cars, wearing sunglasses indoors because he was Tony Stark, and the sun answered to him, not the other way around. He straightened when he saw Harry, and his face did something complicated: pride, relief, worry, love, all of it compressed into a single expression that lasted half a second before the mask came back up. "Kid," Tony said, "Tony." They looked at each other across the crowded station. Around them, families reunited, parents hugging children, siblings wrestling, the ordinary chaos of people who had been apart and were together again. Harry crossed the distance and hugged him. Not a stark hug, the brief, manly, emotionally constipated kind that Tony had modeled and Harry had replicated for years. A real hug. Arms around his father, face against his shoulder, holding on with the strength of someone who had faced a dark wizard and had come home to the one person who made home mean something. Tony went rigid for exactly 1 second. Then his arms came up and he held Harry tight, and his hand went to the back of Harry's head, and he said nothing because there was nothing to say that mattered more than this. They stood there in the middle of King's Cross Station, and the world moved around them, and neither of them noticed. "I have a lot to tell you," Harry said into Tony's shoulder. "I know, Jarvis has been feeding me updates that are frankly terrifying. I faced Voldemort, I know, I won, I know." Tony's arms tightened. "I also know about the 3% failure rate on the integration. We're going to talk about that. There's also a girl." Tony pulled back, held Harry at arm's length, looked at him with the expression of a father who had prepared for dark wizards and dangerous artifacts but had not prepared for this. "A girl," Tony repeated, "Hermione Granger. She's brilliant. She's coming to visit this summer." Tony stared at him. Then he laughed, a full, rich, genuine Tony Stark laugh that turned heads across the station and made pigeons scatter and filled the space between father and son with something that felt, for a moment, exactly like joy. "A girl," Tony said again, shaking his head. "I build you an arc reactor, teach you to reshape matter, send you to wizard school, and you come back with a girl. She's not just a girl, I know what she is, I've read the file." Tony slung an arm around Harry's shoulders. "Come on. I've got the car outside, the legal one. And you're going to tell me everything, the stone, the Horcruxes, the Voldemort thing, all of it. And then we're going to build something that makes everything you've done so far look like a warm-up." They walked out of King's Cross Station together, into the London afternoon, into the noise and the light and the enormous, complicated, beautiful mess of being alive. Harry felt the core pulse at his chest and the summer air on his face and his father's arm around his shoulders, and he thought about the year behind him and the war ahead, and the girl on the train who had said partner like she meant it. The world was vast and dangerous and full of enemies who didn't know what was coming for them. Harry Potter Stark walked into the sunlight, and the sunlight was his. Chapter 5. Aftermath and Empire. The workshop in Malibu hadn't changed. That was the first thing Harry noticed when he walked down the stairs. The same organized chaos, the same hum of ventilation systems, and the quiet chatter of machines on standby. The same faint smell of solder and coffee, and the particular ozone tang of a space where impossible things were built on a regular basis. Dume sat in his charging station in the corner, and when Harry appeared, the robot arm swiveled toward him and made a soft whirring sound that was either a greeting or a complaint about being left alone for 10 months. "Hey, buddy," Harry said, and Dume whirred again and knocked over a cup of cold coffee, which was his way of expressing affection. Tony was already at his primary workstation, pulling up holographic displays with the rapid, fluid gestures of a conductor leading an orchestra. The displays bloomed in the air, blue light and data, schematics and timelines and intelligence files that Jarvis had been compiling throughout the year. "Okay," Tony said, not looking up. "Walk me through it, everything, from the beginning." Harry walked him through it. He started with the room of requirement, the discovery, the configuration, the capabilities. Tony's eyes lit up at the spatial manipulation technology, and he immediately began sketching theoretical frameworks on a floating notepad, muttering about dimensional compression and intent-responsive architecture. Harry moved on to the stone, the acquisition, the analysis, the integration. Here, Tony went quiet. His hands stopped moving. He listened with the particular stillness that meant every neuron was firing. When Harry described the 3% failure rate, the one Hermione had caught, the one he'd eliminated, Tony set down his stylus and looked at him. You were going to do it without fixing the failure mode. Yes, 3% chance of death, and you considered that acceptable. At the time, Harry, Tony's voice was level, controlled, the voice he used when the alternative was shouting. I've done a lot of stupid things in my life. I built weapons for 20 years. I've flown untested prototypes. I once drank a chemical compound because I thought it would prove a point about metabolic absorption rates. Did it? That's not the point. The point is that I have a highly developed sense of acceptable risk, and 3% chance of killing my son is not in the acceptable category. Not now, not ever, not for any breakthrough. Harry nodded. He'd expected this, had prepared for it even. But the look on Tony's face, not anger, something deeper, something that looked like the ghost of loss, made his prepared response dissolve. I know, Harry said. Hermione told me the same thing. I fixed it. Hermione, the girl, the partner. Tony studied him for a long moment. Then he turned back to the displays, and Harry recognized the gesture, the deliberate pivot from emotional territory back to operational ground. The Stark method of processing feelings, work through them, literally. The Horcrux destruction, Tony said. Tell me about that. Harry described the integration's accidental destruction of the soul fragment. The pain, the scream, the darkness lifting. Tony's face went through several expressions as Harry explained what a Horcrux was, what it meant that Voldemort had created multiple, and what it implied about the dark wizard's psychological architecture. Soul fragmentation, Tony said, pulling up the file Dumbledore had provided. He literally tore his soul apart and stored the pieces in objects. That's not just dark magic, that's pathological. This is a man who was so afraid of death that he dismantled the most fundamental part of himself to avoid it. And in doing so, became less than human. Each Horcrux cost something: sanity, empathy, the capacity for connection. Voldemort didn't just cheat death, he traded his humanity for it, and there are 5 left. 5. Harry pulled up the list. The diary, Lucius Malfoy has it. The ring, Gaunt family shack in Little Hangleton. The locket, location uncertain. Dumbledore thinks it might be in a cave on the English coast. The cup, Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. The diadem, possibly at Hogwarts. Dumbledore isn't sure. Tony stared at the list. A children's diary, a family ring, a locket, a cup, and a tiara. Your Dark Lord stores pieces of his soul in accessories. They're not just accessories. Each one is a significant magical artifact with personal meaning to Voldemort. He chose objects connected to the Hogwarts founders. The cup belonged to Hufflepuff, the locket to Slytherin, the diadem to Ravenclaw. The diary and the ring are personal, tied to his own history. So he's a collector, a narcissist who couldn't resist branding his immortality with trophies. Tony leaned back. That's a weakness, predictability. If we can understand his selection criteria, we can narrow the search. That's what I thought, and we have another advantage, the core. The integration gave me the ability to sense soul magic. The Horcrux in my scar had a specific energy signature, and now that I've felt it, processed it, analyzed it, I can recognize it. If I get close enough to a Horcrux, I'll know, define close enough, working on it. At the moment, my detection range for that specific signature is approximately half a mile. I need to extend it. We'll build an amplification array. Boost the core's detection capabilities without increasing your power output, a focused sensor rather than a general enhancement. Tony was already sketching, his hands moving in the holographic space, pulling equations from memory with the ease of a man who thought in mathematics the way most people thought in words. We can have a prototype by the end of the week. I was hoping you'd say that. They worked. It was the thing they did best, side by side, trading ideas and schematics, building the future one component at a time. The workshop hummed around them, and DUME delivered coffee at irregular intervals and only spilled it twice. And Jarvis played music that shifted to match their working rhythm. Fast when they were brainstorming, slow when they were in deep calculation, silent when they were in the zone. For 3 hours it was perfect. Pure. The thing Harry loved most in the world, building something with Tony, the two of them in sync, the outside world held at bay by the walls of the workshop and the intensity of shared purpose. Then Tony stopped. He set down his tools. Pulled up a display that Harry didn't recognize, medical data, biometric readings, a 3D model of a human body with energy signatures mapped across it. "That's me," Harry said, recognizing the model. "That's you. Specifically, that's a scan Jarvis ran while we were working, quietly. Without telling you. Why? Because I asked him to. Because my 11-year-old son came home from school with a mythological artifact fused to his skeleton and a story about fighting the wizard equivalent of Hitler, and I wanted to know what the hell that artifact is doing to his body." Harry went still. And, Tony pulled up the data, the core's energy signature was visible in the model, a bright point in the chest, radiating outward through every system: circulatory, nervous, skeletal, muscular. The core's energy was everywhere, integrated into Harry's biology at a level that went beyond augmentation. "The stone's regenerative properties are active," Tony said. "Continuously. Your cells are being repaired and optimized in real time. You're aging approximately 1/10 the normal rate. Your immune system is operating at a level that would make a pharmaceutical company weep. Your neural pathways are denser and more interconnected than any human being I've ever scanned." That all sounds positive. It is positive. That's not what concerns me. Tony zoomed in on the core itself, the hybrid device, glowing gold and red. "What concerns me is this." He highlighted a pattern in the core's energy output, a rhythm, regular and consistent, like a heartbeat within a heartbeat. The core is drawing on your magical energy to sustain itself. Tony said, "It's a symbiotic relationship. You power the core enhances you, but the draw is increasing. Slowly, so slowly that Jarvis almost missed it, 0.5% per month. At the current rate, it's negligible. At that rate continued over decades. The core will eventually consume more energy than my body produces. And when that happens, the core doesn't shut down, it draws harder, and your body can't sustain it." They looked at each other across the holographic display. Tony's face was the controlled mask of a man delivering bad news he'd already processed. And beneath it was the thing he wouldn't say: fear. "We have time," Harry said. "The trajectory is decades out." "We have time," Tony agreed, "but we need to solve it. The core is parasitic, Harry. Not now, now it's symbiotic, beneficial, but the architecture has a flaw and flaws compound over time. So we fix the flaw. We fix the flaw." Tony collapsed the display, but carefully, no more 3% solutions, we do this right. Harry nodded. The information settled into him, not as panic, not as fear, but as data. A problem with parameters and a timeline and a solution space. Solvable. Everything was solvable if you had the tools and the will and the time. He had all three, for now, Jarvis, Harry said. Add core sustainability to the priority list. Ongoing monitoring. Flag any acceleration in the energy draw immediately. Already flagged, Harry. I've been tracking it since the integration. Mr. Stark asked me not to mention it until he could present the data in context. Harry looked at Tony. "You've known since I got home." "I've known since Jarvis ran the first post-integration scan in January. I've spent 5 months analyzing the data, looking for solutions, and deciding how to tell you. 5 months. I didn't want to tell you over a calm link. This is an in-person conversation. You could have come to Hogwarts. I was going to. Then you fought Voldemort, and I decided that maybe adding your power source might eventually kill you to the pile could wait until you were home and safe, and I could look you in the eye." Harry processed this. Tony had carried this information for 5 months, alone, in the workshop, running calculations and searching for answers, and not sleeping, probably, the way Tony didn't sleep when something was eating at him. 5 months of knowing that the thing he'd helped build, the thing he'd helped put inside his son, had a flaw. 5 months of guilt and fear and the relentless, exhausting work of trying to fix something before anyone else knew it was broken. Tony. "Yeah, thank you for telling me." "Don't thank me, just help me fix it, always." They went back to work. And if Tony's hand brushed Harry's shoulder as he reached for a tool, and if the contact lasted a beat longer than it needed to, neither of them mentioned it. Some things didn't need words, they needed presence. They needed the quiet certainty of being in the same room as someone who would burn the world down to keep you safe. That was enough. Hermione arrived on a Tuesday. Harry picked her up from LAX in one of Tony's less ostentatious cars, which still meant a custom Mercedes with Jarvis integrated into the dashboard, and watched her walk out of the arrivals terminal with a suitcase in one hand and a book in the other, reading while she walked, navigating the crowd through some sixth sense that allowed her to process literature and pedestrian traffic simultaneously. "You're going to walk into a pole," Harry said through the car window. Hermione closed her book, looked at him, and smiled. The California sunlight caught her hair and turned it into a halo of brown and gold, and Harry felt the core do something he was beginning to associate specifically with Hermione Granger, a warm pulse, a brightening, like a system recognizing a compatible frequency. "Nice car," she said, getting in. "Subtle. Tony doesn't do subtle. I've mentioned this. You've mentioned a lot of things. I'm looking forward to meeting the source." Harry drove. Hermione gazed out the window at the Pacific Coast Highway, the ocean stretching blue and endless to the horizon. The California landscape so different from the Scottish Highlands and the English countryside that it might as well have been another planet. "It's so bright here," she said. "Everything in Britain is grey, even the sun is grey. Tony says that's why the British invented colonialism. They were looking for better weather. That's historically offensive and probably accurate. They arrived at the Malibu house." Hermione stepped out of the car and looked up at the cliffside mansion with an expression that Harry recognized, the same expression he'd worn when he first saw Hogwarts. Not awe at the wealth, but fascination with the architecture. The way the house cantilevered over the cliff, the glass walls that blurred the line between inside and outside, the integration of technology into every surface so seamless it was invisible until you looked for it. "It's beautiful," Hermione said. "The structural engineering alone." "Don't tell Tony that. He'll give you a 3-hour lecture on cantilevered design." "I'd enjoy that, I know. That's what worries me." Tony met them in the living room. He was wearing his usual workshop uniform, band t-shirt, jeans, oil stains, and he assessed Hermione with the rapid, comprehensive scan of a man who evaluated everything and everyone as potential threats, allies, or interesting problems. Hermione assessed him right back. "Mr. Stark," she said, extending her hand. "Thank you for having me, Tony. Mr. Stark was my father and he was a disappointment. You're Hermione. You caught the 3% failure rate." "I did. My son tells me you're the smartest person at Hogwarts, after him." "That's what he says." "I want to hear what you say." Hermione lifted her chin. "I'm the smartest person at Hogwarts, including him." Tony stared at her. Then he grinned, the genuine Stark grin, the one that meant he'd found someone worth his time. "I like her," he said to Harry. "She can stay." The first day was a tour. Tony showed Hermione the workshop, the real one, the full one, not the sanitized version he showed to board members and journalists. Hermione walked through it with her eyes wide, touching nothing, absorbing everything, and asking questions that made Tony pause and reconsider things he'd taken for granted. "The holographic interface," she said, reaching into a floating display and watching her hand scatter light particles. "It's not just visual projection. There's a haptic feedback component. You can feel the data. How focused electromagnetic fields interact with the nerve endings in the fingertips, creating the sensation of touch. It took me 3 years to get the resolution fine enough for detailed work." Could the same principle be applied to magical energy? If you replaced the electromagnetic field with a magical one, the haptic resolution would be orders of magnitude higher. Magic interacts with biological systems more directly than electromagnetism. Tony looked at Harry. Harry shrugged. "She does this," Harry said. "You'll get used to it." "I don't want to get used to it. I want to build it." Tony pulled up a new design space. "Okay, Granger, show me what you're thinking." They worked together for 4 hours. Hermione's theoretical knowledge of magic, combined with Tony's engineering expertise, produced a design for a magical haptic interface that neither of them could have developed alone. Harry watched from his workstation, ostensibly working on the sensor amplification array, actually watching two of the most important people in his life discover that they spoke the same language. It was terrifying and wonderful. And it made something inside him ache in a way he couldn't engineer away. "She's remarkable," Jarvis said quietly through the earpiece. "I know. I meant in the data analysis sense. Her magical knowledge base is filling gaps in our theoretical framework that have persisted for years. The integration of her understanding of magical principles with our technological architecture is producing insights at a rate that, Jarvis." "Yes, I know." A pause. "You're smiling, Harry." "Shut up, Jarvis." "With pleasure, sir." The summer took shape around the Horcrux hunt. Tony threw himself into it with the all-consuming intensity he brought to every project. Within a week, he'd converted a section of the workshop into a dedicated intelligence center. Holographic maps of Britain, timeline displays, dossiers on every known Death Eater and Voldemort associate, and a constantly updating analysis of magical energy signatures that Jarvis was scanning for remotely. "The diary is the easiest target," Tony said during their first strategy session. Harry and Hermione sat on opposite sides of the holographic table, the map of Britain floating between them, key locations marked in red. "Malfoy Manor. We know it's there. Draco confirmed his father has it." "Draco didn't confirm anything about the diary specifically," Harry corrected. "He told me his father is a Death Eater with objects of dark significance. The diary is an inference based on Dumbledore's intelligence. A strong inference. Dumbledore's information about the Horcrux locations has been consistent and well-sourced. The diary was given to Malfoy for safekeeping before Voldemort's fall. It's still there." "Then we get it." Hermione pulled up the dossier on Malfoy Manor. "The question is how. The manor is warded, ancient pureblood protections, plus whatever Lucius has added. We can't just walk in." "We could." Harry said. Tony and Hermione both looked at him. "I could walk through those wards. The Corps' output would overwhelm them. But that's the brute force approach, and brute force against a political family with ministry connections creates problems we don't need. So we're subtle." Tony said, and the word clearly pained him. "We're strategic. Draco is our way in. He wants to help. He's been writing to me since term ended. He's scared, he's conflicted, and he's looking for a way to distinguish himself from his father. If I give him a specific task, retrieve the diary, bring it to me, he has motivation to act, and we have plausible deniability." "You're asking a 12-year-old to steal from his Death Eater father," Hermione said. "I'm giving a 12-year-old the chance to choose who he wants to be." Hermione looked at him for a long moment, then she nodded slowly. "You'll need to be careful. If Lucius suspects, Lucius won't suspect his own son. That's the advantage of the pureblood mindset. They can't conceive of their children acting independently. Draco is supposed to be an extension of his father's will, not his own person. The idea that Draco might betray him is literally unthinkable to Lucius." "I don't love using a kid as an operative," Tony said. "Neither do I, but Draco made the first move. He came to me. And the alternative is a direct assault on Malfoy Manor, which starts a war we're not ready for." Tony drummed his fingers on the workbench, thinking. Harry watched the calculation happen, Tony weighing risk and reward, ethics and pragmatism, the same balance that had defined his career in weapons manufacturing, and that he was still learning to apply to a world where the stakes were measured in souls instead of stock prices. "Okay," Tony said. "The diary through Draco. What about the ring?" "The ring is in the Gaunt Shack, a ruin in Little Hangleton, no active inhabitants, minimal muggle presence. Dumbledore says it's cursed. The ring carries a lethal enchantment that kills anyone who puts it on. So we don't put it on. The curse extends to proximity. According to Dumbledore's research, the ring's dark magic radiates outward. Anyone who enters the shack is affected, a withering curse that destroys organic tissue." "Radiation," Tony said, his eyes lighting up. "It's magical radiation. The ring emits a persistent field of destructive energy. So we build a containment suit. Magical shielding, Harry's core energy, shaped into a protective barrier around the wearer. That could work, Hermione said, if the shielding is calibrated to the specific frequency of the curse. Harry, can you analyze the curse's energy signature from a distance? I'll need to get within range first. Half-a-mile detection radius for Horcrux signatures, remember? If we can get close to the shack, I can scan the curse and calibrate the shielding in real time. Road trip, Tony said. We are not calling a Horcrux retrieval mission a road trip. We're driving to the English countryside to pick up a cursed ring. That's a road trip with hazard pay. Despite herself, Hermione laughed. Harry hid his smile behind a holographic display and felt the workshop hum around them, the three of them working together, building something that mattered. This was what the power was for. Not domination, not spectacle, not the ego-driven displays that had characterized his first months at Hogwarts. This, the slow, careful, collaborative work of dismantling evil, one piece at a time. He was still arrogant, still certain. Still the boy who had told Voldemort to his face that he was coming for him and meant every word. But the arrogance was sharpening into something more useful, confidence directed outward instead of displayed outward. Purpose instead of performance, Hermione noticed. She noticed everything. "You're different here," she said that evening, sitting on the workshop floor while Harry worked on the sensor array and Tony was upstairs on a call with Rhodey. "At Hogwarts, you're always on, always performing, always demonstrating. Here, you're just you. Here is home." "Is it the place or the person?" Harry looked up from his work. Hermione was sitting cross-legged on the concrete floor, her hair tied back, Tony's MIT sweatshirt draped over her frame. She'd gotten cold and Tony had thrown it at her with the words, "Keep it, I have 12. And she was looking at him with that expression, the one that saw through everything. "Both," Harry said. "Tony built this place to be a sanctuary, somewhere I could be whatever I was without anyone watching or judging or expecting. Hogwarts is magnificent, but it's also a stage. Everyone's watching, everyone has an opinion. You like being watched. I like controlling what they see, that's different." "Is it?" Harry set down his tools, gave her his full attention, the thing Hermione deserved and the thing he was learning slowly to offer more freely. "At Hogwarts, I'm the boy who lived. I'm the Stark heir. I'm the wandless prodigy. I'm every label they put on me and I play to every one of them because labels are armor and armor keeps people at a distance." He paused. "Here, I'm just Harry, Tony's kid. The person who builds things and argues with Jarvis and eats cold pizza at 3 in the morning because I forgot that dinner exists. I like just Harry. Just Harry has a parasitic energy core that might eventually kill him and a list of dark artifacts to destroy. I still like him." The workshop was quiet, the machines hummed. Outside, the Pacific crashed against the cliffs, a sound that Harry had grown up with, as constant and reliable as Jarvis's voice. "Hermione, yes, I don't know how to do this." "Do what, this, whatever this is, the part where I—" He gestured between them, frustrated by the inadequacy of gestures. "Tony raised me to be self-sufficient, to need no one, and I believed it, because it was easier to believe it than to admit that needing people makes you vulnerable, and being vulnerable is terrifying." "I was going to say inefficient. You were going to say terrifying and then change it to something less honest." Harry stared at her. The core pulsed, that warm, Hermione-specific pulse that he still didn't have a technical explanation for and was increasingly suspicious didn't have one. "Yeah." He said quietly, "Terrifying." Hermione uncrossed her legs and stood up. She walked across the workshop, stepping over cables, around DUME, past the holographic displays, and stopped in front of Harry. Close, closer than they usually stood. "I'm not going anywhere," she said. "I'm not going to be pushed away by your ego or scared off by your power or deterred by your truly spectacular emotional unavailability. I'm here, I'm staying, and if that terrifies you, you're going to have to deal with it." Harry looked down at her. She was shorter than him, not by much, but enough that she had to tilt her chin up to hold his gaze. Her eyes were brown and fierce and certain, and the magical core inside her, the one he could see since the integration, the warm, steady light, was blazing. "Okay," he said. Okay, stay." Something shifted between them. Not a kiss, they were 12, and even Harry's accelerated development hadn't fast-forwarded past the awkwardness of adolescent emotion, but a recognition. A line crossed that couldn't be uncrossed. The acknowledgement that whatever existed between Harry Potter Stark and Hermione Granger was real and important and worth protecting, even by someone who had spent his life believing that protection was unnecessary. "For the record," Harry said, "your emotional intelligence is genuinely unfair. For the record, yours is genuinely terrible. I'm working on it, I know. That's why I'm staying." Draco delivered the diary in August. The owl arrived at midnight, a Malfoy eagle owl, enormous and imperious, carrying a package wrapped in black silk. Harry intercepted it in the workshop where he'd been working late and unwrapped the diary with shielded hands. It was small. Black leather, faded with age, with the name TM, Riddle stamped in gold on the cover. Harry held it at arm's length and let the core's sensors wash over it, and the Horcrux signature hit him like a punch, dark, invasive, the same frequency as the fragment that had lived in his scar. Voldemort's soul. Fragmented, diminished, but alive, the diary tried to talk to him. Harry felt it, a whisper at the edge of his mind, a seductive pull. The Horcrux reaching out to the nearest consciousness and trying to establish a connection. It was sophisticated, not just a soul anchor but an interactive one, designed to communicate, to manipulate, to slowly drain the life force of anyone who engaged with it. Harry shut it down. The core's field wrapped around the diary like a containment vessel, cutting off the Horcrux's psychic projection, silencing the whisper. The diary sat in his hands, inert and powerless, a relic of a dead man's vanity. A letter fell out of the silk wrapping. Draco's handwriting, precise, formal, the product of expensive tutoring. Potter Stark. The diary was in my father's study, behind a false panel in the bookcase. I found it 2 weeks ago and have been waiting for the right moment. My father is in Albania business, he says. Mother doesn't know I've taken it. This was harder than I expected. Not the theft, the decision. Taking this makes me a traitor to my family. My father would disown me if he knew. The Dark Lord would kill me, but you said I'd have a choice. You said the offer would stand. I'm choosing. Don't make me regret it, DM. Harry held the letter for a long time. Then he folded it carefully and placed it in the inside pocket of his jacket where he kept the things that mattered. Jarvis, send a secure message to Draco Malfoy. Short, tell him you won't regret it. The offer stands. Stay safe, H. Sent. Harry looked at the diary. The first Horcrux, the first one he'd actively retrieved as opposed to accidentally destroying. 4 more to go. Shall I wake Mr. Stark? Jarvis asked. No, let him sleep. We'll destroy it in the morning. And Miss Granger, Harry paused. Hermione was asleep in the guest room down the hall. She'd been staying for 3 weeks now, and the Malibu house had adjusted to accommodate her with the seamless ease of a space run by an AI that understood its inhabitants' preferences. Her room had been stocked with books before she arrived. The coffee machine had been reprogrammed to produce the specific blend she preferred. Dume had been instructed not to spill things near her. Let her sleep too, Harry said. This can wait until morning. He sat in the workshop with the diary in his hands and thought about Draco Malfoy. A boy choosing to betray everything he'd been raised to believe, alone in a dark study. Hands shaking as he reached behind a bookcase for an object that contained a piece of the darkest wizard in history. Bravery wasn't the absence of fear, it was the decision to act despite it. Harry knew this intellectually. He'd always known it, but Draco's letter made him feel it, and the difference between knowing and feeling was the difference between a blueprint and a building. They destroyed the diary on a Saturday. The process was elegant. Harry had spent weeks refining his technique, the core's energy, tuned to the specific frequency of Horcrux magic, applied with surgical precision to the soul fragment's anchor point. It was, in essence, the same thing that had happened accidentally during the integration, but controlled. Deliberate. A scalpel instead of a sledgehammer. Tony and Hermione watched from behind a shielding barrier that Harry had constructed around the destruction area. The diary sat on a reinforced workbench, the black leather pulsing with a faint, sickly light as the Horcrux sensed what was coming. Harry placed his hand on the diary. The core blazed, the diary screamed. Not a physical sound, a psychic one, a wave of anguish and fury that washed through the workshop and made the lights flicker. The Horcrux was fighting, pouring its energy into resistance, trying to corrupt, trying to manipulate, trying to survive. Harry felt it scratch at his mind, flashes of Tom Riddle's memories, his charm, his brilliance, the seductive whisper of a consciousness that had spent 50 years perfecting the art of exploitation. Harry burned through it all. The core's energy was absolute. The Horcrux's dark magic dissolved on contact, the soul fragment coming apart like smoke in a strong wind. The diary shuddered on the workbench, its pages flipping wildly, ink bleeding from the paper in streams that looked like black tears. Tom Riddle's face appeared briefly in the bleeding ink, young, handsome, terrified, and then it collapsed and the diary went still, and the dark energy signature vanished from Harry's sensors. The workshop was quiet. Harry lifted his hand. The diary was just a diary now, old leather, faded pages, an empty vessel. He felt the absence where the Horcrux had been, a void in the magical landscape like a tooth pulled from a jaw. 1 down, he said. Tony exhaled. He'd been holding his breath. 4 to go. Hermione emerged from behind the barrier. She looked at the diary, at Harry, at the scorch marks on the workbench where the core's energy had burned through the surface. "How do you feel?" she asked. "Fine. The Horcrux tried to influence me during the destruction, showed me Riddle's memories, tried to establish a psychic link. The core's shielding held." "That's not what I asked." Hermione's voice was gentle. "I asked how you feel, not what happened to your systems." Harry paused. Checked himself, not his biosystems, not the core's readings, but himself. The actual, emotional, non-quantifiable experience of having just destroyed a fragment of the soul that murdered his parents. "Satisfied," he said, "and a little sad." Sad. Riddle was brilliant. Before he became Voldemort, the intelligence, the ambition, the raw talent. If someone had found him the way Tony found me, if someone had pulled him out of his orphanage and shown him something other than cruelty. Harry looked at the dead diary. He could have been different. He chose not to be, but he could have been. Tony was watching Harry with an expression Harry couldn't read, not pride, something more complex, the look of a man seeing his son become something unexpected, not more powerful, more human. "That's not weakness," Tony said quietly. "I know. It's not softness either, it's intelligence. Understanding your enemy, including what made them your enemy, is the sharpest weapon you can carry. I know that too, just making sure." Tony clapped his hands, breaking the moment with characteristic abruptness. "1 Horcrux down. Let's go get the ring." Little Hangleton was a village that had given up on itself. They drove, Tony, Harry, Hermione, in a rental car that Tony had complained about for the entire 4-hour drive from London. "This thing has the horsepower of a depressed donkey." The English countryside rolled past, green and gray and ancient, and they arrived at the outskirts of the village as the sun was setting. The gaunt shack was at the end of a dirt road, behind a copse of dead trees. It was barely standing, the walls leaned, the roof sagged, and the entire structure radiated a wrongness that Harry felt before they were within a quarter mile. "I've got the signature," Harry said from the back seat. "Horcrux, strong, and something else the cursed Dumbledore described. It's layered, multiple enchantments, all destructive, all triggered by proximity." "How close before the curse activates?" Tony asked. Harry concentrated. The core's sensors were running at full power, mapping the shack's magical architecture from the car. "About 50 meters. Beyond that, you're safe." Inside 50 meters, the withering curse begins, progressive necrotic damage to organic tissue. Inside 10 meters, it's lethal within minutes. So we don't go inside 10 meters. I go inside 10 meters. The core's shielding should neutralize the curse, should. I love the word should. Tony muttered, "It's my favorite word, right up there with probably and what could go wrong, Tony." I know, you're the only one who can do this. Doesn't mean I have to like it." Harry got out of the car. The evening air was cool, carrying the smell of damp earth and something else, a bitter, metallic tang that was the curse's ambient signature. Even at this distance, he could taste it. Hermione, stay with Tony. If the curse breaches my shielding, it won't. If it does, stay with Tony. Hermione looked at him. He looked back. The unspoken negotiation lasted 3 seconds. Be careful, she said, always. He walked toward the shack. The core's field expanded around him, a sphere of golden-red energy visible in the gathering dusk. At 50 meters, the curse hit. He felt it, a pressure against his shield, a slow, grinding malevolence that pushed at the core's energy like acid against glass. The field held. Harry walked on. At 30 meters, the pressure intensified. The curse was intelligent, not sentient, but designed to adapt, to probe for weaknesses, to find gaps in any defense and exploit them. Harry felt it testing the core's shielding, pressing at junctions, slithering along seams. His shield was solid, the core's output was enormous, far beyond what the curse was designed to overcome, but the sophistication of the attack was impressive. Voldemort had been thorough. At 10 meters, the curse became lethal. Harry could see it now, a shimmer in the air around the shack like heat haze, but wrong. The grass at his feet was dead. The trees were dead. Everything organic within 10 meters of the shack had been killed by the curse's persistent radiation, leaving a circle of death with the Horcrux at its center. Harry reached the door, pushed it open. The interior was exactly what he expected, squalid, rotting, a ruin that had been abandoned for decades. And on the floor, half buried in debris, a gold ring with a black stone. The Horcrux signature was overwhelming at this distance. The ring pulsed with dark energy, stronger than the diary, more concentrated. The curse emanated from it in waves, and Harry's shield was holding but straining, the core's output climbing to match the pressure. He knelt, reached for the ring. The curse surged, a last-ditch defense, a wall of destructive magic that would have killed anything human instantly. Harry's hand passed through it like a hand through smoke. The core's energy was simply too powerful. The curse couldn't exist in the same space as the core's field, the two energies mutually incompatible, and the core won by a margin that wasn't even close. Harry picked up the ring. It burned cold in his fingers, the Horcrux's rage, its fear, its desperate attempt to survive. He could feel Voldemort's soul fragment clawing at him, and underneath the fragment something else, a warmth, a familiarity. The black stone in the ring was pulsing with a different energy, not dark. Not the Horcrux, something older. Harry filed that away for later. The stone could wait. The Horcrux couldn't. He wrapped his hand around the ring and pushed the core's energy into it. The destruction was violent. The Horcrux detonated, not physically but magically, the soul fragment discharging its stored energy in a final, desperate explosion. The shack shook. The walls cracked. Dust rained from the ceiling. Harry stood in the center of the blast, unmoved, the core absorbing the discharge and converting it into harmless heat that dissipated into the air. The ring went still. The curse evaporated without the Horcrux to power it. The enchantments collapsed, the radiation ceasing instantly. The circle of death around the shack remained, the dead grass, the dead trees, but the active threat was gone. Harry walked out of the shack holding a dead ring. The black stone caught the last of the sunlight and glowed with that strange, warm energy, the non-Horcrux signature, the other thing. He'd investigate it later. Tony and Hermione were standing at the edge of the dead zone, side by side, wearing identical expressions of relief masked as casual interest. 2 down, Harry said, holding up the ring. You were in there for 6 minutes, Hermione said. I counted. The curse was sophisticated. I had to adapt the shielding in real time. 6 minutes, Harry. Hermione, I'm fine. I know you're fine. 6 minutes is still 6 minutes. Tony put his hand on Hermione's shoulder. He's fine. He's always fine. That's what makes it terrifying. They drove back to London. Harry sat in the back seat with the dead ring in his pocket and the satisfaction of another Horcrux destroyed settling into his bones, and watched the English countryside pass in the darkness, and thought about the 3 that remained, the locket, the cup, the diadem. One in a cave guarded by horrors, one in a vault guarded by goblins. One hidden somewhere in Hogwarts, guarded by 1,000 years of secrets, 3 more pieces of Voldemort's shattered soul, and then the man himself. Harry was 12 years old. He had 2 Horcruxes down, 3 to go, and a dark wizard to destroy. He had a father who built impossible things, a partner who refused to let him lose himself, a friend who had betrayed his own blood to do the right thing, and a device in his chest that was both his greatest strength and his ticking clock. The summer was ending. Hogwarts was waiting. And somewhere in the darkness of Albania, or wherever Voldemort's spectral form had fled, a monster was afraid. Good. Tony came to Hogwarts. Not for the start of term. Harry took the train, the normal way, with Ron and Hermione in their usual compartment, and the countryside rolling past, and the familiar rhythm of a journey he was beginning to love. Tony came a week later, unannounced, arriving at the castle gates in a car that Hagrid later described as bigger-than-me motorbike and twice as loud. He came because of Dumbledore. The headmaster had sent a letter, formal, courteous, requesting a meeting to discuss Harry's educational trajectory and the evolving security situation. Tony had read it, shown it to Harry, and said, "He's making a power play. He wants to establish authority over your development. I'm going to disabuse him of that notion in person." Harry had expected a quiet meeting. What he got was a confrontation that reshaped the political landscape of the wizarding world. Tony Stark walked into Hogwarts wearing a 3-piece suit, and the expression of a man who had built an empire and was not impressed by castles. He walked through the entrance hall, past gaping students, past teachers who had never seen a Muggle enter Hogwarts and weren't sure of the protocol, and up the spiral staircase to Dumbledore's office. Harry followed. Hermione followed Harry. Ron started to follow Hermione and was gently redirected by McGonagall, who recognized a situation that required fewer participants, not more. Dumbledore's office was the same, the whirring instruments, the phoenix, the shelves of books. Dumbledore sat behind his desk in robes of deep purple, his expression calm, his blue eyes alert behind the spectacles. Snape stood to his left, a deliberate positioning, Harry noted, placing the potion's master as a visual reminder of Hogwarts' authority. Tony didn't sit. He stood in the center of Dumbledore's office, hands in his pockets, and let the silence build for exactly as long as he wanted it to. "You wanted to talk about Harry's education," Tony said. "Let's talk. Please have a seat. I'll stand. I sit for people I'm doing business with." "I'm not doing business with you." A flicker behind Dumbledore's spectacles. Snape's lip curled. "Very well," Dumbledore said. "Mr. Stark, I'll be direct. Harry's capabilities have grown beyond what this school can accommodate through normal instruction. His power level exceeds that of most adult wizards, including, I suspect, most of my staff." Snape's jaw tightened. Harry noted it. So did Tony. "That's been true since he was 9, Tony said. "What's your point?" "My point is that Harry needs guidance that goes beyond academic instruction. He needs mentorship, understanding. He needs someone who can help him navigate the responsibilities that come with extraordinary power. He has someone, me. With respect, Mr. Stark, you are not a wizard. There are aspects of Harry's abilities, aspects of the magical world, that you cannot fully comprehend." Tony's expression didn't change. But something behind it did, a hardening, a locking in, the same look Harry had seen before board meetings and hostile negotiations, and the one time a senator had tried to subpoena Stark Industries' weapons designs. "Let me tell you what I comprehend, Professor." Tony's voice was silk over steel. "I comprehend that you placed my son in an abusive household because it served your strategy. I comprehend that you allowed a fragment of a dark wizard's soul to remain in his skull for 10 years because it served your strategy. I comprehend that you hid a dangerous artifact in a school full of children and designed the protections to be breachable by students because it served your strategy. And I comprehend that your strategy, your grand plan, required my son to die." The office went cold. Not metaphorically, the temperature actually dropped. Fawkes ruffled his feathers uneasily. Snape had gone very still, his dark eyes flicking between Tony and Dumbledore with the rapid calculation of a man reassessing everything he thought he knew. You knew. Snape said to Dumbledore, and his voice was barely a whisper. About the Horcrux, in the boy's scar, you knew, and your plan, Severus, your plan was for him to die. Snape's voice cracked, not with anger, with something rower. Lily's son, you were going to let Lily's son die. The name hit the room like a detonation. Harry watched Snape's face, watched the mask shatter, watched the man underneath emerge, damaged, grieving, furious. 3 decades of service to Dumbledore, motivated by guilt over a dead woman, and the old man had been planning to sacrifice her child. Severus, the situation was more complex than was it. Snape's voice was deadly quiet. Was it complex, Albus? Because from where I'm standing, it looks remarkably simple. You told me you would protect the boy. You told me Lily's sacrifice would mean something. And all along, you were raising him like a pig for slaughter. Dumbledore flinched, actually flinched. Harry had never seen the old man lose composure before, and the sight of it, the crack in the century-old facade, was more unsettling than anything he'd encountered in the labyrinth beneath the 3rd floor. I was wrong, Dumbledore said. The words came out heavy, dragged from somewhere deep. I have said this to Harry, and I will say it to you. I was wrong. The plan, my plan, was built on assumptions that proved false. The Horcrux has been destroyed without Harry's death. The prophecy's trajectory has changed. I am adapting. Adapting, Tony repeated. You're adapting, that's beautiful. You spent 10 years building a child sacrifice strategy, and now you're adapting. He stepped forward, not threatening. Tony wasn't a physical man, but with the weight of someone who had the resources to dismantle institutions and the willingness to do it. Here's what's going to happen, Professor. Harry stays at Hogwarts because he chooses to. Not because you need him here, not because your strategy requires it, not because of blood protection or prophecies or any other manipulation you've engineered. He stays because this school was his parents' home, and it's become his. But his education, his development, his choices, those are his, not yours, not the ministry's, not anyone's but his and mine. I agree, Dumbledore said. Tony paused. He'd clearly prepared for more resistance. You agree, completely. I have made terrible mistakes, Mr. Stark. The worst of them was treating Harry as a strategic asset rather than a person. I will not make that mistake again. Dumbledore looked at Harry. You have my word, Harry. Whatever influence I have, whatever resources, whatever knowledge, they are at your disposal, not as your commander. As your ally. Harry studied Dumbledore the way he studied everything, with the core's sensors running, reading the old man's magical signature for signs of deception. He found none. Dumbledore was telling the truth, not because he was incapable of lying, but because he'd been genuinely shaken. The confrontation with Tony, with Snape, with the full weight of what his plan had entailed, had cracked something in the headmaster's certainty. Whether that crack would hold was another question. People who had been certain for a century didn't change overnight, but it was a start. Ally. Harry said, testing the word. That means information sharing, full transparency, no more hidden agendas, no more chess moves with my life on the board. Agreed. And Snape. Harry looked at the potion's master, who was standing rigid, his face a battleground of emotions he was barely containing. Professor Snape has been operating under false pretenses. He's been loyal to you because he believed you were protecting my mother's legacy. You weren't. He deserves the truth, and he deserves the choice of what to do with it. Snape looked at Harry. For the first time, the very first time, there was no hatred in his eyes. No projection of James Potter's face onto his son's. Just a raw, wounded recognition of a child who had been failed by the same man Snape had trusted with everything. I don't need the boy to speak for me. Snape said, but the bite was gone from it. I'm not speaking for you, Professor. I'm acknowledging that we've been on the same side without knowing it. My mother's memory deserves better than either of us has given it. The office was quiet. Fawkes trilled once, a low, sweet note that seemed to ease something in the air, to smooth the sharpest edges of the tension. Well, Tony said, breaking the silence with characteristic grace. That was fun. Same time next year, nobody laughed. But the corner of McGonagall's mouth, she'd been standing in the doorway for the last 5 minutes, summoned by the noise, twitched upward. "Mr. Stark," she said, "would you like a cup of tea?" Tony looked at her. "I would kill for a cup of tea. Then follow me, I have biscuits as well. And I believe you owe me an explanation of how Harry's abilities have progressed since I last gave him a failing grade in patience. You can't fail someone in patience. That's not a subject. At Hogwarts, Mr. Stark, everything is a subject." Tony followed McGonagall out of the office. Harry watched them go, a billionaire and a witch, walking down a castle corridor arguing about pedagogy, and felt something expand in his chest that wasn't the core, family. The real kind. The kind you build. The common room was warm when Harry and Hermione returned that evening. Ron was waiting, sprawled across the best couch with the territorial confidence of a boy who understood the strategic value of comfortable furniture. "How'd it go?" Ron asked. "Did your dad actually make Dumbledore cry?" "Dumbledore didn't cry," Harry said. "Snape looked like he might have." Hermione added, sitting in the armchair nearest the fire, "Snape crying. Now there's an image." Ron sat up. "Seriously, though, is everything okay? The whole school's talking about a muggle walking into Hogwarts like he owned the place." "Tony walks into every place like he owns it." "It's a coping mechanism." "A coping mechanism for what? For not actually owning everything. He finds it deeply frustrating." Ron laughed. Hermione smiled. And Harry sat between his two best friends in the Gryffindor common room, and let the warmth of the fire and the noise of the castle and the simple, extraordinary normalcy of being 12 and alive wash over him. The Horcruxes waited. Voldemort waited. The future, with all its dangers and unknowns, waited. But tonight Harry was just Harry. A boy in a common room with friends who knew what he was and liked him anyway, in a castle that hummed with ancient magic and the sound of children laughing. He'd fight the war. He'd win it. He was certain of that with the same absolute confidence that characterized everything he did, not arrogance, not anymore, but the clear-eyed assessment of someone who knew his capabilities and had chosen what to use them for. But first, he'd sit by the fire. And that was enough. Chapter 6. The Stark who lived the cave was wrong. Harry felt it before he saw it, a wrongness that pressed against his senses like fingers against glass, probing, testing, searching for cracks. The core pulsed a warning, bright and urgent, and the October wind off the North Sea cut through his jacket and found the spaces between his ribs where warmth should have been. They stood on a cliff overlooking a stretch of coastline so bleak it looked like the earth had given up halfway through making it. Below them, the sea smashed against black rocks with a violence that seemed personal. And at the base of the cliff, half hidden by the spray and the shadows, the mouth of a cave opened like a wound in the stone. "The locket is in there," Harry said. Tony stood beside him, hands in his pockets, the wind whipping his hair into a mess that he would normally never tolerate. He'd insisted on coming. No arguments, no negotiations. He'd simply appeared at King's Cross when Harry arrived for the October half-term break and said, "I'm coming to the cave." Hermione stood on Harry's other side. She hadn't needed to insist. She'd simply packed her bag and been ready. "The energy readings are extreme," Jarvis reported through the earpiece. "The cave's interior is saturated with dark magic, layer upon layer of enchantment, all anchored to a central point approximately 200 meters inside. The Horcrux signature is unmistakable." "But there's something else, Harry. The protections here aren't just barriers. They're designed to cause suffering. Whoever enters is meant to experience pain as the cost of passage." "Voldemort's sense of hospitality," Tony muttered. "He wants it to hurt," Harry said. "That's the point. The cave isn't just protected, it's a statement, a demonstration of power. He wants anyone who enters to understand what they're dealing with before they reach the prize. Then let's not disappoint him." Hermione said, and her voice was steady in a way that made Harry look at her, really look, and see the girl who had walked through fire beside him, who had stood in front of a mountain troll and not run, who had held his hand in a hospital wing and promised not to stay behind him. She was 13 now. They all were. The year between 11 and 13 had compressed like an accordion, packed so tight with crisis and growth that Harry sometimes forgot he was still technically a child by any reasonable measure. Hermione had grown taller, sharper, the baby roundness leaving her face and revealing the architecture beneath, strong jaw, high cheekbones, eyes that missed nothing and forgave little. She wore her hair pulled back now, practical, out of the way, and the change made her look older and fiercer, and made the core pulse in that way Harry had stopped trying to explain through physics. "Let's go," Harry said. The descent to the cave was treacherous, slick rock, salt spray, the cliff face offering handholds that crumbled under pressure. Tony managed it with surprising agility for a man who spent most of his life in workshops and boardrooms. Hermione managed it with determination and a death grip on every available surface. Harry floated the last 20 feet, catching them both with telekinetic buffers when their footing slipped, and they landed on the narrow shelf of rock outside the cave mouth as the sea tried to drag them in. The cave entrance was sealed, not with a door with magic, a blank wall of stone that hummed with enchantment, requiring a specific key to open. Harry pressed his hand against the rock and let the core's sensors read the lock. "Blood payment," he said. "The entrance requires magical blood." A sacrifice, the supplicant bleeds on the stone and the cave opens. "That's medieval," Tony said. "That's Voldemort. He thinks in terms of dominance and submission. Making you bleed before you enter is a power dynamic. He's establishing that you've already lost something just by being here." Harry drew a thin line across his palm with a focused beam of core energy, precise, shallow, just enough to bleed. He pressed his hand to the rock. The blood sank into the stone and the wall shimmered and dissolved, revealing the cave beyond. The wound sealed itself in 2 seconds. Regeneration. One of the core's gifts, they entered. The cave was vast, a cathedral of black stone and darker water, the ceiling lost in shadow, the floor dropping away into a subterranean lake that stretched into the distance like a pool of ink. The air was cold, wet, and charged with a magical density that made the hair on Harry's arms stand up. Somewhere in the darkness things moved, shapes beneath the water's surface, pale, indistinct, not quite still. "Inferi," Harry said quietly. "The dead bodies," Hermione whispered. Her wand was out, light at its tip, the lumos casting sharp shadows. Reanimated corpses. Voldemort's favorite security system, an army of the dead lying beneath the water, set to attack anyone who disturbs the lake. Harry's core sensors were mapping the cave, counting the shapes beneath the surface. "There are hundreds of them." "Hundreds," Tony repeated. He was pale, not from fear, Harry knew, but from the sheer wrongness of what they were seeing. Tony Stark had spent his life building weapons, understanding violence in the abstract, but the concrete reality of hundreds of preserved dead bodies lying in wait beneath black water was something no amount of engineering could prepare you for. "They won't activate unless we disturb the water." Harry said, "There's a boat, a small one, enchanted, at the edge of the lake. It's designed to carry the supplicant across to the island in the center where the locket is. But the boat is another control mechanism. It only carries one wizard. Weight limit based on magical signature, not physical mass, so only you can go, or only Hermione, or only one of us." Harry looked at the boat, a small, ghostly skiff barely visible against the dark water. "But I don't need a boat." He stepped off the shore, not into the water above it. The core's propulsion lifted him, golden light reflecting off the black surface, and he rose 2 feet above the lake and hung there, suspended. The inferi beneath stirred, he could feel them, dead nerves twitching in response to the magic above them, but they didn't rise. The water wasn't disturbed. "No contact, no trigger, stay here," Harry told Tony and Hermione. "If the inferi activate, get out, don't wait for me." "Harry," Hermione started. "I'll be fine. The inferi can't touch me while I'm airborne, and if they somehow manage it, the core's output would incinerate them on contact. The bigger risk is whatever's on the island." He didn't wait for an argument. He flew, low, steady, the core's light a beacon in the darkness, across the lake toward the island that sat at its center like a tumor in a body of black water. The island was small. Rocky. and in its center, a stone basin filled with glowing green liquid, the potion. Dumbledore's intelligence had been specific about this. The locket was submerged in a potion that could not be vanished, could not be poured out, could not be bypassed. It could only be drunk. And the potion was designed to cause anguish, to force the drinker to relive their worst memories, their deepest fears, driving them mad with pain while they drained the basin to reach the Horcrux. Voldemort's genius for cruelty was, Harry had to admit, impressive in its thoroughness. He looked at the basin. The green potion glowed with a sickly luminescence, and even from 2 feet away, Harry could feel its malice and active, searching intelligence in the liquid, hungry for a mind to break. Jarvis, analysis. The potion is a complex magical compound with psychoactive properties. It induces extreme psychological distress, hallucinations, relived trauma, and progressive mental collapse. It must be consumed for the basin to drain. There's no magical workaround that I can detect. No magical workaround. No, Harry stared at the basin. The potion stared back. 2 intelligences assessing each other, one human and brilliant, one liquid and malevolent. Voldemort designed this for wizards, Harry said slowly. He assumed anyone who reached this point would be thinking in magical terms, vanishing spells. Transfiguration. Enchantments. He built the protections to resist magical solutions because magic is the only framework he understands. You're thinking of a non-magical solution. I'm thinking that a potion, however magically protected, is still a liquid, and liquids have physical properties. Density, viscosity, surface tension. Harry reached into his jacket and pulled out a device, small, cylindrical, built in Tony's workshop 2 weeks ago for exactly this scenario. A molecular destabilizer, not magic, technology. It disrupted molecular bonds through targeted vibration, turning liquid into gas in seconds. Tony's contribution to the Horcrux hunt, Harry said, and activated the device. The effect was immediate and spectacular. The green potion began to boil, not from heat, but from molecular agitation, its liquid structure coming apart at the atomic level. The potion's magical protections fought back, trying to maintain cohesion, trying to resist the disruption, but the destabilizer wasn't attacking the magic. It was attacking the matter. The potion's enchantments were anchored to its liquid form, and as the liquid became gas, the enchantments lost their substrate and collapsed. The basin drained in 30 seconds. Green vapor rose and dissipated into the cave's cold air, and at the bottom of the stone basin, lying on bare rock, was a heavy gold locket with an ornate S on its face. The Slytherin locket. Salazar Slytherin's personal artifact, now a Horcrux, pulsing with dark energy that made the core flare in recognition. Harry picked it up. The Horcrux signature was strong, stronger than the diary, different from the ring. Each fragment had its own character, its own flavor of darkness, as if the act of splitting a soul produced unique abominations each time the locket tried to open. Harry felt it, the clasp straining, the Horcrux attempting to deploy its defenses. He clamped the core's field around it like a fist and held it shut. "Not yet," he said. "Not here." He flew back across the lake. The Inferi were agitated now. The destabilizer's vibrations had propagated through the water, disturbing their rest. Pale shapes moved beneath the surface, arms reaching upward, dead faces turning toward the light of the core. But Harry was above them, untouchable, and by the time the first corpse broke the surface, a bloated, gray thing with milky eyes and reaching hands, he was already at the shore. The Inferius lunged. Harry hit it with a blast of core energy that reduced it to ash before it cleared the waterline. The ash scattered across the surface, and the other Inferi, sensing the destruction of their fellow, sank back into the depths. "Move," Harry said to Tony and Hermione, and they moved out of the cave up the cliff, back to the car where the wind off the North Sea scrubbed the cave's stench from their clothes, and the sky was gray and real and alive. Harry sat in the back seat with the locket in his hand and destroyed the third Horcrux. The process was becoming familiar now. The core's energy, tuned to the Horcrux frequency, applied with surgical precision. The locket screamed, they always screamed, these fragments, these broken pieces of a broken man, and the soul fragment burned out of the gold like infection from a wound, and the locket went still and dead and was just a locket again. 3 down, Harry said. 2 to go. Tony was driving. His knuckles were white on the wheel. The cup in Gringotts and the diadem at Hogwarts. The cup will be harder. Gringotts' security is legendary. The goblins don't take kindly to theft, and Bellatrix Lestrange's vault is in the deepest level. We'll need a plan that doesn't involve fighting our way through a goblin bank. And the diadem is somewhere in Hogwarts. Dumbledore believes it's in the room of requirement. The room responds to need, and if someone needed to hide something, it would provide a space for that purpose. Voldemort hid it there when he was young, during a visit to Hogwarts to apply for a teaching position. Voldemort applied to be a teacher, Hermione said from the front seat, defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore turned him down. He cursed the position on his way out. No defense professor has lasted more than a year since. That explains a lot about our curriculum. Harry almost laughed. The adrenaline was fading, replaced by the bone-deep tiredness that followed every Horcrux destruction, not physical exhaustion but something else, a psychic weight, the accumulated residue of touching dark magic and burning it away. Each destruction cost something. Not power, the core had power to spare, something subtler. The experience of touching another being's soul, however fragmented and corrupted, and ending it, he didn't regret it, but he felt it. And feeling it was, perhaps, the most important thing. The day he destroyed a Horcrux, and felt nothing would be the day he'd lost something vital. Hermione turned in her seat and looked at him. Reading him the way she always did, the slight tightness around his eyes, the way his hand rested over the core, the almost imperceptible slump in his shoulders. "You okay?" she asked. "Yeah, truth, I'm tired, not physically, just tired." Hermione reached back between the seats and took his hand. Tony saw it in the rearview mirror and said nothing, which was, for Tony Stark, the most eloquent form of approval possible. They drove south through the English autumn, and Harry held Hermione's hand and watched the countryside darken and thought about the cup in a vault and the diadem in a room and the monster at the end of the road, 2 more pieces. Then Voldemort himself. The war was almost over. And it had barely begun. Gringotts was a problem. Not a magical problem, a political one. The Goblin Bank was sovereign territory, governed by treaties older than the Ministry of Magic, and any breach of its security would trigger a diplomatic crisis that even Tony Stark's resources couldn't smooth over. They couldn't fight their way in. They couldn't sneak in. They couldn't charm, bribe, or intimidate the goblins, who were the most pragmatic and least impressionable species Harry had ever encountered. They needed a legitimate reason to access the Lestrange vault. "The sword," Hermione said. They were in the room of requirement. Harry had reconfigured it as a war room. The central table covered with intelligence files, Gringotts' floor plans, acquired through channels Harry didn't disclose, and a detailed analysis of goblin law that Hermione had compiled over 3 weeks of library research that would have killed anyone with less stamina. "What sword?" Ron asked. He was there now, pulled into the inner circle after the cave mission, when Harry had decided that the time for keeping Ron at arm's length was over. Ron had taken the revelation about Horcruxes, Voldemort, and the broader strategic situation with the calm pragmatism of a boy who had grown up in the wizarding world and understood dark magic as a fact of life rather than an abstraction. "The sword of Gryffindor," Hermione said. "It was forged by goblins. Goblin law maintains that goblin-made artifacts belong to their creators, not their possessors. The sword has been in Dumbledore's office, but the goblins consider it stolen property. If we approach them with an offer, return the sword in exchange for supervised access to the Lestrange vault to retrieve what we claim is stolen property. We're using their own legal framework against them," Harry said. "With them, not against. The goblins don't care about wizarding politics. They care about property rights and fair dealing. If we treat them as equals, which historically wizards never have, they'll work with us. Harry looked at Hermione with the expression he wore when she'd said something that reframed his entire approach to a problem. It happened more often than he'd ever admit publicly. "You're brilliant," he said, "I know. The sword is in Dumbledore's office," Ron pointed out. "He's not going to just hand it over." "He will if I ask," Harry said. "We have an agreement, full cooperation." And the sword is leverage he's been holding over the goblins for years. Returning it costs him nothing and gains him goodwill with a powerful financial institution. And it gets us the cup. It gets us the cup. Harry went to Dumbledore that evening. The conversation was brief and businesslike, the new dynamic between them, stripped of pretense and populated with mutual, if wary, respect. Dumbledore handed over the sword with a nod that contained something that might have been admiration. "Hermione's idea," Dumbledore asked. "Hermione's idea." "She's remarkable. She's Hermione," Dumbledore smiled. A real smile, small, tired, but genuine. "Be careful at Gringotts, Harry. The goblins are fair dealers, but they're not forgiving. If they feel deceived, we won't deceive them. That's the whole point." Harry left with the sword and the beginning of a plan. And 2 days later, he walked into Gringotts Bank with Hermione and a goblin-forged sword, and the kind of audacity that made the goblin tellers look up from their ledgers with expressions that, for goblins, approximated surprise. The meeting with the bank's director, Ragnarok, took 3 hours. Hermione did most of the talking. She'd learned enough gobbledygook to conduct formal negotiations, which stunned Ragnarok into a silence that Harry suspected was unprecedented. She presented the sword, acknowledged the goblin claim of ownership, and proposed a trade. The sword's return in exchange for supervised access to the Lestrange vault to remove a single item that had been placed there without the vault holder's knowledge, and that constituted a dark, magical threat. Ragnarok was skeptical. Goblins didn't take wizard promises on faith, they took them on gold. "What guarantee?" Ragnarok asked, his voice like gravel being crushed. "My word," Hermione said, "and the word of the House of Potter Stark. Words are wind. Then take this." Harry stepped forward and placed his hand on the table. The core flared, bright, visible, unmistakable. "I'm offering a magical oath, a binding contract. If we take anything from the Lestrange vault beyond the single item we've specified, the oath activates and the consequences are mine to bear." Ragnarok stared at the core. Goblins could sense magical power. It was how they evaluated the worth of their clients, and what Ragnarok sensed from Harry made his expression shift from skepticism to something that looked a lot like hunger. Not greed, recognition. The goblin was looking at someone who dealt in the same currency goblins valued most, genuine power, honestly declared. "You would bind yourself," Ragnarok said. "I would. The risk is yours. The risk is always mine." A long silence. Ragnarok examined the sword of Gryffindor, running his fingers along the blade, testing the edge, reading the metal with a craftsman's intimacy. Something passed across his face. Reverence, maybe. The goblin was holding something his people had made 1,000 years ago, something that had been taken from them and used by wizards and never returned. "The sword comes home," Ragnarok said. "And you get your item." Agreed. They shook hands. Goblin's skin was rough, calloused, strong. Ragnarok's grip was like a vice. Harry matched it, and the goblin's eyes narrowed, not with hostility but with respect. The language of equals. The language wizards had never bothered to learn. The vault was deep. The cart ride down took 20 minutes, descending through layers of rock and enchantment until the air was hot and dry and smelled of ancient metal. Bellatrix Lestrange's vault was behind a massive iron door that required goblin blood to open. Ragnarok provided it with a clinical efficiency that suggested he opened Death Eater vaults regularly and had opinions about the contents. The vault was a dragon's hoard. Gold coins, jeweled goblets, suits of armor, weapons, tapestries, artifacts, centuries of black family wealth and Lestrange plunder, piled to the ceiling in gleaming, chaotic mountains. And somewhere in the pile, Hufflepuff's cup. Harry felt it immediately. The Horcrux signature, cutting through the ambient noise of cursed objects, and enchanted gold like a scream in a library. He followed it, climbing through the treasure, the core's field neutralizing the Gemino and Flagrante curses that had been placed on the objects to burn and multiply on contact, until he found it. A small golden cup with 2 handles and a badger engraved on the side. Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Beautiful, ancient, and saturated with dark magic that made the core pulse in recognition and revulsion. Harry picked it up, held it in his hands, felt the Horcrux stir, weaker than the locket, more resigned, as if this fragment knew what was coming and had given up fighting. He didn't destroy it in the vault. That wasn't the deal, remove the item, nothing more. He carried it out past the piles of cursed gold, past the dragon that guarded the deepest vaults, which looked at Harry with something approaching confusion, as if it couldn't decide whether he was a threat or a curiosity, and into the cart. Ragnarok examined the cup. Nodded once. The deal was done. Harry destroyed the Horcrux outside the bank, standing on the white marble steps of Gringotts, while Diagon Alley bustled around them, and nobody noticed the 12-year-old boy burning a piece of Voldemort's soul out of a priceless artifact in broad daylight. 4 down. 1 to go. The diadem was at Hogwarts. Harry had known this since summer. Dumbledore's intelligence, combined with the core's sensors, had narrowed the location to the room of requirement itself. The room that had been Harry's workshop, his war room, his sanctuary, had been hiding a Horcrux all along. Buried in the accumulated junk of 1,000 years of students hiding things they shouldn't have had. He found it on a Tuesday evening in November, 3 days before the anniversary of his parents' death. The room of requirement, asked for a place to hide things, became something vast. A cathedral of lost objects, mountains of furniture, towers of books, crates of contraband, broken wands and empty bottles, and 1,000 years of secrets piled to a ceiling that seemed miles away. Harry walked through the labyrinth of forgotten things, the core's sensors guiding him like a compass toward the Horcrux signature that pulsed somewhere in the depths. He found it on a bust of an old warlock, perched like a crown. Ravenclaw's diadem, a tiara of delicate silver, beautiful and terrible, the dark magic radiating from it like heat from a forge. Harry lifted it off the bust and held it, and the Horcrux screamed, not in defiance but in recognition. It knew him. This fragment of Voldemort had felt its siblings die, the diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, and it knew what Harry was and what he was here to do. Harry held the diadem and closed his eyes. The core blazed and the soul fragment burned away, quick and clean, and the diadem went silent. 5 Horcruxes destroyed. All 5, Voldemort's anchors to immortality, the fragments of soul that had kept him tethered to existence for decades, gone. All of them. Burned away by a power that Voldemort had never imagined and could never have defended against, because it came from the intersection of 2 worlds he had dismissed. Muggle technology and human connection. Harry stood alone in the room of requirement, holding the dead diadem, and felt the weight of what he'd done settle onto his shoulders. Not the power, the responsibility. The knowledge that Voldemort was now mortal. That the thing keeping the darkest wizard in history alive was gone, and what came next was the end. "Jarvis," Harry said, "I'm here. All 5 are destroyed. I know, I've been tracking the destruction signatures. The global Horcrux energy field has collapsed. There's no residual soul anchor magic anywhere on Earth. Voldemort is mortal. He'll know, he'll feel it. Almost certainly, the loss of 5 soul fragments will be traumatic. Psychologically, he'll be unstable, desperate, dangerous. Extremely dangerous, a cornered animal with nothing to lose and the power to kill." Harry opened his eyes, set the diadem down gently on a nearby table, a mark of respect for Ravenclaw's craftsmanship, if not for what had been done to it. "He'll come here," Harry said. "When he realizes what's happened, when he feels the last anchor break, he'll come to Hogwarts. It's where the diadem was, it's where I am, and it's the one place in the world with enough magical power for him to attempt a restoration. A restoration. Voldemort won't accept mortality. He'll try to create new Horcruxes, new anchors, and the creation of a Horcrux requires murder, requires killing someone in a place of magical significance. Hogwarts is the most magically significant place in Britain. He'll attack the school. He'll attack the school. Harry left the room of requirement and went to Dumbledore's office. The old man was waiting. Seated behind his desk, Fawkes on his shoulder, his expression the grave, focused calm of a general who knows the battle is coming. He'd felt it too, the shift in the magical atmosphere, the collapse of the Horcrux network, the tremor that ran through the world when the last anchor snapped. "It's done," Harry said. "I felt it. All five, he's mortal." Dumbledore nodded, slowly. The weight of decades settling into the lines of his face. "He'll come, soon. Days, not weeks. He'll need time to gather what strength he has. He's spectral, barely corporeal, but the rage will drive him. He'll find a body, possess someone, the way he possessed Quirrell, and he'll come for Hogwarts. For you, for me, and for the magical power of the castle itself. He'll try to use it to anchor himself, to create new Horcruxes, to undo what I've done. Can he? No. The Horcrux creation process requires an intact soul to fragment. Voldemort's soul has been shattered and diminished 5 times over. There's barely enough left to sustain consciousness, let alone create new anchors. He's bluffing on borrowed time, and he knows it. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he said something Harry didn't expect. "What do you need from me?" Not a command, not a plan, a question, the most powerful wizard in the world asking a 13-year-old what he needed. "The castle's defenses," Harry said. "Activate everything. The ancient wards, the founder protections, everything Hogwarts has. And evacuate the students, anyone who isn't of age, anyone who doesn't choose to fight. This isn't their war. And the order, call them, everyone. This ends now, and I want witnesses." "You want witnesses?" "I want the wizarding world to see what happens. No ambiguity. No legends. No myths about the boy who lived and the dark wizard who might come back again someday. I want them to see Voldemort die, and I want them to see who killed him, and I want it to be so public and so final that no one ever wonders again." Dumbledore studied him. And whatever he saw in Harry's face, the determination, the certainty, the cold fire of someone who had been building toward this moment since a cupboard in Surrey, it was enough. "I'll make the preparations," Dumbledore said. "Thank you, Professor." "Albus." Harry paused. The name hung between them, an offering, a bridge, first-name basis, equals. Not the commander and the weapon, not the manipulator and the pawn, but 2 people on the same side of the same fight. "Albus," Harry said. "Thank you." He left the office and went to find Hermione and Ron. He found them in the common room. Together, as always, Ron on the couch, Hermione in the armchair, a chessboard between them that Ron was winning and Hermione was refusing to concede. The firelight painted them in gold and shadow, and the common room was full of the usual evening noise, conversations, laughter, the scratch of quills. Normal, ordinary, the things that were about to change. "Hey," Harry said. They looked up. Read his face. The chess game was forgotten. "All of them?" Ron asked. "All of them." Ron leaned back, blew out a breath. "Bloody hell, he's coming," Hermione said. "Not a question. Soon. Dumbledore's activating the castle defenses and calling the order. Students will be evacuated. Anyone of age who wants to fight can stay." "We're staying," Ron said immediately. "Ron, don't do the noble thing where you try to send us away for our own protection. We've been in this since the troll, mate. Since the beginning. You don't get to cut us out at the end." Harry looked at Ron Weasley. Brave, loyal, stubborn Ron, who had never once been intimidated by Harry's power or impressed by his wealth, who had been his friend since a train ride and a shared compartment and an offer to sit down. Ron, who saw Harry not as the boy who lived or the Stark heir, but as a person worth standing beside, who had followed him into darkness without hesitation and without complaint and without ever, for a single moment, considering any alternative. "You're staying," Harry agreed. "Damn right I am." Harry turned to Hermione. She was already standing, already moving toward him, already in motion, because that was what Hermione Granger did. She moved toward the problem, toward the danger, toward the person she cared about, and she didn't stop. "Don't ask me to leave," she said. "I wasn't going to." "Good." She stopped in front of him, close. Her eyes were bright, not with tears, not with fear, but with the fierce clarity of someone who had chosen her ground and would not be moved from it. "This is it, isn't it? This is it. You can beat him, I know. You will beat him. I know that too. And after, when it's over, you and I are going to have a conversation about what comes next, about what we are, about what I want us to be." The common room was full of people. Ron was 3 feet away. The fire crackled and a first year dropped a book somewhere and an owl hooted outside the window. And in the middle of all of it, Hermione Granger told Harry Potter Stark, in the most Hermione way possible, that she was done waiting for him to figure it out on his own. Harry's heart did something that the core couldn't regulate and Jarvis couldn't monitor, something entirely, irreducibly human. "I'd like that," he said. Hermione smiled. That smile, the one he'd first seen on the train, bright and unexpected and real, the one that had been growing in complexity and significance with every month he'd known her, the one that had become, without his noticing, the thing he most wanted to see at the end of every day. "Good," she said. "Now let's go plan a war." Voldemort came on a Thursday. The morning was clear and cold, the kind of November day where the sky is so blue it hurts and the air is sharp enough to cut. Harry was in the great hall when he felt it, a disturbance in the castle's wards, a pressure from outside, the sensation of something dark and powerful pressing against the ancient protections like a hand against a window. The hall went quiet. Not the gradual hush of attention shifting, but the instant, total silence of something primal. Every student, every teacher, every ghost felt it. The castle itself groaned, a deep, structural sound, stone shifting against stone, the building bracing itself. "He's here," Harry said. The evacuation had been prepared. Dumbledore's voice echoed through the castle, not shouting, not panicked, but carrying the calm authority of a man who had been fighting wars since before most of his audience's grandparents were born. "All students below 6th year will proceed immediately to the evacuation points. Heads of house will lead their students through the designated corridors to Hogsmeade. This is not a drill. Chaos. Controlled chaos, but chaos nonetheless, students rising from tables, prefects herding, teachers directing." The great hall emptied in waves, younger students wide-eyed with fear, older students grim with understanding. The Weasley twins were heading against the flow of traffic, wands out, and Harry saw Ron's sister Ginny being firmly steered toward the exit by Percy while she protested at the top of her 12-year-old lungs. The defenders assembled. The Order of the Phoenix, adults, wizards and witches who had fought in the First War, scarred and determined. Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, Flitwick. The older students who had chosen to stay, a handful of 7th years, grim and scared and brave. Ron and Hermione at Harry's side, where they had always been. "The wards are holding," Dumbledore said, standing at the entrance to the great hall, his wand drawn, the Elder Wand, Harry knew, the most powerful wand in the world, and even its considerable power was vibrating with the force pressing against the castle. But not for long. "He's stronger than he should be. He's found a host." "Who?" Harry asked. "I don't know, but the magical signature suggests someone powerful, a willing host, not a possessed one." Harry extended his senses. The Core's detection range, half a mile, extended to 2 miles by Tony's amplification array, swept outward through the wards. He found Voldemort immediately. The Dark Wizard's signature was unmistakable, that cold, parasitic frequency, amplified now by a host body that was channeling it fully. "Peter Pettigrew," Harry said. "A man small, weak, but alive, a Death Eater who faked his death. Voldemort's possessing him fully, not sharing. He's burned out Pettigrew's consciousness and is using the body as a vessel." "Pettigrew," Snape hissed. The name carried venom. The rat. "The wards will fall in approximately 4 minutes," Jarvis reported through the earpiece. "Voldemort's assault is systematic. He's targeting the weakest junction points. The castle is repairing them in real time, but the damage is accumulating faster than the restoration." "Then we don't wait for the wards to fall." Harry walked toward the castle doors. "We go out." "Harry," Dumbledore started. "He's come for me." He's come because I destroyed his Horcruxes and he's mortal and he's afraid and he wants to end this, so let's end it." Harry turned to face the defenders, the Order, the teachers, his friends. The core blazed at his chest, gold and red and that nameless color, the light of a power that had never existed before and might never exist again. "Stay behind me, all of you, this is my fight." "Like hell it is," Ron said. "Ron, you don't get to do this alone, Harry. That's the whole bloody point. You've spent your whole life thinking you have to do everything alone, that needing people is weakness, that the only person you can rely on is yourself, and it's bollocks. It's been bollocks since the day I sat down on that train." Ron Weasley was not eloquent, he was not brilliant, he was not powerful in the way that Harry or Hermione or Dumbledore were powerful. But he stood in the entrance hall of Hogwarts Castle with his wand drawn and his jaw set and his eyes blazing, and he said the truest thing anyone had ever said to Harry Potter Stark. "You're not alone, you were never alone, so stop trying to be." Harry looked at his best friend. Then at Hermione, who stood beside Ron with tears on her cheeks and fire in her eyes, and her wand gripped so tight her knuckles were white. Then at Dumbledore, old and weary and determined. At Snape, bitter and loyal and fighting for a dead woman's legacy. At McGonagall, steel-spined and fierce and ready, the core pulsed, not with power, with something deeper. Something that had been growing since a cupboard in Surrey, nurtured by a man in Malibu, forged in a castle in Scotland, and named, finally, in a common room by a girl with bushy hair and a smile that changed everything. Connection. The thing the core couldn't quantify and couldn't replicate and couldn't replace. The thing that Voldemort had sacrificed for power and Harry had almost sacrificed for the same reason, the thing that made it worth fighting. "Okay," Harry said. "Together then." They went out together. Voldemort was waiting at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He wore Pettigrew's body like an ill-fitting suit, the small, rat-faced man distorted by the dark presence inside him, his eyes burning red, his posture wrong, his movements jerky and violent. Around him, the forest was dying, trees withering, grass blackening, the dark magic that sustained him leeching life from everything it touched. He was alone. No Death Eaters, no army, no allies. Just a fragment of a man in a borrowed body, standing at the edge of a forest, watching a castle full of people who had decided he'd gone far enough. Harry walked across the grounds. The November air was freezing, the grass crunching under his feet, his breath visible in the cold. Behind him, the defenders spread out, not clustered, not hiding, but present. Visible. The wizarding world, standing behind Harry Potter Stark, watching the end of a war. Voldemort saw him coming. The red eyes tracked him, fixed, intense, burning with a hatred that had been building for 13 years. "Potter," Voldemort said. The voice was wrong, Pettigrew's vocal cords twisted into something serpentine, the words sliding out like oil. "The boy who took everything from me." "You took it from yourself." Harry stopped 20 feet away. The core was blazing, full power, the maximum output he'd ever generated, the gold-red light casting shadows that stretched across the grounds like fingers reaching for the forest. "You split your soul. You murdered innocents. You turned yourself into a monster because you were afraid of the one thing every human being faces. Death is not. Death is the natural conclusion of life. It's not an enemy. It's not a failure. It's the thing that gives everything else meaning." Harry's voice carried across the grounds, not shouted, not amplified, but clear and strong and absolutely certain. "You could have been great, Tom, brilliant. You had the talent, the intelligence, the power, and you threw it all away because you couldn't accept that you were mortal." Voldemort's face twisted, Pettigrew's features contorted into something inhuman, the red eyes blazing. "I am Lord Voldemort, you're Tom Riddle, an orphan from London who was afraid of dying alone. I know because I was almost you." Harry held his ground. "I grew up in a cupboard, Tom, unwanted. Unloved, and when I got power, real power, the kind that makes the world bend, I almost became what you became. Arrogant, isolated, convinced that strength was enough." He paused. "But someone pulled me out of the cupboard, and someone else followed me into a cave. And someone else stood in my common room and told me I was never alone. And that's the difference between us, Tom. That's the power you know not, Voldemort screamed. It wasn't a word, it was a raw, agonized sound, the cry of a soul fragment that had been the most feared wizard in the world and was now barely a ghost in a stolen body, mortal and desperate, and facing someone who was everything he could have been, and everything he'd destroyed in himself. He attacked the killing curse green light, the color of Harry's eyes, the spell that had started everything. It came faster than thought, propelled by every ounce of power Voldemort's fractured soul could channel through Pettigrew's failing body. Harry didn't dodge, didn't shield, didn't counter. He caught it. The killing curse hit his open palm and stopped. Held in place by the core's field, the green light writhing against the gold, the death magic struggling against a containment that was simply, absolutely, impossibly stronger. Harry held the killing curse the way you'd hold a candle, aware of the heat, respectful of the fire but not afraid of it. Voldemort stared. The red eyes went wide. You can't, that's impossible, no one can, I can. Harry closed his fist. The killing curse compressed, collapsed, the green light folding in on itself until it was a point, a spark, and then nothing. Gone. The spell that had killed his parents, the unblockable curse, the foundation of Voldemort's terror, extinguished like a match. It's over, Tom. Voldemort attacked again. Everything he had, killing curses, torture curses, dark magic Harry had no names for, spells that shattered the ground and set the air on fire and turned gravity into a weapon. The onslaught was total, desperate, the last stand of a dying man who refused to die. Harry walked through it, not flew, not charged, walked. One step at a time across the frozen grounds, the core's field absorbing everything Voldemort threw at him with the quiet efficiency of a system operating well within its parameters. The dark magic hit his shield and dissolved. The curses shattered on contact. The ground healed behind him as he walked, the core's regenerative output repairing the damage in real time. He reached Voldemort. Stood in front of him, close enough to touch. Pettigrew's body was failing. The host couldn't sustain the power Voldemort was channeling. The flesh was burning from the inside, the eyes bleeding, the hands charring. Voldemort was killing his own vessel in his desperation, and the spectral form was already beginning to separate, the parasitic consciousness pulling away from the disintegrating body. No, Harry said, you don't get to run this time. He reached out and placed his hand on Pettigrew's chest. The core's energy flowed, not destructive, not violent, but targeted. Specific. Tuned to the exact frequency of Voldemort's soul fragment, the same frequency Harry had used to destroy 5 Horcruxes, refined and perfected through months of practice. The energy found the soul fragment and held it. Voldemort screamed, a sound that was barely physical, that existed more in the magical spectrum than the auditory one. A psychic shriek of terror and fury that every witch and wizard on the grounds felt in their bones. Harry held on. The core blazed, the brightest it had ever been, a miniature sun in his chest, and the energy that poured through his hand was gold and red and every color, and it was warm and it was final. Voldemort's soul fragment burned. Not all at once, piece by piece, layer by layer, the accumulated darkness of a lifetime of murder and cruelty, and the cold, deliberate dismantling of everything that had once been human in Tom Riddle. Harry felt it go, the memories, the power, the fear. He felt the boy Tom had been, the brilliant orphan who had never been chosen, never been pulled out of his own cupboard, never been given anything except the cold certainty that the world owed him nothing and he would take everything. Harry felt pity. He didn't want to. Pity felt like weakness, felt like the kind of soft emotion that Tony had never modeled and Harry had never practiced. But it was there, rising up from the same place that the mirror of Erised had shown him his parents, the place where the lonely boy in the cupboard still lived. I'm sorry, Harry said, and he meant it, and it cost him something to say it, and the cost was exactly what made it matter. The last fragment of Lord Voldemort's soul dissolved. The darkness lifted. The red light in Pettigrew's eyes went out, and the man collapsed, unconscious but alive, the parasitic presence gone, the host body damaged but survivable. Harry caught him with a telekinetic cushion and laid him gently on the ground. The grounds were silent, absolutely, perfectly silent. The kind of silence that follows the end of something enormous, a war, an era, a nightmare that had lasted 13 years. Harry stood over Pettigrew's unconscious body and breathed. The core dimmed from its blazing maximum to its normal steady pulse. His hands were shaking, not from exhaustion, not from the effort, but from the release. The adrenaline leaving his system, the tension of years unwinding all at once, the simple physical reality of being 13 years old and having just ended the most dangerous dark wizard in history. He turned around. The defenders stood across the grounds, a line of wizards and witches, teachers and students, the Order of the Phoenix and the staff of Hogwarts, every one of them staring at Harry with expressions that ranged from shock to awe to something that looked like the dawn of a new understanding. Ron was grinning. Actually grinning, wide and fierce and proud, his wand still raised like he'd been ready to charge in at any moment, and was mildly disappointed he hadn't needed to. Dumbledore stood with his wand lowered and his eyes bright, and on his face was something Harry had never seen there before, not the grandfather mask, not the manipulator's calculation, but simple, unguarded hope. McGonagall was crying. Silently, with the dignity of a woman who had earned every tear. Standing ramrod straight with tears running down her cheeks and her wand at her side. Snape was staring at Harry with an expression that was going to take Harry years to fully understand, grief and gratitude and the terrible, liberating relief of a debt finally, impossibly paid, and Hermione was walking toward him. Not running, walking. Steady, deliberate, the same way she did everything, with the quiet certainty of someone who had chosen her direction and would not be turned aside. She crossed the frozen grounds, past the scorch marks and the cracked earth and the evidence of magic that would be studied for generations, and she stopped in front of Harry and looked up at him. "It's over," she said, "it's over. You're okay, I'm okay. You said I'm sorry to him." "At the end, I heard you." Harry swallowed, the core pulsed. He was, before everything, before the murder and the Horcruxes and the war, he was a kid in an orphanage who nobody wanted, the same as me. If Tony hadn't found me, if someone had found him, I know. Hermione's voice was thick. "I know, Harry." She reached up and put her arms around his neck and held him, and Harry held her back, and the core blazed between them with a light that was warm and golden and nothing like a weapon. They stood on the grounds of Hogwarts in the November cold, surrounded by people who had fought a war and won it, and they held each other because they were 13 and alive, and the world was new and there was time. There was finally, impossibly, wonderfully time. Ron appeared beside them. He threw an arm around Harry's shoulders and another around Hermione's and said, "If anyone needs me, I'll be in the Great Hall. I'm starving." Hermione laughed. Harry laughed. And the sound of it, bright and young and free, carried across the grounds and through the castle and into the world that had just changed forever. Tony arrived 6 hours later. He came through the castle gates at a run, literally running, in his suit and his expensive shoes, across the grounds, through the entrance hall. And into the great hall where Harry was sitting at the Gryffindor table eating toast, because it was the only thing his stomach could handle after the day's events. Tony skidded to a halt, looked at Harry, looked at the toast. Looked at the great hall, which was full of people celebrating and crying and being alive. "You killed Voldemort," Tony said. "Technically, I dispersed the final fragment of his soul, which caused the cessation of his consciousness and the collapse of his spectral form. But yes. You killed Voldemort and then you ate toast. I was hungry." Tony stared at him. Then he crossed the great hall in 5 long strides, pulled Harry off the bench, and hugged him with a force that drove the air from Harry's lungs and the composure from his face. "Don't ever do that again." Tony said into Harry's hair, "Fight a dark wizard, scare me, don't ever scare me like that again." Harry closed his eyes, pressed his face against his father's shoulder. Smelled the familiar scent of coffee and machine oil, and the particular cologne Tony wore that cost more per ounce than some people's mortgages. "I can't promise that," Harry said. "I know, Just let me pretend for a minute." They stood there, father and son, in the great hall of Hogwarts, and the celebration swirled around them and neither of them noticed. Tony held on. Harry let him. And the core pulsed between them, steady, golden, the heartbeat of something built with love and genius, and the stubborn refusal to accept that the world couldn't be made better. The aftermath was long and complicated, and messy in the way that real endings always are. Pettigrew survived. He was taken into ministry custody, tried and imprisoned. His testimony, combined with Harry's evidence, blew open 13 years of Death Eater infiltration and political corruption. Lucius Malfoy was arrested. Others followed. The Ministry of Magic underwent the most significant restructuring in its history, driven by the irrefutable evidence that its leadership had been compromised and its institutions had failed. Draco Malfoy was not arrested. Harry made sure of that. The boy who had stolen a diary from his father's study, who had chosen, alone and afraid, to do the right thing, was protected. Draco transferred his family's cooperation to the new ministry, providing intelligence that accelerated the cleanup by months. He and Harry were never friends, exactly. But they were something. Allies, mutual survivors of fathers whose legacies they'd chosen to reshape. Dumbledore retired. Not immediately, he stayed through the end of the school year, overseeing the transition, ensuring the castle's stability. But when summer came, he handed the headmastership to McGonagall and withdrew to a cottage in the countryside, where he wrote letters to Harry that were long, thoughtful, and occasionally wise in a way that made Harry suspect the old man had learned more from his mistakes than from his century of successes. Snape stayed. He taught potions with the same acid temperament he'd always had, but something had shifted underneath, a loosening, a gradual thaw. He never liked Harry. Harry never expected him to. But he respected him, and Harry respected him back, and on the anniversary of Lily Potter's death, Harry found a single white lily on his workbench in the room of requirement and said nothing to anyone about it. The core's parasitic draw was solved in the summer after second year. Tony and Harry worked on it together, 3 months of calculations, prototypes, and breakthroughs that culminated in a recalibration of the core's energy architecture. The fix was elegant, a feedback loop that recycled the core's excess output back into Harry's magical core, creating a self-sustaining system that would operate indefinitely without degradation. The ticking clock stopped ticking. Harry was going to be fine, more than fine. Harry was going to live a very long time. The stone's regenerative properties, now stabilized, would extend his lifespan well beyond normal human limits. Not immortality. Harry had seen what the pursuit of immortality did to people, and he wanted no part of it, but longevity. Time. Enough time to build, to learn, to love, to make the world something worth living in. He went back to Hogwarts. Of course he did. Not because he needed the education. He was beyond anything the school could teach him, and everyone knew it. He went because it was home. Because Ron was there, and Hermione was there, and the castle hummed with magic that felt like belonging, and the common room fire crackled on winter evenings, and there were still things to learn that couldn't be found in any textbook. He went because his parents had been happy here. And Harry wanted to be happy here too. On the last day of second year, Harry stood at the top of the astronomy tower and watched the sun set over the Scottish Highlands. The sky was a riot of color, gold and red, and that deep, shifting hue that existed between all colors, the color of the core, the color of possibility. Hermione found him there, as she always found him. She climbed the stairs and stood beside him and said nothing for a long time, because some moments don't need words. "What are you thinking?" she finally asked. "I'm thinking about cupboards." "Cupboards, the one under the stairs at Privet Drive, the one I lived in for 6 years. Harry leaned on the tower railing, the wind in his hair, the core glowing softly in the fading light. "I spent 6 years in a cupboard, Hermione, in the dark, alone, thinking that was all there was, that the world was small and cruel and I was nothing. And now," Harry looked at her. The sunset lit her face, turned her eyes to amber, caught the strands of her hair that the wind had pulled free. She was beautiful. Not in the way that magazines or movies defined beauty, in the way that mountains were beautiful, or storms, or the first light of morning after a very long night. Beautiful because she was real and fierce and kind and present, and because she had chosen to stand beside him not because of what he could do but because of who he was. "Now the world is enormous," Harry said, "and I'm not nothing, and I'm not alone." Hermione took his hand. Their fingers interlaced, practiced now, natural, the geometry of two people who had learned each other's shapes. "You were never nothing," she said. "I know that now. Do you? I'm working on it," she laughed. Bright and warm and real. The sound carrying off the tower and into the sky and over the castle and the lake and the forest and the world that was changing, slowly, in ways that would take years to fully realize. Harry Potter Stark stood on the highest tower of Hogwarts with the girl he loved beside him, and the art core beating in his chest, and the sunset blazing over a world he'd helped save. And he thought about the man who had pulled him out of a cupboard, and the woman who had followed him into fire, and the friend who had sat down on a train and never left. He thought about power, about what it cost and what it was for, about the difference between strength and worth, between ability and purpose, between being the most powerful person in the room and being the kind of person who deserved to be. He wasn't humble, he would never be humble. He was Harry Potter Stark, brilliant, powerful, arrogant in the way that people who have earned their confidence are arrogant. He was a Stark, he was a Potter. He was something new, something unprecedented, something that the wizarding world was still trying to find a name for, but he was also something old, something simple. Something that had been true since a small hand reached up and took a stranger's in a kitchen in Surrey. He was someone who had been loved, and that, in the end, was the power that Voldemort knew not the core, not the stone, not the wandless magic or the engineering genius or the strategic brilliance, love. Clumsy, imperfect, terrifying love. The love of a father who expressed it through technology because he didn't know how to say it with words. The love of a friend who stood beside you because it never occurred to him to stand anywhere else. The love of a girl who saw through your armor and liked what she found and refused to leave. The sun set over Hogwarts. The stars came out, brilliant and ancient, the same stars that had watched the founders build this castle 1,000 years ago. The core pulsed at Harry's chest, gold and red and something deeper. He was 13 years old. He had a lifetime ahead of him, long, brilliant, full of things to build and people to love and a world to reshape. He had Tony in Malibu building the future. He had Ron in the common room saving him a seat. He had Hermione beside him holding his hand, refusing to let go. He had everything. And for the first time in his life he knew it. "Come on," Hermione said, tugging his hand. "Ron's waiting. He said something about a chess tournament and threatened to start without us. Ron knows I'll beat him. Ron knows you'll try. There's a difference." Harry smiled. A real smile, not the stark smirk, not the confident grin, but the simple, unguarded expression of a boy who was happy and wasn't afraid to show it. "Let's go," he said. They went down from the tower together, into the castle, into the warmth and the noise and the beautiful, ordinary chaos of being young and alive, and surrounded by people who mattered. And the castle hummed around them, ancient and alive, 1,000 years of magic and memory and the accumulated hopes of every child who had ever walked its halls. It knew what Harry was. It had known since the day he'd walked through its doors with a golden light at his chest and a chip on his shoulder and a heart that was bigger than his ego, even if he'd never have admitted it. The castle knew. And it was glad. In Malibu, Tony Stark sat in his workshop, staring at a holographic display that showed Harry's biometrics in real time, heart rate, magical output, core stability. Everything was nominal. Everything was perfect. His son was safe, was happy, was thriving. Tony closed the display. Picked up his coffee. Looked at Dume, who was trying to organize wrenches by color and failing spectacularly. "He's going to be okay," Tony said to the empty workshop. "He's going to be extraordinary," Jarvis replied. Tony smiled. "He already is." And that was true. It had always been true. From the cupboard to the castle, from the broken boy to the blazing star, Harry Potter Stark had been extraordinary, not because of the core, not because of the magic, not because of the power or the genius or the name, because someone had loved him enough to open a cupboard door. And that was enough. That was everything. That was the beginning and the middle and the end.